Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to PEPAGANDA. We are starting a new week on this space, and yeah, it's going to be quite the week. We got a lot to cover. As it stands right now, I'm getting live updates about the situation in Iran. It looks like Donald Trump is gearing up to send troops over, or something. But he has been very vague. Trump tells Iranians keep protesting, help is on the way, and immediately, come on, guys. The second that you hear help is on the way, do we all do the Mrs. Doubtfire thing? Help is on the way. I know that I do. I'm just honest here. Okay, I don't know what the hell is going on with these ads. Because, yeah, these banner ads have been popping up and blocking my screen entirely. So, all right. That means what I'm going to do is not use that. Screw it. I was going to show you guys the Al Jazeera coverage, but for some reason, as I said, they have these banner ads, which, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to just go over this real quick. Did you guys know? If you start to notice that you get these banner ads, right? Like you're playing a phone game, right? Now, usually they have to let it go for a set amount of time, whether it's 30 seconds, 60 seconds, whatever they paid for. And then it has to have an obvious X out of it. At least that used to be the old rule. Guess what? Donald Trump and his administration, that was one of the first things that they did away with. It was totally under the radar. It was the same thing that kind of made it so robocalls are just going to start flooding your phone lines again. These are the things that most Americans will all agree that it's super effing annoying. But for some reason, like I said, it gets buried and then nobody really thinks about it until it's too late. So I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing a lot more of that. As I said, I was just trying to pull up a news article and then boom, just blanket ad, no way to exit out. Don't know what the hell is going on with that stuff. Don't know what they really want you to do outside of click the ad, then back out. But of course, the scam administration did that. Of course. Why not? It's just one more thing to add. Also, let me turn on the, there we go. How's everybody doing? Welcome. What up, Pinkerbell, Natch, Jeetman, Rich. Hey, what's up, man? And then Johnny Too Late. Appreciate you all being here. Appreciate you guys holding down the fort. Appreciate all the mods to this space. Got to say, you guys are what keeps everything going. Yeah, just real quick, shameless plug for my show over on my channel. If you guys have not already followed over on Pep Talks TV, please do. I know that we got the link in the chat here. Started doing vertical streams. They've been fun. Definitely came with a little bit of side of trolls, because man, I'll tell you what, the volume of trolls that I got was scary. Real quick, want to make an announcement about that. My vertical stream last Thursday, we broke over 100K. So that is the first video I have ever done, or any piece of content that I have ever done that has broken 100K. So it's kind of like a little personal pat on the back. It was cool, but at the same time, yeah, it was definitely an awakening, because it did it made me realize how much I really appreciate my regulars and the chill vibe that we cultivate. So it's still like that, by the way. Horizontal stream is still available, and that's where you guys can find that I will have the preferential chat is what I'll call it, because I found a way to make sure that that's the first one that shows up. But without any further ado, let's get to some of the news that's going on. So, like I said, been paying attention to what is going on in Iran. Here is a quick update on the situation. Let me add this and let's just go right into it.
Leave now. That is a warning from the State Department to any American citizens inside Iran right now as the regime faces its most serious.
I'm surprised that wasn't on Friday, by the way. I'm not going to pause all the way through this, but the fact that they've had a media blackout going since Friday, it's kind of crazy.
Serious anti-government
vertical streams are feral
protests in years. Yeah. President Trump ratcheting up the pressure on Iran, saying he's putting a 25% tariff on any country that does business there, quote, effective immediately. The violence inside Iran is growing worse amid a brutal crackdown, with one human rights group confirming the deaths of more than 500 protesters. It is an incredible black box, and to think that such a black box.
This was reported on 14 hours ago. Apparently, the updated tallies is somewhere like 1,800.
Could exist.
100.
This in a world of social media like this. But Jumana Karacha is out front, and I want to warn our viewers that some of what you're about to see in her report may be disturbing.
From behind the walls of the Iranian regime's censorship, a chilling video has emerged. Every movement of what may be a hidden camera reveals a terrifying picture of what's been unfolding on the ground. They butchered him, this mourner wails. Families gathered at this medical center outside Tehran, searching for loved ones. Lines of lifeless bodies are stored in a warehouse turned morgue.
The thing is, for Trump to sit here and be like, "We're coming, we're gonna help you," while meanwhile, letting this happen in his own fucking country. It may have been one person at this point, which actually it was 4 people that got shot, because I'll be covering this a little bit later. If you guys have not heard the Keith Porter story from New Year's, that kind of got swept under the rug. But yeah, he's amping up for the same kind of stuff. So this is kind of the bitch about having a president like Trump, where before we used to be able to have like the morality cape, you know, where it's like, we are better than this, you know, at least our country doesn't do this shit. Now we have no ground to stand on.
Inside the center, distraught family members stand anxiously in front of a screen that flashes photos of the dead. From that same location, state media had its own pictures and narrative, reporting the majority of the bodies are those.
Someone said that this was done with a satellite phone. As far as like getting out a bunch of stuff, we were talking about this yesterday. Yeah, you were right.
Quote, ordinary citizens. They blame their deaths, like the protests, on foreign-backed terrorists carrying out what they say are indiscriminate killings.
It's almost like when an administration or a regime has an official narrative that's just a blatant fucking lie. It's almost like they're behind it.
These pictures the regime decided to air, perhaps a warning to those who dare take to the streets.
Oh, wow. This one was actually on TV. Yeah, and that's the whole point. That's the whole point with Renee Nicole Good. That's why they're acting the way that they are about it.
It's almost impossible.
Like, did you not see the guy at the gas station yesterday? I'm not sure if you guys saw the viral footage of the guy just being like, have you not learned?
For us to get real time.
Did you not learn from what happened this week? It's just like, yeah, we did.
Time updates from Iran.
I don't think we learned the lesson that you wanted out of it.
The regime's shut down communications across the country on Thursday, just as nationwide protests against the clerical establishment drew larger crowds.
But make no mistake, those images you just saw in Iran, those could easily be America tomorrow.
To the streets of every province. It's a tactic out of its playbook on crushing dissent. Cover it's used in the past.
Oh no, this space is not streaming on vertical yet. We have to get that kind of set.
To unleash bloody force.
Soon.
The little testimony and images that have been trickling out. Only a small window into what a ruthless regime doesn't want the world to see.
Again, we're literally right behind him on this one. Doesn't it feel weird? Like, this is the first test. Like, here we are, thumbing our nose at the fucking regime of Iran. Like, I can't reiterate this enough, where it's just like, but we just let this happen in our country, where we let a security force kill a civilian. and then they're blaming her. Did you not hear how the investigation is actually into her and what kind of terrorist act she might have been up to? Yeah, that's what the FBI is focusing on, by the way. Again, we got nothing. We got nothing. Oh, are you outraged, Americans, at seeing this in Iran? Well,
Video like this that purportedly captures the feared state security forces out on
oh, hey, it's their
the
ice.
streets is slowly
Got dirt bikes, ice on dirt bikes.
surfacing, sent out by those who are risking their lives to get it out. As the U.S. weighs its next move, following the president's threats to strike hard if the regime kills protesters. President Trump now saying Iran has reached.
Okay, so does that mean that Iran would technically have the same, reason to retaliate on us for if they started killing protesters?
Out to negotiate.
But we may have to act
I'm only asking questions here, folks.
because of what's happening.
I'm like our own Tim Dillon, okay? Everybody loves that Tim Dillon guy because he's just a silly Billy that asks questions. But they seem to be kind of serious and steeped in news, and every once in a while he makes a joke that doesn't exactly land because, it's almost like joking about your country falling into an authoritarian dictatorship isn't exactly funny.
Before the meeting.
In this one location, an estimated 250 bodies, with hundreds more confirmed killed elsewhere, according to activists. The world now braces for what may come when Iran finally emerges from the dark. Jumana Karaji.
Again, I like how Israel's out here just like, stop killing your own people. It's like, again, pot, meat, kettle.
CNN, London.
It's almost like you guys don't have anything. It's almost like, I don't know, man. We sacrificed a lot with that one. And I hope you guys, I hope everyone feels that. And I'm dead serious about this one. No jokes. I hope that you feel like, oh, you know what? Yeah, America really, you know that whole, make America great again? Now, funny enough, they kind of forced us to be MAGA, where it's just like, no, we really do need to make America great again. Somehow they made us into exactly what we used to thumb our nose at.
And out front now is
Again, we're pretending that we're still that fucking country.
Skylar Thompson in the wake of Jumana's report.
What up, Letterhack? How's it going, man?
She's the deputy director at Human Rights Activists in Iran. It is an organization that is closely tracking the turmoil unfolding. And Skylar, it's just incredible. As I was talking about it with a black box, you have a view inside that box. The reports that we hear, violence inside Iran has skyrocketed in the last few days. And I know that you're getting more information about that, but also from inside hospitals. What are you learning tonight?
Yeah, a black box is a really, unfortunately, accurate way to put it. We've now seen an unprecedented shutdown of communication surpassing 100 hours. So it's really difficult information. It's reduced to a minimum. But what we are able to glean from our network is...
Dude, my dog just farted so loud that I was like, what the fuck?
Absolute brutality. Jumana's package correctly mentioned bodies, upwards of 250 in one...
I hope it doesn't smell as bad as it...
place.
Oh my God.
And we've, documented over 500 deaths, as you mentioned as well. But we have over 500 cases still under investigation. So it really sort of paints the picture of what kind of brutality we're looking at. Inside hospitals, we have collected documents from doctors that show people impacted with tear gas, people shot at close range, and oftentimes they can't even seek appropriate medical care because doctors are stretched thin, or
it's going to be that kind of day. I hope
they're
not.
being taken directly to a detention facility rather than getting the care that they need.
Yeah.
I know that you've also been reporting, Skylar, on state television in Iran. And that there's been...
Do you think that news anchors actually care about anything, or do you really think that it the requirement to be a news anchor is that you genuinely you don't give a shit?
An unprecedented number of forced...
Aaron Barnett really strikes me as that type of person, because even Wolf Blitzer recently had a moment where he was even just like, no, this is bullshit.
Confessions that they have actually broadcast on state TV. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it's absolutely
News anchors care about the paycheck.
something
Really does
that we
seem that
haven't
way.
seen before. This number really concerns us.
This is why drop site news, again, like they sit here wondering why everybody goes to like drop site news and why they have such a good reputation. And then they're like, why is nobody watching us?
People are being arbitrarily arrested, as we've documented, thousands, tens of thousands of people. And what happens is they're arrested, they're taken to a detention facility, unknown at times. Sometimes we don't even know, where a person is being held.
Where else we heard that one?
And then suddenly they appear on state television confessing to, being parts of rioters, terrorists, being associated or influenced by foreign elements. And what's so concerning is these confessions happen under torture, psychological or physical sometimes, and then they carry the death penalty, the charges that they're admitting to under coercion.
What do you see is different? I mean, there are some out there saying, okay, this could be it. And then there are others who say, no, the protests have been massive before. Look at 2009 and the Green Movement. And of course, the death of the young woman in police custody that had sparked mass protests in 2022 and 2023.
Again, seems small in comparison now. Huh?
Is this different?
Aaron, do you understand what you're about to do here? I don't think you do.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I would say is that we owe it to Iranians to believe in them, right?
Oh, man.
They are risking their lives coming to the streets. They risk their lives to send us information. So it's really important that we believe in them and everything that they're saying. We have seen protests in every province across the country, in hundreds of cities.
Again, is there any comparative here? I mean,
and I think that really shows the united nature of.
I shouldn't be laughing, but this is comical. How in the hell how are they spewing this without any hints of irony? Where it's just like, well, we are kind of slipping into this
moment.
My voice is cracking. That's how upset I am.
And we're also seeing it, I might add, across class, across ethnicity.
What? There's a class war too? You're telling me that the rich are what?
So that's really unique.
What up the pucks? Glad to see you here. Thank you for finding your way over to this space. Everybody, shout out to Up the Pucks. He is a newer a newer member of my stream, and
I think
found us during the vertical shenanigans.
On top of that, we don't just have a single trigger like we did in 2022. People are out on the streets because they simply can't live a good life.
I mean, dude, did you guys hear that? I will say this. Inflation's at 47%.
They can't buy oil. They can't buy rice.
Yeah.
Money is not stable, and there's inflation. There's corruption. Women don't have rights. This is just like a storm of a situation.
It's almost like you're explaining what America's trying to do.
That's really unfolding.
Huh.
Joining me now is
again. At what point do we who's going to save us from our ethno-state?
Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, who sits on the Armed Services Committee. He's also a Marine Corps vet.
Jesus, AI, can you conjure me up a politician, please? Holy crap!
Who served 4 tours in Iraq. Congressman, the White House is saying that what the Iranian regime is saying publicly is, quote, quite
literally. All you had to type was vet congressman. Boom.
Different from the messages the administration is receiving privately. What do you think the administration should do? What do you think is possible for the U.S. to do here?
Well, I mean, first of all, we of course stand with the Iranian people, and we all hope that this regime gets toppled. But what we're really hoping for is a better regime. And so we've got to be very careful to ensure that whatever we do.
Yeah, it's almost like this is what happens when you create geopolitical instability.
Ostensibly to help the protesters.
So good at that.
Doesn't.
We're so back, baby.
Actually empower hardliners in
America. Yeah, no one coos like we do
in Iran.
And now we're cooing ourselves. Woo!
And therefore lead to an even worse regime than we have. There's a real risk there, and that's why we have to have a serious plan. We can't just go in guns a-blazing like the Trump administration likes to do and think that it will solve the problem.
What? You're telling me that going in there and just bombing these people isn't going to fix the problem? What? I thought they were problem-fixing bombs. That's what Trump said.
President Trump has said he's looking at what he calls very strong options that the U.S. could take against
i.e. bombs.
Iran. He's also said previously the U.S. getting involved doesn't mean boots on the ground. What
Yes, that means bombs.
kind of options do you
Oh my God, Anderson Cooper, are you that fucking stupid?
think the U.S. has?
Question. Answer.
Well, we have a very wide range of options. And if the president is talking about going in and bombing Iranian sites, I would ask him to very seriously consider other options that might do more to help the protesters and not actually turn some people against America. You know, anecdotally, we've heard that after the B-2 raid on not just the Iranian nuclear facilities, but on officials living in downtown Tehran, where there is historically a lot of pro-U.S. sentiment, that the Iranian people really were angry at the U.S., that sentiment turned against the U.S. in the wake of those attacks. On the other hand, we have cyber capabilities, for example, that could really serve to open up the internet, to empower the protesters, to encourage sentiment against the
Don't vaporize people. Okay, thanks.
regime. Those are the kinds of options that should really be on the
Do not
table
do that
here.
in our name.
And I'm a bit concerned that, knowing the track record of the Trump administration, they're just thinking of military options alone.
There have been obviously widespread protests in Iran before, most recently in 2022. Given the way that those were ended, cracked down, what happened to many protesters, public executions. First of all, the courage of these protesters is extraordinary given what happened just a few years ago.
It's extraordinarily courageous. And I mean, these are real modern day freedom fighters, much like the freedom fighters who are in Ukraine today, fighting for their freedom, their chance at democracy. So we want to do what we can to stand with them. And there's been plenty of criticism that the U.S. in the past has not done enough to topple the regime, to push, to get past the tipping point here. But we just have to be very carefully calibrated with our actions. And what we've seen in the most recent military adventure of this administration with Venezuela, they couldn't even decide what the justification was for going in. First it was fentanyl, then it was cocaine, then it was not regime change, then it was regime change, and then it was...
We're going to look back at history and just be like, what did we allow?
Oil.
How?
Even though the oil executives now say they don't even want to invest in Venezuelan oil. So clearly,
oh, hey, the Dow's down.
Clearly, the administration did not have a clear plan for Venezuela.
It's almost like threatening your head of the Fed is not exactly great for the economy.
Venezuela.
Oh, and then also threatening, sanctions on Iran.
And they don't have a plan for the day after. So let's make sure.
No, they never do.
That if we do anything in Iran.
This is what happens when you have a fucking guy with a high school brain running your military. Pete Hegseth, pretty sure that we're set. We definitely got our best there. All right. Now we're going to be moving on to the Keith Porter thing here. I want to make sure that this is covered properly. If you guys didn't hear about this, I'm not surprised, because Keith Porter was in his neighborhood celebrating New Year's Eve, and I will admit that this is kind of dumb. Don't do this. He went outside and started firing his gun in celebration, so an off-duty ICE officer decided to take it amongst himself to shoot him.
Tonight, strong emotions in Northridge at a vigil for 43-year-old Keith Porter. Authorities say he had been shooting gunshots in celebration outside of his apartment on New Year's Eve when an off-duty ICE agent responded and killed him.
Great.
Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf live tonight.
Oh, yeah. I know you guys didn't hear about this.
Where this all took place.
I had to search this out.
Matthew, what do you know?
Oh, Laura, there were more than 100 very emotional people here tonight. You can take
Keith Porter.
a look at the memorial that they left behind, all the candles and the signs and flowers, some now calling for an investigation. Say his name! Keith Porter! Say his name! Keith Porter! Grief and anger filling in Northridge Street at a vigil for 43-year-old Keith Porter.
He was a great black man. He was a girl dad.
Described as a father with 2 kids, Porter is accused of firing AR-15 bullets in the air outside this apartment last week to celebrate the new year before he was shot and killed.
I will say that's kind of dumb, but
by an off-duty,
again, not a reason to have an ICE officer just be like, what? Pow.
His only mistake was thinking that he was free enough to do it here. And to the people that think it was a stupid act, it's the same stupid act that many of us have done time and time again. New Year's Eve, celebratory. This is...
What?
Not
I'm sorry. No.
someone who was out to harm.
Listen, as a leftist who is like I'm a Second Amendment kind of leftist. You know, I'm not going to let them have all the pew-pews. And also, you know, I'm pretty proficient with one. And I will just say, no, that's stupid.
But according to an LAPD report,
God, the lack of respect for firearms in this country is insane. It's not, you know, unfathomable, but it's just insane.
Duty agent heard gunshots, confronted Porter, identified himself as law enforcement, and claims Porter shot towards him, prompting the agent to fire back, killing Porter.
Police lie, and it's disgusting the way in which they assassinate Black life.
Claiming that he had an AR-15 and was shooting bullets up in the air.
It's not the smartest thing to do if that is the case.
Everybody's kind of like,
but regardless, is that punishable by death?
No.
I don't think so. I think,
no, this capital punishment shit is insane.
you know, we have due process in this country.
Yeah. No, we don't. No, we don't. You know how they argue that immigrants don't have due process? That's just step one to make sure that we get comfortable with the fact that we don't have due process.
Department of Homeland
You got people out there that are already saying, why are you protesting? Don't you know what's going to happen?
Security tells Fox 11 the off-duty officer bravely responded to an active shooter situation at his apartment complex. In order to protect his life and that of others, he was forced to defensively...
Why is it everything they say is just... It literally comes across as bullshit.
Use his weapon.
It is our duty to fight for freedom.
While a crowd of people Sunday call for an independent investigation.
He was off duty. Protocol states he was supposed to stay in that house and call 911 if he thought that Keith was a danger to anyone else. But unlike him, Keith wasn't.
According to Black Lives Matter, they have a meeting tomorrow with the LA County District Attorney. This meeting sounds like it's pre-planned, but they do want to bring up this case. We're live in Northridge tonight. Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
Yeah, like I said, guys, that went beyond underreported. And did you not hear the bumper there at the end? Fox 11? Yeah, it was a Fox affiliate that actually had the coverage, by the way. Not CNN, not MS Now, none of them. Absolutely insane. All right, now I'm gonna pivot to what's going on with the protests and everything. But this is even crazier. So Ryan Grimm has been on a massive tear lately, and I got to give him some props. I gotta apologize because I may have said some unkind words on my stream about him just being, you know, as charismatic as a glass of spoiled milk. But, you know, not everybody can just like, you know, exude the Riz, but his work helps him in the Riz department. I'm going to say that much. Let's just also say and be honest here. Anytime it's him and Emily on Breaking Points, it's unwatchable. It's unwatchable. I cannot stand like just how like you have two people that have like negative as I said, negative Riz in their personality. You put them together and it is like the ultimate math equation where it's just like, oh no, now you have a double negative. I can't stop. I'm sorry. But as I said, I want to be kind here. Apparently he got into a weird back and forth on Twitter with JD Vance of all people. So let's take a look at what happened with Mr. Ryan Grimm here, who is on your left. And also shout out Drop Site News for doing some of the best coverage of just, again, everything going on around the world. And also I want to shout out Indivisible for putting the protests together this weekend. I think that they have been doing really, really good work. So, yeah.
This is the vice president. Now, imagine you are vice president of the United States And no offense, Ryan, but
I agree.
I don't think
even he's just like, yeah, that was a little wild.
that this would be how I'm spending my time personally. So anyway, Ryan said something I think is objectively correct. He said that the vice president was genuinely psychotic, innocent. He shot an unarmed woman twice through a side window and then called her an effing bitch, let her bleed out, and fled the scene. So this is in reaction to JD Vance,
exactly how it went,
completely venerating the ICE agent who called him innocent, who killed Renee Good. And JD Vance replies, these people, meaning you, are incapable of not lying about this. Side window, ? You can see the photos of the car with bullet holes. The shots came from the front of the car because that's where the officer was standing when he was hit by the car. He is allowed to discharge his weapon in self-defense. Ryan.
It's
your
interesting.
Response.
It's interesting to go through there and count the number of just falsehoods in it.
In his claim that you're lying, the number of lies, yes.
Like holes is a lie. There's only one hole. Bullets is a lie. Standing in front of the car is a lie, and that he's allowed to discharge his weapon in self-defense is generally true, but not in the circumstances that he put himself in. It was self-created risk.
Hit by the car does not appear to be true either.
And hit by the I would lost count of all the incorrect assertions.
I heard the crunch.
In that thing. If we can put up the photo next to show.
I'm just gonna do a little thing. Here, where can I?
If you really don't believe me,
I got nothing. That
you put up B23 here. So this is an image of. This is one of the frames.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Ow!
This is before he has fired his first shot. MJ kindly circled, in turn, MJ kindly circled the legs there. So for people who are confused, because it's hard because the fact that the other guy's silhouette is like blocking the other dude, this would be open and shut across the spectrum if that other guy wasn't there and you could see him. So now here, that's the smoke from the first shot that does hit the front windshield. But notice where his legs were.
And look where that shot is. Yeah. Okay, that is
It's all just flood the zone. If he lies enough, then we can't disprove them all, and it's all in time to save the narrative. Yeah, you know what?
Furthest corner of the windshield, which is not actually what you would hit if you were standing in front of the car.
Right, right. And so the fact that you can see his legs means that he was not in front of the car. If he was in front of the car, you wouldn't be able to see his legs. Yeah. Now, what started this was. JD Vance had said, quote, "What the press has done in lying about this innocent law enforcement officer is disgusting. You should all be ashamed of yourselves." And he said that in response to the video that came from the officer's phone, which we noticed early on. We're like, wait a minute, is that a phone in his hand? Like, is he actually?
Everybody keeps saying body cam. It's like, nope,
filming. Turns out he was filming. It was leaked to Alpha News, which is a publication that has has close contacts with police unions in Minnesota. And so, and then the fact that there was a coordinated, immediate response on the right to say this vindicates him, suggests that they really believe that. Like they put this footage out, and so we can roll this footage. This is the footage that JD Vance was responding to. So here he is. He gets out of his car.
Oh, by the way, nobody's talking about the dog.
Car here.
That poor fucking dog.
See the dog in the car.
You can see the dog in the car. He's circling around, and then he comes around the side. And I think this image right here is what the right was seizing on. They're like, look, she's a liberal. Look at her face. You can tell she's a liberal.
Yeah.
We told you she was a liberal. She deserved it. So now what he has here, he's gotten her license. So he has no reason to keep her at the scene or anything else. He now switches hands. He moves his phone from his right hand to his left hand. So now you see her turn to the right. You see that? You saw her. Now he shoots her, and then he calls her an F and B. So you saw her turning the wheel to the right. That means he saw her turning the wheel to the right. His feet are on the side of the car. He then shoots her once through the front windshield, twice through the side window. JD Vance sees that and just completely lost.
All right, so the dog survived and has been reunited with her partner.
Eyes about what's in it.
They seem to, I think you're
poor baby.
Correct, that the real thing that they find to be vindicating here is that these are liberal lesbian women.
Right.
And so
They're like, case closed.
for
Deserved
a
it.
rabid online movement, like the new right online edgelords, the fact that they look like they're liberal and they're lesbians means they deserved it.
Right.
And that is the real.
Oh, by the way, here, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to just pull this up real quick. Not on screen. It's on X. And by the way, you can follow me on X, at Pep Talks TV. I reposted this. Breaking. There is a Jonathan Ross who had a Grindr account, JRoss10410-4. Get it? That was deleted yesterday. He also purchased gay content from Snapchat creators. Probably the same guy. Probably. Unless there's another John Ross who just happened to delete his social media the day that this guy got outed. Interesting.
I think that is the primary point of the video. And you've got, the
allegedly
the one woman, her wife, Renee's wife,
again,
who's there sassing the officer, basically fat shaming him.
And he also had an immigrant wife from the Philippines.
Did they bleep out her saying that she was a veteran or something?
I don't know. And I think that's worth mentioning too, is like this, we have no way of knowing if this was edited in any way. Also,
you want to talk about the fetishization of immigrants and like how these guys think? Look no further.
To make this as favorable as possible.
Why do you think that he probably hates gay people too?
Possible for him. But then the other thing that they seized on is, at the end when he fires the shots, the phone kind of goes and they act like that's definitive that he gets hit, even though the video does not show that at all. And in fact, we have much clearer videos. We showed one on the show on Friday, and the New York Times did an analysis. Wall Street Journal did an analysis that found, no, he actually wasn't even grazed by the car. He was to the side of the car. He was not hit by the car. But because the phone kind of like goes crazy in that moment, he got hit. I saw he got hit and he got hit hard. This proves that conclusively. It's like, it literally doesn't. And it makes you feel like you're going crazy when you watch these videos. And it is so clear what is going on here. Like, she was trying to leave. Now, you may say she shouldn't have done that. It's also very clear she was receiving contradictory orders at that point. So it was impossible for her to comply. So in any case, you could say she didn't do the right thing by trying to leave the scene. Does that justify her getting shot in the face 3 times? We've seen now multiple videos of protesters who position themselves in front of ICE vehicles, including, you brought this up on the show, or actually Emily brought it up and then you were challenging her on it, Kat Abou-Ghazala, who's a congressional candidate in Chicago, where
her name is Kat Abou-Ghazala.
They're trying to prosecute her because she was part of a group that was trying to stand in front of an ICE vehicle, and they're getting pushed by that ICE vehicle. Okay, so by this logic, was her life in danger? Was she justified to, if she had a weapon, pull out and shoot the ICE agent driving the car in the face? Of course not. Like, anyone would look at that and say that's absolutely insane. Not to mention, it wouldn't even solve the problem, because the car would then keep going.
Right.
Now you have what I saw one law enforcement, I think retired law enforcement agent said this, then you have an unguided missile. Then that creates other safety. Imagine there's children playing this. Imagine there's other people around and you have now this car careening with a dead person at the wheel. So, the whole thing and the approach to it, the immediate tagging of her as a domestic terrorist, and the not just the defense of, but the veneration of this officer, and the comments from JD Vance that ICE agents have
mail order bride. That's what the theory is.
Absolute immunity. We are already seeing.
Yeah. The fact that he said absolute immunity, you had a bunch of cops just go, no.
Them sort of taking
qualified immunity might be something, but no, nobody has absolute immunity like that. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm running with that.
The last time that they played this game, I'm pretty sure that it was in the 1940s, and it was a certain, Hugo Boss wearing regiment.
I mean, the number of videos I've seen of them just randomly assaulting people. We had another shooting in Portland. We still don't know the details of that. 2 people were shot there. The government story is already not adding up with regards to the details that have come out there. So, the willingness to just completely deny reality is something that is very hard for me to grapple with.
Yeah, it's almost like, again, this is what other regimes do. And it's almost like this false narrative bullshit. It's like they've been preparing for this for years. Fake news. Everything I don't like is fake news, but everything I say is true. Everybody believe me.
It is. It's very tough. And Kristi Noem has really led the way in that with her initial press conference.
Absolute immunity is an illegal concept. Nope.
Where she, basically said, she implied that he was dragged by the car. Like
she said,
he got pinned under the car. That's what she keeps saying. She is saying that they were pushing it out of the fucking, like her narrative is that they were pushing this car and she drove up violently
just before we play this
and attacked him. And that's why he had to shoot.
Clip. She said one of the vehicles, the ICE vehicles, became stuck and ensnared in the snow. No sign of that in any of the videos we've seen. Law enforcement were attempting to push
it happened, then it happened way before that.
Not this vehicle. Have you seen any of that? No, we've seen no video of that. When a mob of agitators that were harassing them all day, again, we know she had just dropped her kid off at preschool or at school, began blocking them in, shouting at them, and impeding law enforcement operations. ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle of the individual in question who was blocking the officers. We saw her wave them by the way, roadway they could have gone by.
Yeah. And she said, I'm not even mad, dude.
And with her vehicle, and she'd been stalking, impeding their work.
Keep repeating that one, too. Like, that one hurts them. That one hurts everybody that's trying to, say that she was somehow violent. Is that portion of the video, because again, remember, that was released by the government. Like, they thought that was going to vindicate this officer.
Work all throughout.
No, it ended up showing us exactly what their intent was. I watched a cop break that down, and he even said, he was just like, listen, I'm not one to mince words here. It's like, no, this guy was blatantly in the wrong. And you can tell, like, through the intent, he's like, if this goes to court at all, they're going to be able to prove that his frame of mind was anger and revenge.
The day ICE agents repeatedly ordered her to get out of the car, and
they'll be able to also argue that it's like, no, she was calm.
To stop obstructing law enforcement. She refused to obey their commands. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. That's what she had said. And let's go ahead and play. So Jake Tapper.
And just real quick before you go to that. Because there's this debate about whether or not she was, quote unquote, stalking them, which doesn't change anything about whether or not it's justified in shooting her.
Right.
The shooting was at 9:35 a.m. And we know for sure they dropped the kid off at school. I don't know exactly when school started. Anybody who was watching this either has kids in school or has gone to school themselves. It's not that much before 9:35. Like, there's no even if it's one of these early starting schools at like 7:50 or something like that, that at most would give them 90 minutes to be following them around. But that doesn't remotely appear to be the case. Like,
yes,
it looks like a couple of minutes. Like, this was activism of opportunity. They're like coming home from dropping the kid off, and they see
this is
ICE
their
in the neighborhood.
Street. They live blocks away.
And so they're like, let's get out and like let's protest this. Like that, so that this is not like some like Antifa trained situation where they're like been stalking them all day long. Again, 9:35 a.m. is when this is happening. So yeah. So anyways,
by the way, it's perfectly legal to follow police. You can follow police. You can follow a police car as long as you obey all traffic laws and do not interfere with the officer's duties.
So Kristi Noem. Again,
so it's almost like, again, that one guy that the viral video of the dude in the Timberwolves hat that's just like, stop following us, stop following us.
Jake Tapper.
This is your last warning. Guess what? Yeah, they were totally following the law. So even if you tried to arrest them or detain them, again, just another lawsuit.
Why did you not?
That's one thing that a bunch of lawyers have been saying is like that this is going to clog the courts for years. Like they said into the 2030s, easily.
For an investigation before making your comments.
Oh, well, everything that I've said has been proven to be factual and the truth. This administration wants to operate in transparency. I have the responsibility as the Secretary of Homeland Security to know this information as soon as possible. Had just been in Minneapolis the day before, had already had conversations with officers on the ground and supervisors and knew the facts and decided that the department and the people of this country deserve to know the truth of the situation of what had unfolded in Minneapolis.
Well, with all due respect, Secretary, the first thing you said was Quote, what happened was our ICE officers were out in an
It said law enforcement, not just police.
enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow
Correct.
because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out
She knows that she's about to get called out her bullshit. Did you see that double blink?
their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and rammed them with her vehicle. That's not what happened. We all saw what.
That's not what happened. I mean, hey, glad that Jake Tapper finally took the Trump's dick out of his ass so he could finally report a little bit fairly.
Absolutely is what happened. Those officers had been out in enforcement action.
All due respect, which is
A
none.
vehicle had been stuck. They had come to help get that vehicle out. That's when this individual started blocking traffic for minutes and minutes.
You said that the
before
woman
this
attacked them and
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like you're trying to rewrite your narrative now.
surrounded them and attempted to run them over and ram them with their vehicle.
blocked the road for a long time and was yelling at them and impeding a federal law enforcement investigation.
She should have responded. I'm not so sure I agree with your police work there. It's so weird having a Fargo character as part of this whole thing. Like, what happened to the whole Northwest Nice thing, or
not with the puppy killer.
It's like, yeah, this is what happened.
Yeah,
like, that is what happened. Like,
we can see the video.
We saw it happen.
But, I mean, and that's the point. Is like I think it is the message they want to go out to all of America, and especially to ICE and CBP and all of these, federal agents in their kitted out gear who've been searched into various cities, is that we will make shit up on your behalf. We will completely lie. You can do whatever you want, and we will defend it in a like humiliating and embarrassing way, in a way that is completely disconnected.
I mean, she was more disappointed that the dog didn't die.
From reality. It doesn't matter if there's a video. It doesn't matter if people can see with their own eyes that something completely different happened. We will go to the mat for you, and we will lie on your behalf publicly and repeatedly.
Yeah, it's literally North Korea bullshit.
And I think, so...
And here we are condemning what's going on in Iran.
It's not an accident that this is the way they approach it. The other thing here is Tapper asked her, made a comparison between people who actually beat up police officers on January 6th and were pardoned by this president versus this woman. And
that's why they're not getting fired.
I think many people, myself
lockstep stuff
included, pointed out.
Also, but this is what's going to doom him is Trump's hubris, because Trump just came out today and a reporter asked about the $2,000 stimulus checks. And he even went, when did I say that? Like, guys, they can claim that we're doing hyperbole all they want. Realistically, if you have eyes and ears, you can tell that the dude's slipping.
Like, okay, so, you guys were very upset about.
But we're in full 1984. With this video specifically, they're telling you not to believe your lying ears and your lying eyes. Like, God, when I read that, I never thought we'd live it.
Ashley Babbitt, I think there's some actually justification to be upset about Ashley Babbitt. Would it have been justified for many other protesters, rioters on January 6th who have been killed by the cops there, who were actually getting beaten and violently threatened? Let's go ahead and take a listen to Tapper make that comparison with her.
Those are law.
Dang, dude, you good?
Law enforcement officers being physically attacked. By this standard, would any of those officers be justified in shooting and killing the people causing them physical harm?
Every single situation is going to rely on the situation those officers are on. That they know that when people are putting hands on them, when they are using weapons against them, when they are physically harming them, that they have the authority to arrest those individuals.
The president pardoned every single one of those people.
And make sure that they're getting justice for their actions going forward.
President Trump pardoned every single one of those people.
And every single one of these investigations
She's so mad.
comes in the full context of the situation on the ground. And that's one thing that President Trump has been so focused on, is making sure that when we're out there, we don't pick and choose which situation.
God, all that plastic surgery, all that makeup, and she's still out here looking like Edward James Olmos.
Are in which laws are enforced and which ones aren't. Every single one of them is being enforced under the Trump administration, and the clarity of the law stands. And if people don't like it, these members of Congress and elected officials should go change the law and make sure they have that debate and policy change.
I just showed you video of people attacking law enforcement officers. Undisputed proof, undisputed evidence. And I just said President Trump pardoned all of them. And you said that President Trump is enforcing all the laws equally. It's just not true. There's a different standard for law enforcement officials being attacked.
Damn it, Jake, you're supposed to just accept all my bullshit and just not question it. Don't you know how this works?
If they're being attacked by Trump supporters. We just saw that.
This individual and these instances and these investigations all have to be taken and done correctly in context of every situation that is happening on the ground.
I mean, the whole thing is just in-group versus out-group. And it's deeply un-American. And the idea is supposed to be, not that we've ever lived up to it, but there's one standard of justice for all, right? They don't accept that. They genuinely don't. And that's where you clued in on the video that they were so excited to share. What they wanted you to get is this is the out-group. So they deserved it.
Right.
Whereas January 6th rioters who were
gotcha, you're like a sociopath, not a normal adult.
Some of whom were actually assaulting police. Well, that's the in-group. So it's totally different. And, that's what Trump's pardon schemes, that's what that's about as well. Like, oh, well, they're on my team now. So, even though you may have been
a stands underneath my chair and he keeps hitting it.
Former president who actually was involved in narco trafficking, a quote unquote narco terrorist, since that's the term of art now, doesn't matter because you're on our team. So he
was a Bitcoin bro.
Yeah, you can do, you're close with Peter Thiel and whatever. So you can do whatever you want. And there is, he has said himself, like he claims the powers of the monarch, that the only limits to his power are his own morality is the quote. So they don't accept the idea that there should be one standard of justice. They want to rip that apart. They want to change that in the minds of the American public. And I think you have to say, with regard to their own base, they have accomplished that. Now, look, everybody is guilty on some level of hypocrisy. Right? There's a lot of tribal thinking and partisan brain. There's no doubt about that is, something that happens across the board. This is really something different in terms of the weaponization, the use of the federal government to try to
indeed. Everybody prepare for a double dose.
Codify and to
actually go and do a second hour here.
Realize a reality where all that matters is whether you're on the in-group or in the out-group. And, I don't think it'll work. I think people are disgusted by it.
Now y'all know.
And I'd actually be curious for your take on, how you think this is going, like for JD Vance and his presidential ambitions. But they've convinced themselves that this is a strong place politically to stand. I don't think, it couldn't be further from the truth. The abolish ICE, which used to be, sort of a fringe sentiment, is creeping up on a majoritarian position. And the overwhelming majority of Americans say that they use way too much force and they're out of control because they can.
You got people that supported ICE at the beginning that are now coming out and just being like, no, because I said this on my own, on my stream, where once they come into like neighborhoods and you start seeing like the tear gassing of kids and stuff like that, I don't care how much you support Trump. Once you feel the sting of the tear gas, you're going to change your mind and be like, well, this wasn't happening under Biden. Maybe things are a little bit worse.
See these videos and this is insane, right? I mean, as much criticism as I've had for local.
Also, I'm getting really sick of the disingenuous. So one thing that needs to be called out more are what I call the hiring class. The ones that, your average suburbanite that they need a deck built, or, that they're the ones who always go for like the cheap labor because you know how it goes. You know how these guys go. They're not going to hire like a Felco. I'm not sure if you guys have Felco, but it's like a Windows place that's like really big. They're never going to hire anybody that's, a big name. No, they're going to use the cheaper labor and they're going to, unironically exploit it. But then they're also going to do the thing like, oh, you know what? Yeah, man, I support Trump, but I don't think he should come after you, man. Even though it's like, are you legal? And if they say no, then it's like, yeah, well, then they got to reconcile. It's like, do they call ICE or do they finish their porch?
Local police officers, like you would never see them behaving in this completely, like just routinely in every situation, totally insane and illegal manner.
Yeah, I think it is JD Vance tying himself unnecessarily even. Like he didn't have to jump in here to the least popular elements of this version of Trumpism or MAGAism like that. So I think it's extremely damaging to him. I think clearly AOC.
I just realized that song is what most kids probably think 80s rap sounds like.
I think we'll be his opponent this time, but maybe 2032 more likely.
Like a weird flow.
You've seen her kind of say, like, the difference between me and JD Vance is I don't think that the American people should be shot in the face. Like, it's like, how did you wind up positioning yourself in defense of this guy, calling him innocent, saying he should be thanked for what he did, when the entire country like saw what he did?
Yeah.
And then they're saying, say thank you.
So, yeah, I think it's actually extraordinary.
You just got fed a spoonful of nails. Now say thank you, damn it.
Extraordinarily dangerous for him politically. Like, I think he
thought you were hungry.
And I think he recognizes that. I think he's a bit impulsive. He posts too much. But now he's out there.
Yeah, he's trying to be the new Trump. Guys, you do understand that MAGA knows they're cooked.
And I think that's why
I brought this up again on my stream yesterday, just about the insecurity of like MAGA, how like the only time that they really have like shown, like, again, with all the trolling, it's because they're so insecure. You don't go into the second year of controlling the government and still have that much angst unless you're insecure about something.
Why he's saying just completely false things, because he wants to establish, at least among the Republican base, a set of facts, which are that, I'm putting facts in quote here, and the facts he wants to establish are this guy was hit by the car, and that the bullets came through the front windshield. Like, he wants those quote unquote facts to be established. And then
this is the most interesting he's been.
He wants to show you that grainy sped up video that they've been circulating.
Yeah.
Which if that's all you saw, you'd be like, oh, it does kind of look like he gets bumped.
Right.
In that footage.
Right.
Then if you watch it in the regular speed and you watch it in context with the other video, you're like, oh, he didn't get hit.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think he really cares about what facts he establishes. I think he wants the like white nationalist groyper part of the base to forgive him for having an Indian wife. And and this is his
Which
attempt.
is not going to work.
It's not going to happen. This is his attempt to convince them that he's one of them. He's one of them, that he will go full fascist, that he's all in on the race war, that he will lie on behalf of the regime. Like, he wants to convince them that he is one of the good ones and he is not actually a race traitor. And, I don't think that is ever going to work out.
And this is how it's going to go. I've been saying this, like, for all the pick-me's out there that are just like, yeah, Latinos for Trump.
For him, but he doesn't seem to have figured that out. This next piece I think is important. Tom Homan, who, it's worth remembering, like, actually got his initial job in government under Obama, was where he was really elevated. Yeah. His initial reaction after this happened was kind of like the normal reaction you might expect, where he was like, we should have an investigation.
Right. Not going to say anything about this until the investigation plays out.
And Tom Homan is a disgusting psychopathic cretin. Okay. But even he was like, we should have an investigation and then we'll see. He has since...
He's Richard Potato Head.
...shifted his tone as he's picked up on what this administration, this regime expects him to do. He got asked about this question of...
Dictator, waka waka.
Do you think she's a domestic terrorist? Let's go ahead and take a listen to this, because I think this is an important piece.
Is anyone who protests ICE a domestic terrorist in the eyes of the administration?
I can't say that. It's a case-by-case basis. But, if you look up the definition of terrorism, is there violence? Is there threat of violence based on an ideology that wants to change the way the government does what we do?
This guy literally sounds like when I'm eating, some gobstoppers or something. Just, hold on, guys, I got to finish this. I got a jawbreaker.
Look up the definition of terrorism.
But was Secretary Noem correct to label her a domestic terrorist, Mr. Homan?
Look, we don't know what, I don't know what Secretary Noem knows and what I know. I can tell you.
God, that snaggletooth smells like halitosis. You know it.
It was what they did is illegal. And if you look up this definition of terrorism, it could fall within that definition. If you look at the definition of terrorism.
But you don't have evidence.
Pardon me?
You don't have evidence.
Does he actually have teeth? He's got like the bottom set. I'm pretty sure the top set's dentures.
I don't know what secretary has that I don't. I'm not going to judge what the secretary says. But if you look up the definition of terrorism, it certainly can fall within that.
So, Ryan, he says, if you look up the definition, and true enough, if you look up the definition as offered by this government, he's probably right. And he says something else that's like, she has an ideology that wants to change how we do what we do. Aren't we allowed to have an opinion about how the government, but in their opinion, they think no. And this is where Ken Klippenstein's reporting about NSPM7 comes in. they genuinely want to define any protesters, like anyone who does disagree with how they do what they do. They think that's illegitimate. They think we won the election. We get to do whatever the fuck we want. And you don't get to really.
Yeah. Why do you think that? Like, I'm not sure if you guys have been seeing this in troll comments. I've been seeing an influx of that. They've been coming in and saying, like, well, who won the election?
Say anything.
Like,
and if you do,
what does that have to do with anything?
do step out of line and.
By the way, guys, welcome to the second hour of PEPAGANDA. This is a rare situation, but yes, we will be continuing our coverage here.
Anyway, yeah, we think you should be put in this category of domestic terror. So I think in their minds, and according to the definition, which, you know, the definition of terrorism is sort of like always fake and made up, and extremely political, by their definition, they genuinely see her that way.
Well, they've...
I mean, honestly, this is a failure on the Biden administration for not labeling the January 6ers as domestic terrorists.
Some elements of
they wanted to play that game.
The administration have called the Democratic Party like domestic terrorists.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly right. They don't think that opposition is legitimate. Even the incredibly weak, barely existent opposition offered by the Democratic Party, they find that to be too much.
And what they have managed to do is create actual opposition. If you've been watching this show, you've noticed over the kind of first year of the Trump administration, and Trump himself even commented on this. He said, wow, I thought there'd be more opposition to me, but the opposition has basically just rolled over. And that was more or less the case, other than like Chris Van Hollen going down to El Salvador and a few like cases here and there. The party was just flat on its back, and so were a lot of.
It's almost like the Democrats wanted this.
Activist groups. Now
they don't have to do the hard work. They don't have to be the bad guy anymore. Stop telling us that we failed on Gaza, guys. This is Trump's problem. We're just let them fail so you can vote for us, and we're not going to do a single thing to actually garnish that vote.
Because of them constantly poking
or garner
this bear,
garner that vote.
People are actually starting to rise up. We can put up B7 here. So it's not just that people are now coming out in the streets of Minneapolis and confronting ICE wherever they find themselves. You know, they try to go to the bathroom at Target, and they just get yelled at the entire way in and the entire way out. They have lost.
I cannot get over the guy that has those dinosaurs in his yard.
All legit.
I thought, did you guys see the viral image of like right outside what happened? And there's an ICE officer standing kind of like with his gun, but he's like got it up like higher, and it's that another dinosaur and he's smashing a car right behind him. I thought it was an AI image.
Legitimacy within the cities where they're trying to operate, and now states, Democratic states, are trying to figure out different ways that they can set themselves up in an adversarial posture to ICE, and they're seeing that the polling is against ICE and with opposition to ICE. So the Trump,
it's almost like communities actually stand together.
Administration came in with the administration flat on its back and with public opinion on their side when it came to kind of.
This is also the nice part, because just remember the suburbs, they're all spread out. Those giant houses, they got, again, a single family in there. And this is what they hate about urban areas, where it's just like, no, that apartment complex has, you know, somewhere between 200 to 800 people all living in the same place. I have a feeling that they're going to kind of have a little bit of solidarity.
Biden's immigration policies. And because of Stephen Miller's need for these kinds of images, they have now kind of flipped the entire political table against them.
Yeah. Well, and I think that.
Yeah, except that's the thing. They are betting that people are just going to accept that kind of stuff as normal when you just said it. Nobody is.
Point about legitimacy is very important, because
well, not nobody. There is about 30% of the electorate that love this shit because, you know, they're not actual Americans.
If you talk to law enforcement officers, I mean, you will not be able to operate effectively. You have to have some consent from the local community. And that's actually what sanctuary city policies are about. Because the idea is, if there's no trust with local law enforcement, you know, in immigrant communities where you have a lot of mixed status families, where you have a significant number of undocumented immigrants, you're going to have more rampant crime, because people are not going to talk to the local cops about what's going on. They're not going to assist in investigations. And so that is part of the rationale. And there's there's studies that bear this out. It's a public safety rationale behind sanctuary city policies. But yeah, I mean, if you go into Minneapolis and everyone there hates your guts, and are chasing you around with whistles to alert everyone to you're in the neighborhood and this is what's going on, you're going to have a lot harder time actually operating. I mean, Obama.
I mean, do you think they ever have that? Are we the baddies? Like, do you think they're ever going to have that moment?
Earned his moniker to Porter in Chief. Did it in a much, I mean, I don't support it. I think he did also things that were cruel, although not anything approaching this level of just like mass thugs, jackbooted thugs in the street insanity with the largest law enforcement budget of anywhere of any time. But he was very efficient in what he was. He was actually much more effective, in particular at getting the quote unquote worst of the worst, which is what they're supposed to be going after, because they actually put investigatory resources towards focusing and prosecutorial resources towards focusing on criminals first and foremost and prioritizing them. So, you know, the goal here is not actually to sweep up the most number of immigrants possible. The goal is this show of force. And not just
yeah, it's to kind of get your brain trained to accept martial law.
Scare immigrants, to scare anyone who would oppose this government. That's what this is actually about. It's, you know, immigration is obviously part of it. And those are the people who are most in the sights of these mass thugs in the streets and of this administration in general. But, you know, when they're recording videos, all this surveillance, there's new reporting out about mass surveillance systems also in the context of this immigration sweep. That is not just targeted at immigrants. It's certainly not just.
No, they're going to protests and they're going down the line and they have like, it looks like they're just using their phones, right? But they got like a giant lens on it. That is tied to Palantir and it's like, it's sophisticated facial recognition. And the thing is, they don't even have to like freeze on you. They can go around like with the video thing and then it'll do it automatically. Yeah.
Just targeted undocumented immigrants.
And then it puts you on a list. You know how that works.
This is about all of us. This is about the way, the very quite.
I've been saying this for months now. If you got like, if you know somebody that's like, they lean left, but they refuse to like caucus and they refuse to even give DSA the time of day, tell them that they're already viewed as domestic terrorists because they do not support the regime. Just blanket. It's like, no, you guys are already like, they have already made you like lumped you in with us. So why not just vote accordingly?
Like radical and revolutionary, very
what do you have to fucking lose?
Negative sense in my
God, the status quo bullshit that everybody fights for. Like, there's a reason that Chuck Schumer is still in. There's a reason Hakeem Jeffries is still in.
Opinion way that they want this country to be.
Very similar to what happened with Mike Madigan here in Chicago, where it's just like, oh, look at their district. Look at the fact that it's like, no, it's literally, it's a small ass district, bunch of rich people, and they are all fucking like in together. Like it's the club mentality
in this country to operate. So when you put together the largest law enforcement agency by budget in history, with now Trump asking for a $1.5 trillion defense budget, I mean, you get the sense of they really want to concentrate taxpayer resources in a police, surveillance, and military state. That is the direction that they're pushing things in, and immigration is the pretext for the buildup of that capacity.
Right. And the other way that the federal government could have gone about this is to say that this may have been a crime and we're going to investigate it. The officer's going on leave. They have instead, squarely positioned themselves on the other side. You can put up B8, the Daily Mail, reporting that a bunch of masked ICE agents were photographed removing a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, and I don't know if we know if they're ICE or FBI. Yeah. I think the theory is that this is actually FBI removing a bunch of stuff from.
Yeah, but the fact that they're wearing masks.
Jonathan Ross's.
There's a reason that the federal government is scared of being identified.
House. He appears to have fled with his family. And
don't ever come back.
So, is this.
It's almost like that's what happens when you start going after community members. It's almost like, nah, buddy, you can go bunk with your friends here.
Evidence? Is it just his belongings that he wasn't able to grab? And they're,
Yeah, there's his, what do you call her? Anchor wife or whatever.
But the FBI has now.
His wife is probably captive.
Blocked.
Hopefully. No, honestly, I hate to say this. She knew what this guy was. Nah. See, that's where I mean the pick-me's. No, lump her in with the rest of them.
State and local.
Fucking no, I am over that. I used to have that sympathy in me, not anymore. You know what's going on, and you're complicit in it. Like, I don't know, being married to one of these jackasses.
officials from being involved in the investigation at all. And, you know, I don't think that they care that it is blatantly appears to be a cover up after everybody from the president down to, you know, the everybody involved has already said, no, he's innocent. Like there's no one, even if they hadn't done.
Same as, again, the Latinos that are literally on ice. I saw a picture of a dude that was in the Target one where a bunch of like fellow Mexicans just said, you do realize if you weren't wearing that vest that you would be on the other end of this, right?
I don't think anyone would have confidence.
And that was the point. It's like, yeah, that's why he did it.
That Kash Patel's FBI is going to do like a straightforward, bang up, unbiased job in any of this. But, you know, it's clear what
time for a divorce if they're married to these demons. The problem is it's like a mail order situation. So that requires them to even like to be married for 10 years.
Conclusion they have,
no matter what, it looks like she's getting deported.
Already made. They have no interest.
And if she isn't, then again, ask yourself why. Why? What makes her so special?
In actually gathering the facts. There are enough facts available, I think, to all of us already to see that this was, you know, this was not justified in any way. I mean, he put himself in front of that car.
Keep saying this. I don't see them going to Little Poland in Chicago.
Which in and of itself, that office is called officer created.
They're very proud of the fact that they are illegal.
Created jeopardy. Like you're trained not to do that. And yet not just with him.
It strips you of your defense.
And it strips you of your defense. That's exactly right. Not just
marital union for citizenship. It's ironic that they're trying to get rid of the 14th Amendment that protects that.
Just with him, but this seems to be a pattern in practice with ICE. And
like I said, fuck him.
And with CBP, going back years, there's a 2014 article that's circulating now about how they do this, how they put themselves in tension.
Want to sit here going and taking other people's fucking spouses while you have an anchor at home? Are you fucking kidding me?
In danger in order to justify.
Don't think so.
Using deadly force.
Yeah. And so we put up B9 here. This is, you know, the tensions are continuing to escalate. Here you have the guy pointing, you know, first he points his like riot control weapon at the person, and then pulls a gun out and puts it right in the person's face. Just utterly provocative in a way that, you know, seems designed to kind of increase tensions.
Yes.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more.
Funny enough, I was not going to cover that whole thing, but very, very good coverage again from Crystal and Ryan. I have to say that was one of the better summary videos that I've seen with this stuff. Oh, I just realized I instinctively put my music up. Whoa, what a cut. Yeah, no kidding. Damn you, Kyle. Well, speaking of Kyle, I got a follow up on this one. So let me get that up here. Quick Kyle Kulinski, if you guys do not know of Mr. Kyle Kulinski, husband of one Crystal Ball that we were just watching. So yeah, we have a little bit more in-depth reporting on the situation with the FBI there. So let's get this going and see what he's got to say about it.
All right, guys, we got to talk about this. There's a bunch of important updates when it comes to the ICE murder that happened in Minneapolis. So let's start with this. Jacqueline Sweet says, this is how the creator of the official GFM, so that is GoFundMe, for Jonathan Ross, per Liz Collins and Megyn Kelly, described it himself. Take a look. So Megyn Kelly retweeted this. Liz Collins posted it. This is the official fundraiser for the ICE officer. Please help if you can. Ready for this? Look at this. Clyde Emmons, this guy was the one who created it and posted it. The stupid cunts want to make a GoFundMe for the
apologies for the hard C word in this one.
Stupid bitch that got what she deserved. I made one. By the way, notice no commas, no periods, no punctuation, no nothing. She got what she deserved. I made one for the ICE officer that did his job. Let's get this man some money. So the official fundraiser made by a guy who's calling people who are against ICE murder stupid cunts, saying that the stupid bitch got what she deserved.
Oh, it's GoFundMe? That one can easily be taken down.
And you have fucking Megyn Kelly.
If it was the other funding site, I forgot which one, that is failing massively because of that one payout from that one lady that went and called a black kid, you know, the N-word.
Promoting a fundraiser, a guy whose only claim to fame is that he just committed murder.
Yeah, but the same people that donate to this shit complain about taxes being too high.
On live camera.
You waste money on taxes. Yeah.
That's all he's known for. Apparently, he was, in Iraq. He went to the Warner.
Man, Kyle, you gotta. I don't know, man. You're on camera.
Rat?
Maybe more solids, man.
There's also speculation he's got like a brown wife, I think a Filipino wife. So there's speculation that this is like some sort of mail order bride situation. By the way, funny how it works, right? All these like white supremacists who, secretly or not so secretly lust for minorities.
Yeah.
Kind of weird, isn't it?
And dick.
Kind of weird. So he dedicated his life to ruining the lives of black and brown people, but he married a brown person. Make that make sense. It's like all those, super anti-gay Christian Republicans who get caught sucking dick in a New Jersey Turnpike bathroom at 3 a.m., which has happened multiple times, by the way, right? So this is who Megyn Kelly is sharing the GoFundMe. Like, okay, this is how you know there's nothing but moral depravity on the right, because they can't even tell that, even if you think like, oh, this was self-defense. Let's say for argument's sake, you genuinely believe that, even though it's objectively not true. But let's say you believe that. Isn't the reasonable position to be like, well, damn, that sucks and that's heartbreaking, but he did kill a person, and so he should probably feel horrible the rest of his life, and he should live with a tremendous amount of guilt. And, maybe even so, he should get some time behind bars, some punishment, pay some restitution to the family, because even though I think he was maybe justified, still there's a precious human life that was lost here. Isn't that how you'd react if you're, I don't know, let's call it pro-life? But no.
But again, they don't have moral consistency. Are you surprised by this?
These assholes do over and over again. They put fucking George Zimmerman on a pedestal. This is the guy who murdered Trayvon Martin because he was holding some
he's homeless now.
Fucking Skittles, right? They did it with all the...
Yeah, they abandoned him pretty quickly, though. He's literally homeless right now and destitute.
All these fucking right-wing murderers who kill black or brown people or liberals or leftists, all the people who, by the way, are on video and they're...
By the way, I read an article from like USA Today that was just like, is this karma or is this going too far and should we feel bad for him? I'm like, that's karma.
Only claim to fame is that they...
I don't even believe in karma, but that's karma.
Screamed the N-word at a black person repeatedly, right? They somehow become celebrities on the right. They'll be invited to fucking CPAC, dog.
Yes,
they'll be invited to CPAC. They'll be invited to the RNC. Like, why the fuck do I know? What's the name of the guy? Fuck, I'm blanking on his name. Kyle Rittenhouse. I don't know how I could forget. He's got my fucking name, my first name, right? But that guy, that was another huge case. The guy ended up killing people. Right-wingers say...
I feel better now that he shares a name with somebody shitty too.
It was in self-defense. Left-wingers say, no, it wasn't. He was looking for a fight, right? But again, even if you believe the right-wing narrative, wouldn't you have...
Just when I thought that having, Charles Manson out there, that was always a bad comparison. But then Kirk got Kirk.
Have a little bit of humility, and wouldn't you have a little bit of reason and empathy and say... Well, I feel bad for the guy, but it was a horrible situation and a life was taken. So therefore, like, it is what it is. I think he should be free to go, but I'm not, we're not going to make him a hero. No, they literally made him a hero. They made him a hero. That shows you, I've been saying this all the time on my show lately, but I call it moral collapse.
Yeah, just remember how they react to anybody that's, a little pro what Luigi was doing.
This is the moral collapse of this country.
Just
and of
remember.
course, it's being led primarily by the fascists and the warmongers and the billionaires. These are the people who are ushering in this era of moral collapse. And nobody's more responsible than Trump, and nobody's more responsible than the pathetic little sycophantic right-wing pundits like Megyn Kelly, who's fucking useless. And so she hops onto the Trump bandwagon in order to try to maintain...
We have the same ring.
...maintain relevance.
Oh, fuck. I think we do.
And tells your audience of dumbass seals what they want to hear.
Funny.
They clap like fucking idiot seals at whatever garbage she's spewing on any given day. And here she is, sharing a GoFundMe for a guy whose only claim to fame is he just committed murder live on camera. Now, by the way, let me just point this out too. It appears billionaire Bill Ackman has donated $10,000 to a GoFundMe for Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent who killed Renee Good. Ackman has reposted the fundraiser, but hasn't posted about his own donation. Isn't that amazing? So motherfucker raised, at least as of when this person tweeted this, probably way more now. They raised...
Just remember, this is way less than what Renee has. But here, you know what? I'm going to put this off here, and we got a special guest coming on in. What up? What up?
Well, hello. Can you hear
Welcome.
me?
Yes, I can. You want to explain where you're at and what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm outside of the Motor City Casino right now, and I'm intending to let folks know that there's a Hitler inside the casino, the Epstein's Bessie there. just spreading awareness, because I think he's supposed to go door to door, knocking on the doors and saying, I touch kids, don't let kids around here. Maybe it's because it's a casino. I don't know.
Wait, so who's actually at the casino?
Weird. So Trump is he's at the casino. He's talking to the Detroit Economic Club, a bunch of ethnic traders who have invited him. And right now, we mostly just have Trump supporters here in the form of cops. Other than that, nobody seems to give. So, I've invited other folks to come stand with me, but it's just your old pal Jake at the moment.
Oh, well.
We're getting honks, though.
No, I was about to say, it sounds like you've already got, you got some people like, hey, all right. Well, I'm glad that you're out there. I mean, so you said
thank you so much for covering.
Oh, yeah, man. No, I got you. No, but especially when I heard you were protesting, I was just like, oh, man, I hope he does actually show up here. So you said that you invited other people. Like, did you use a community page, or is this something that you've had?
Yeah, I saw that there was other people that apparently had like a whole thing ready to go, and that might be on the other side of the casino. I assume they had it handled. Good lesson for the future.
Did you just park on that side? You're like, well, hold on, I might have to make my way across the building.
Oh no, I parked at the Detroit Economic Club, not Motor City Casino, which meant I had to run here, which my fat body is not was not happy about. But look, here's the thing. I did go to the general strike, the Michigan branch of the general strike. Some of those folks are coming down. I'm hoping to talk to them, but I didn't ask them if they want to be on camera, so we'll find out. Yet, the point I want to make with that, if you're not already in the general strike, this is the time for it. There is too many guns for us to outshoot, and they want us to be violent. So how do we achieve force without violence? Well, we use the workforce. That's you guys. So join the general strike. Be ready to go. If they come to your town, you have to be ready to do something about it. Just don't go to work. It's the easiest thing in the world.
I mean, unfortunately, if they threaten your livelihood, though, that's where it does suck. I mean, I'm trying to play devil's advocate here, even though we got one.
Life or livelihood
here.
You gotta. If you're, I've heard people recently talk about, you should show up to these things armed. You should, do all the things they try to trick us into doing. Exactly.
No.
I understand where that comes from, because we do need a response beyond just begging people to stop hurting us. We do need some type of demand or some type of negotiating chip, and it's gonna hurt you no matter what it is. But if you join the general strike, it's going to hurt you in a way you can survive. It's going to just be your job that you're talking about, and that, I know, it's your livelihood. But when you're talking about things you can sacrifice, that's something you can get back next month.
Well, hopefully. I mean, it depends. I mean, some people, if they're careered, you do got to be careful, especially if you're going through medical stuff.
Make the decision for yourself, but you don't just have to be the one who skips out on work. If you really can't, if you got a family that will suffer, for example, you can still help. Provide food, provide funds, provide a place to stay, really. If you got a friend who's striking, provide those resources you can. We're only aiming to get 11% of the workforce. If we can do that, even in a city-by-city basis, if we can do that, we can negotiate very, very effectively.
Remember that. How did that go?
How did what now?
So in November, they were talking about a general strike. Was that ever actually instituted, or are we kind of pushing that off to like a better date?
No, it was not instituted. What we're trying to do right now is build up power. So we're trying to get as many people as possible to agree to the strike, but we're also trying to get people to agree to grow food and can food and keep a bunch of food supplies. so that people that are striking, even if you cannot afford to strike, you can still feed people who are striking.
Hell yeah. Well,
all right. I think I'm going to link up with some more folks, but I don't want to put people on camera before they're ready. Can I call you back in a little bit?
Yes, you can. And yeah, if you got somebody out there, just you know what to do, and I will put you on.
All right. Thank you, brother.
All right. I'll catch you later. All right. There we go. Well, it's always good to catch up with our old pal Jake. It's awesome that he's out there, doing the work. He's like you said, he ran from a parking lot there too. We got to really appreciate that. I'm really excited to I hope he gets a interview there. Back to Pep at the station. Yeah, back to the station. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, we got an on the ground correspondent. Look at us. We're this close to being profesh. This close. All right. Well, I think that we're done with the Kyle Kulinski bit there. Yeah, I'm kind of done with that. All right, let's do this. I wanted to give you guys a little bit of an update on what's going on. Oh, hold on. Never mind. Almost jumped the gun there. Let me load this up. Rachel Maddow crushed it with this segment. I know that people are not a big fan of her in the mainstream media, blah, blah, blah. But realistically, you got to give credit where credit's due, especially when you got an ally like her doing the hard work. Especially at MS Now, that seems to be trying to play the centrist game. She is not capitulating. So this is pretty cool to see. Let's get the details on this.
Speaking of suing the Trump administration, the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois and the state of Minnesota and the cities of St. Paul and Minneapolis have all brought major lawsuits tonight against the Trump administration to try to stop the attack by Trump's federal agents on those states and those cities. Trump's attack on Minneapolis in particular has been absolutely chaotic and bizarre and totally incoherent, even more so in the wake of the killing of Renee Nicole Good last week by an ICE officer who last week shot her 3 times through her windshield and her open driver's side window. I mean, it's just been nuts in Minneapolis. In this one Minneapolis home, these totally out of control, heavily armed officers broke down the door and rammed their way inside as the homeowner demanded to see a warrant allowing them to enter. The Associated Press reporting tonight that those agents didn't have a warrant from a judge authorizing their forced entry.
I was reporting on that too, because they showed the warrant on the news. Now, don't ask me how, but when you see a warrant, it's pretty obvious because like at the top they'll have like the actual court that it was issued at, and they will have the judge's signature, and then they will also have another signature at the bottom. This one didn't have any of that at the top, so I was immediately like, "Hey, warrant."
Entry into a private residence, but they just did it anyway into a home with kids inside, apparently completely disregarding any.
Let's just say Pep doesn't trust cops.
Of the law.
Surprise.
This was today in Minneapolis as well. A man named Christian Molina, a U.S. citizen, was driving south on 36th Street in South Minneapolis. He says he inadvertently made eye contact with an ICE officer who was lurking in an alley watching cars go by. The ICE agent then chased him and literally rammed his car into Mr. Molina.
Yep.
Rammed his car.
And this is where people started collecting and just being like, what the fuck are you doing?
Into Mr. Molina's vehicle, into the rear driver's side of his car, and then demanded that Mr. Molina show his papers. Mr. Molina is a U.S. citizen.
Mm-hmm.
According to the Minneapolis Star.
Show me your papers.
Tribune.
Show me your papers.
I quote, as agents.
That's what we're living through. And I'm going to keep doing that impression every time now. It really needs to resonate because my mom used to make that joke where when I was a little kid, and this kind of goes to show like how we like where it was in the class in the American consciousness where when I was like, a little toddler, I'd be running up and down the hallway, being a little, pain in the ass. And my mom, she would put her arm out and she would stop me and she'd be like, show me your papers. And I'd be like, I don't have any. And she's like, off to jail for you, and throw me over her shoulder. Yeah, not as funny now that it's actually like, show me your papers. Otherwise, you may lose your life today.
Wanted Christian Molina. Dozens of community members came outside to disrupt.
Yeah, that's the America that I grew up in,
Disrupt them. The people who respond.
It's almost like, all these people that are outraged they kind of had a similar upbringing where we all learned how ludicrous it would be to have in America where that was a thing.
Under to that scene included a Minneapolis City Council member who told the paper that after Mr. Molina told the agents he knew his rights and that this was an illegal stop and he didn't need to show them anything, and after all those people poured into the street to support this guy, the agents, I kid you not, what did they do? They set off 2 tear gas canisters in the street and then ran away. That was their contribution to public order and safety in South Minneapolis today. Here's another standoff from this weekend. A woman in Minneapolis ordered DoorDash, and ICE apparently chased the woman doing the delivery for DoorDash.
Again, this is where you guys, I'm going to ask you to start giving Rachel Maddow a little bit of credit. As I said, having allies in mainstream media is rare now, especially now. I think that this is one of the, we thought the grass would be greener, like if there was like a shift or anything, but now we've seen just how bad it is, where CBS, CNN, like they're all pivoting right and becoming regime media. MS Now, as I said, is even them pivoting right means that they're going center, but having Rachel Maddow out here exposing this shit, on the nightly, I got to give credit to.
Chased her into the customer's home where she was dropping off the food because she works for DoorDash. The homeowner...
What's up, Luck Dragon? Good to see you, man.
In a fit of righteous rage, absolutely stood her ground and told ICE that they were not coming into her home to get this woman, that they needed a warrant to do it.
How's it going, Brad?
If they didn't
it's good to see you, man.
have that warrant, she was not letting them in, and she called the cops on them, and she called her neighbor.
I know you're missed over on the channel. You always got, you could always...
and her neighbors came out, and everybody was standing there blowing whistles and yelling at them, and eventually they left. And they drove away without the freaking DoorDash driver who they were trying to pursue like she was a...
Most important thing, did she get her food?
Osama bin Laden into the caves, right?
I'm kidding.
Right? They fled. They left. They drove away after terrorizing everyone in that home and on that block. Even today, an hour outside Minneapolis, in St. Cloud, Trump's agents, dozens of them, tried to muster some kind of military-style show of force at a mini-mall parking lot in St. Cloud, Minnesota. They were soon surrounded by hundreds of local residents telling them to get out. They were so overwhelmed with the way the neighborhood responded. Trump's agents got stuck there in the mini-mall parking lot. A Democratic state senator had to intervene to ask the crowd to please let the federal agents leave because they otherwise couldn't. Finally, after about an hour, people allowed these tough guy masked agents to turn tail and leave with their tails between their legs. This is how they're conducting themselves. They would appear to have absolutely no clue what they are doing. This is not what professional immigration law enforcement looks like. What this looks like is military-style weapons and gear given to masked, unbadged secret police who appear to have learned their tactics by playing video games about real wars and fantasizing about being scary to women. And if they think by what they're doing, they are attracting people to their cause.
She's cooking.
Or intimidating people into not turning out to protest against them, or into not turning out to watch what they're doing, to record what they're doing. Well, they're very seriously wrong about that. I mean, this is also today in Minneapolis. Local school kids in Minneapolis en masse walking out of their school to tell Trump's federal agents to leave them alone and get out of their town.
As I said, great coverage. Got to give her some credit there. And also just in general, like this is the stuff that is going to end up having an impact. And the high school one, that was another one. So let me bring Jake on here. Let me move this. All right, Jake, what do we got?
I found him. I was on the wrong side of the building. Yeah. I was out there for a good long time.
You found the one Trump supporter.
No, I mean, hey, the Trump supporters I was referring to was just the wave of cops that had no choice but to be there. I don't actually want to sully their reputation. No, I saw zero Trump supporters. A lot of people that seem to agree that this guy is a child diddler, which I'm glad to see has not gone unnoticed.
I will join the test in a I feel like I'm joining. All right, so what's the general consensus there? What's everybody protesting as far as the is it kind of all over the place? Is it the stuff in Minnesota, or are we up?
Oh my God. Well, basically all of it. There's a smattering of signs. I mean, you can take your pick. We definitely have people acknowledging that he is a fat-ass pedo. If you can see in the background, somebody says 86, the fat-ass pedo. Now, I don't like the body shaming, but, the kid diddling, I do think is accurate to point out. We got somebody saying that Kristi Noem is a bird-legged hoe. Again, with the body shaming, but it is accurate. I mean,
it is.
But the general sentiment seems to be that people have a right to exist, that our government is a sham, Trump is a diddler, and we hate ICE because they suck. They're horrible creatures that have been they've crawled up out of America's gutter and are shaming us all. So, doing what we can, apparently.
Can you give us a little shot on the crowd? Let's see. How many people would you kind of estimate that are there?
Oh, a couple of hundred. I mean, it's not a giant thing, but I'll tell you, if you're driving by, it's impossible to think that the people of Detroit support Trump, and I'm delighted by that. Frankly, we've been as a country shamed, and all we can do is try to regain our honor on a town by town basis. And I'm proud as hell of Detroit and Detroiters.
All right. Well, I guess I could give Detroit this one.
Thank you. That's very big of you.
It is. Trust me. That was actually almost painful to say. All right. Do you have anybody that has agreed to come on cam, or are you just kind of going to walk through just a little?
You know what? If you could take me off screen for a little bit, I'll go ask people. I'm sure somebody would want to talk to our audience.
Yeah, totally. I can fill this with a quick little thing that I can jump out of at any time. So,
awesome.
All right. Yeah, I will see you in a bit.
Cool.
Our man Jake on the street. We will bring him back when he has someone that wants to be on cam and be on stream here. Like I said, I will bring this up real quick. Yeah, this is one that we can get out of. What is this called? Sorry, guys. It took me a second. There we go.
It has been more than 3 weeks since the Justice Department missed the deadline to release all of the files.
This is the important thing. Let's get back to the Epstein coverage.
Related to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, as required by law. Not a suggestion, by law.
This space with exclusive on-the-ground reporting. It is.
The two House members who led the push to unseal those documents, Republican
on-the-ground correspondent Jake
Massey and Democrat Ro Khanna asked.
Let's see. Can I do it? Draugelis.
A federal judge to step in and appoint a special master to ensure all the documents are released. The request comes after the DOJ revealed earlier in the week that it had only publicly posted about 12,000 documents, but still have more than 2 million to review, meaning they have released less than 1% of the file so far. I don't know if you're good at math. That's basically nothing. And all the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee are demanding the Republican.
Yeah, Jake, real quick, if you can hear me, just give a thumbs up whenever you're ready to go.
Oversight Chairman James Comer hold a hearing and force Attorney General Pam Bondi to testify about
it messed with my audio again?
The DOJ's actions or inactions in releasing the Epstein files. Quote, the department's actions and public statements relating to the Epstein files have been conspicuously inconsistent, evasive, deficient, and misleading, heightening suspicions.
Is it too high?
That DOJ is covering up details of Epstein's crimes in fealty to the White House. Joining us now is the top Democrat on that committee, House Oversight Committee, Congressman Robert Garcia. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us on set this morning.
All right, it looks like we're ready to go.
Is it live?
All
Yes,
right.
it is.
Oh, it's live. I've never had
And we're just going to stand awkwardly close, and I'll speak to questions. Well, hi there. I'll take it. Thank you, sir. We are live. Hi there, Pep. How you doing?
I'm ready to go. Who do you have here?
Well, I've got M here, and she's talking about an initiative that I think everybody, actually on both sides of the aisle, should take an interest in, and that's getting big money out of politics. M, how are you?
I'm doing great.
So why are you here today?
I'm here to collect signatures and find volunteers to join us in our fight to get money out of politics. We have a ballot initiative called Michiganders for Money Out of Politics. we're trying to get enough signatures to get this on the ballot this year in 2026.
Now, how is this going to get big money out of politics?
Yeah, so this would make it illegal for certain corporations to contribute political spending. Right now, it's perfectly legal for many corporations to pay off politicians. Bribes are legal. This would make it illegal for regulated monopoly utilities such as BT Consumers Energy from contributing any political spending to the political parties or politicians that impact them, like the Attorney General, the Governor, those who regulate them, and so on. And then also any corporation with a government contract over $250,000, so that's all the health insurance companies and AT&T and some others, also wouldn't be able to contribute political spending once this passes.
So if a company gets money from the government, they can't then turn around, if this passes, they couldn't then turn around and influence the way the government gives out future money in an endless loop.
Exactly. We're trying to get rid of that conflict of interest. Because of Citizens United, we can't ban all corporations from political spending, but when there's a conflict, they have this contract with the government, and it's a certain amount, like I said, that $250K. It's not all the little guys, it's not everyone, but we want to, limit the conflict of interest where we can, that quid pro quo.
Excellent. How many signatures do you need to get this on the ballot?
We need just under 400,000 ballot signatures in the next couple of months.
Ooh, pep talks. Do you have any questions for Emily? I can relate. Son of a gun, I can relate this.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, is this just a Detroit thing, or is this a national kind of movement that she's kind of trying to institute here?
Is this just a Michigan, a Detroit thing, or is this a national movement that other states can get involved in?
So at this point, it is a statewide ballot initiative, so anyone in the state of Michigan can sign the petition. However, we are having people from all around the country come in and help us collect signatures. As long as someone is an adult in another state and some other criteria, they can help us collect signatures. And I am happy to help people start this in their own state. I'm the one that helped form this coalition a couple of years ago when it was just legislation for his ballot initiative, and anyone in any state can do this. There's actually similar legislation in 15 different states, but nothing quite as strong. We took the strongest parts that have been upheld in court from each state to draft the strongest legislation in the country, and we'll help you do the same.
Well, much appreciated. If people want to support you, is there a website they can go to?
Yes, go to mopupmichigan.org to donate, sign up to volunteer, endorse us, or help in other ways.
Well, thank you to Emma or M or possibly Marjorie. I should have asked before the interview, but thank you so much for getting down here.
Thank you.
All right, gang. I'll still be around if I have more interviews. I'll let you know, sir.
Okay, that was great. And also, let's see. Do we have any more questions? All right, I'm gonna play this, and I should have more questions for you on the way in.
Okay, cool.
All right, cool. I didn't want to let him go and just be like, oh, wait, oh, crap, I forgot that question. No, that was a great interview. mopupmichigan.org. Also, commendable as hell. And I like the fact that it is something that you can just get anybody on any political aisle to kind of go, yeah, you know what? That is good. Let's get this money out of politics. We know what this is doing to us. We'll go back to the Epstein thing for a second here. And if you guys in chat, I want to kind of get your help here. If you guys have any questions that are pretty good for like the protest, where, I mean, we'll see if the person that he gets is good for the questions. But feel free to participate. If you are interested and from another state, you can also ask for help to get started in your state. Yes. That was the big one that I could see. You know what? I'm going to try and figure out if we have anything like that in Chicago right now. Let me add this to the stage. Let's see. There we go.
You know, Congressman Robert Garcia. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us on set this morning. You know, there's the question of the special master, but there's also the question, I've talked to some legal experts on this, that you guys, the Congress could just sue the administration, right? Mm-hmm. You could take the DOJ to court and say to a judge,
The special master is a good call, though.
They are breaking the law. Make them follow.
Because remember, like, Trump he set a precedent with this with Comey.
The law.
So.
Instead of a special master, which, seems unlikely, but have an actual lawsuit. Why would Republicans be on board with that? And why
Community involvement is wrapping up. Just remember, it's Tuesday, and Jake is out here at a protest.
So it hasn't happened yet because we'd actually have to have a majority of the House on board for the lawsuit. And so a lawsuit from the House actually has to be first really pushed by the majority or a majority of members. And so we would need support from Republicans to actually get that lawsuit.
Well, all of them but one signed.
Right. Still, that was an action they were forced to do. And so the legal action from the House is absolutely on the table, but so is legal action from outside groups. So there are a bunch of groups right now that are looking at the best way of approaching this. Getting a federal judge.
Ask what one thing the interviewees would like others to know. Thank you for that. See, this is why I love y'all.
Of course,
that's
our
a good
committee is doing is a good step and approach. And we've been planning kind of what this rollout on the legal front has been for a while. Right now, the fact that 99% of the Epstein files have not been released to the public from the DOJ is crazy. Yeah. Especially when you think about what's already been, of course, released. I mean, there's been some
it's like 99.2
significant information that's come out to the public. And so this is incredible. I mean, the American public should be just pissed that the DOJ is defying the will of not just Congress, but of the public. The public wants the files released.
Yeah.
And you did have, though, a small victory this week, and along with the Oversight Committee, in succeeding to issue more subpoenas. That obviously requires the cooperation of James Comer, who has to sign off on the subpoenas. They're going to go to the longtime friend and client of Jeffrey Epstein, Les Wexner. He's the former CEO of Victoria's Secret, and Epstein managed his personal finances. There's some really excellent reporting about how inextricably entwined their fortunes were. I'm wondering what you hope to get from that, and also if you can make a little news here, who else you're planning on subpoenaing. I mean, there's a host of other names. Alan Dershowitz, there's Jean-Luc Brunel, there's a number of former personal assistants.
There's Donald Trump.
I imagine
Bill
that
Clinton.
lower profile names might be amenable to
She skated over that. I'm glad that he called her on that one.
Comer signing on to subpoenas for them as well.
Absolutely. We have a long list of subpoenas, a long list of folks that we want to actually, of course, talk to.
Who are the next people on those lists?
Yeah, well, let me first get to Les Wexner. This is really important. So Les Wexner is critical. I mean, this is a billionaire benefactor. A few people were involved with finances more than him. And he, of course, led Victoria's Secret, was very involved, essentially paid for much of Epstein's fortune. And we also did a subpoena in that same exact meeting with both Epstein's former lawyer and accountant, the two heads of the Epstein estate. So those three individuals, the reason we subpoenaed them is because the survivors have mentioned their names to us more than any other names. In fact, after the Wexner subpoena vote, I got multiple messages from survivors saying thank you. And remember, Wexner was listed as someone that actually, by Virginia Giuffre, where abuse was happening.
Again, guys, I know this is uncomfortable to bring up, but the Victoria's Secret connection here, that is huge. You do understand that, and we all grew up with the fashion show and all that bullshit. You have to understand that they were using that as a recruitment tool to bring these girls to Epstein.
At his home, and another of the survivors actually
these modeling agencies, all of it. You have to trust me, I get it. One of my ex-partners was she was a model, and she informed me that this was very, very prevalent in the industry. So
he mentioned that he actually also did the abuse. And so, look, we want to find out what
happened
there.
New interview.
For
Let's
people in the future.
Prosecutors ever identify him as a co-conspirator?
So that is one of the problems, is we don't know because we don't have the access to the files. And we don't know who made the decision to not go after either whether it's Mr. Wexner or other folks. As far as folks in the future, I want Jeffrey Epstein's pilot in front of the committee. I want Jeffrey Epstein's assistants in front of the committee. And so there's a lot of folks that we are pushing. We have been pushing Comer, particularly on Wexner and both Daniel and
the whole modeling industry is built on funneling young women to old wealthy men. Why do you think that Sagar and Jetty was freaking out about how they were giving OF models the golden card and how that was the what they're bringing in? Wonder why that would be.
Richard, who are the two heads of the Epstein estate. Yeah. We've been pushing to get those names. We finally got them. Quite frankly, because Representative Luna on the other side worked with me. We cut a deal. We moved it forward. We got some Republicans to vote with us.
On this issue of holding DOJ accountable for not following the law, here's Thomas Massey, Congressman Massey, on Tuesday, where he claims that Trump officials could face criminal prosecution over the Epstein files. Watch this.
Typically, like with contempt, you might refer that to the DOJ, and then the DOJ never prosecutes itself. And then the problem goes away at the end of the Congress because it's contempt because they're not in compliance with the congressional subpoena, which expires at the end of Congress. This law does not expire at the end of Congress. And so they've got a real problem. The contempt that the Congress refers, they could be in jeopardy of that even after this Congress.
Okay, Congressman Garcia, I wanted to play that because in a rational world, in a real world where you have officials playing by the rules, yeah, they should be afraid. But we're talking about the Trump administration, where they have shown basically from the moment he took the oath of office, that they...
We going back to our correspondent on the ground. Let's go.
Well, hello, sir. I got somebody here with a phenomenal shirt. If you could show the folks an update on a classic American moment. I too share that dream. I was just wondering, what brought you out here today?
Yesterday at lunch, I saw Trump picture on the news.
Fair. That's as good a reason as any. So why is it your dream involves Trump getting arrested?
Well, the shirt was from my mom. It was a present for my birthday.
Birthday.
I mean, I got lots of
Happy
protest
birthday.
shirts. Yeah, well, it was back in September. But,
Belated then.
yeah.
So in terms of criminality, we have never had a U.S. president actually face consequences for their actions. Do you think this might be the era where we finally see it happen?
No. No, he won't see any. We won't see any justice in those places.
So then why is it important that people come out anyway?
To remain sane. You got to know that there are other people out there with a little bit of sensibility. And this is the only way I can keep saying it.
My friend, it's having the effect that you were hoping for. Honestly, when I first came out here, I didn't think anybody else was here. A little part of me died, and it is back seeing y'all. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Glad to be here. This was the best one I've been to yet.
Heck
Summer
yeah.
guy was great.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Can you ask him what he would want others to know if he has the opportunity right now? What would he like other people in the country to know?
I got a question from our anchor here. What would you like other people in the country to know about how Michiganders feel, about how you feel, about how the world is right now?
Well, nothing's going to change unless the people who voted for this guy change. So whatever you can do to get to someone that you know that might be changeable, get in their ear. That's my only advice.
I think that's fantastic advice. Thank you. Great question, Pep. Excellent job, sir. I appreciate it. We're trying to keep names and identities pretty well concealed, but I have a feeling you'll see that face again because he's too well spoken not to be a leader, I think.
Well, it sounds like he goes out to these things pretty consistently.
Yeah. Good man. He's a patriot.
So how many of these protests have there been? Like, how did you find this one, Jake?
I mean, it's constant in Michigan. There's something somewhere all the time since ICE, basically since Minneapolis. You just pick a day, pick a place, and there will be something there. And you know what? If there's not, I mean, usually it's not like this. Usually it's a group of 3 or 4 people standing around saying, "Fuck this guy." But it's got to start somewhere. So be that in your state, in your area. If only you're going to be one person holding up a sign that is glib and to the point, it's worth it because passivity is what they want above all else. Passivity or violence.
What's your opinion on making a sign that kind of pokes fun at Trump or ICE?
I mean, yeah, that's part of the culture. You gotta you gotta keep it. It's gotta stick in people's minds to some degree, and comedy is a great way to do that. But you can go. This lady past me right now has one that says "No illegal war." There's no joke there. That if I could, yeah, there you go. There's no joke there. There doesn't need to be. Just state whatever you feel. Put something on a sign, even if it's just print out the picture of Trump and Epstein standing together. Put a quote that says "No new wars," and then Venezuela and all the places he's invading. Just don't be present.
Yeah, I mean, Iran looks like it's ramping up already. Like I'm looking at live updates as we go. So they're saying that over 2K, like I guess 2,000 protesters were shot.
Oh my word!
Yeah.
I mean, the irony in Trump using that as an excuse after having just killed an innocent.
Yep. I actually made that point that we no longer have the high ground on this one. Like we grew up in an America that we used to feel that way. We're like, we're better than this. We're American. Yeah. Now this is the first time I feel like I'm like, I got nothing to say. My country's just as bad.
Yeah. It's a great opportunity for us to highlight why it's bad. Right. So, like, every time, yes, you dummy Trump, go away. I love it. Yes, ma'am. Look, it's every time there is a scandal, every time there's a contradiction, we will gain strength if we just talk about the principle. Why is it bad to shoot somebody who disagrees with you? Why is it bad to use violence when somebody else is using words? When we do that, we don't have to worry about, is our country justified in this, that, or whatever. Our principles aren't hypocritical just because our country is, you know?
Right. I heard somebody speaking in the background. Do they have speakers going on, or is that just one person?
It's one guy leading a series of chants. I think this is the organizer. I think it's the organizer. It's just somebody leading chants, and good for them.
Hey.
I hope all the gamblers, one of which I will be in about an hour, hear this. I mean, look, I can't pass a casino without taking a whack at it. I do have to give the man my money.
Well, don't spend too much. You know how it goes.
Well, you know, I'll try my best. I don't have too much to spend, but I will say a lot of folks bet everything on 47, and I think we are able in this term to show them that they have been placing their faith in the wrong folks. I think what that last guy said was so correct. Like, this stuff does not change unless we wake up half of the country. And that's really what if you're watching this stuff and getting informed, that information does nothing if you don't do something with it.
Yep.
So I would say to you, our job is to pick at least one other person and make sure they know, not that they need to be voting for our guys, but that Trump does not have their interests in mind. And if it's half the country and everybody takes one person, that's all we got to do.
Well, I'm also glad that he kind of said, like, the reason that he's out there is just to get more people informed and, you know, and to stay sane. Because I've had this argument a lot recently in the last 2 weeks about, like, what's the point of protesting? Does this really move the needle? And, you know, the sense of community is huge. Like, not feeling like you're alone in this is huge. And that, you know, it's good for your mental health, their mental health, and in general, it's, you know, you guys are doing the hard work. Like what you're doing right now, this is it. Like I hope that you end up making some contacts in this too. Like this is.
Well, I'm gonna. Those folks trying to get big money out of politics, I am going to sign up with them because I think they're going to need a speaker to go to right-wing places. I would like to be that guy. But you're 100% right. This is not just, so it is what that guy said. It is a show of support for, you know, the people that are suffering now, to show that we don't agree with what our government is doing. But also, it is a place to meet people who are actually doing stuff and can show you what to do. So we can actually accomplish political change here.
I was going to ask, is any of like the political parties there, or like DSA representatives or any of that, or?
There was a Socialist Party representative here. Stand by while I fiddle with my back pocket. Let's see here. The Socialist Equality Party is here. So good for them.
I've never
What
heard
that
of the
is.
Socialist Equality Party, but I mean, it's got socialism in there. Let's see.
I mean, folks using socialism have a mixed track record, but yes, if they truly do believe in socialist policies, I could get on board.
It's American Trotskyist political party.
Ooh. Well, look, the hell with them. As long as they're not Democrat or Republican, I'm a supporter by default.
All right. Well, if we got anybody,
brother.
Yeah, what are you thinking? You got anybody else, or are you heading to the casino?
Oh, I'm gonna make some offline contacts, but I cannot thank you enough for jumping in like you did.
Oh, dude, you know I got you. But I appreciate you being out there, man. Everybody thank our ground correspondent, Drake Draugelis. We will catch up with you later, sir, and we appreciate your coverage.
See you, buddy.
Later. Oh, man. I love it here. Yeah, well, all right, folks. That will conclude the second hour of PEPAGANDA. And yeah, actually, it was a little mixed PEPAGANDA with what you can do. And that was truly a what you can do episode. That was badass. Jake panning the scene. Yes, man, I'm still psyched about this. So, all right, folks. That will wrap up PEPAGANDA, but I hope you guys are ready for some more fun content on this space. I know that we have an awesome interview from Mr. Letterhack with one Kowalski from Nebraska. So stick around and you guys will be able to see that. And like I said, stick around just in general. This space is awesome. You know what? You guys should be here all the time, unless you are checking out my channel at 4 p.m. Central over on Pep Talks and watching my stream later. That's forgivable. So, all right, folks, I will catch you on the next one. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
And welcome. I am the Letterhack, and with me now is Twitch streamer and co-host of the long-running radio show and podcast Good Morning Comrade, which you can hear on 102.3 WHIV New Orleans. Please welcome Lumencast. Hey, my friend, thank you for being here. We talk about your show a lot behind the scenes. We not only is it like refreshing commentary, like, okay, no shade toward Jeff, your co-host on Good Morning Comrade, but it is such a delight to hear you talk about stuff on your own. It feels very fresh, and it feels like more than just, what everyone else is saying. It's so I just want to say thank you for being original and for being a contributor and for being like the guy you are.
Well, I mean, I get that. I get exactly what you're saying, but with Jeff, like, as far as I would say the same, I mean, keep it $1.50. I would say the same. I would say that's a great analysis. Like, Jeff and I have very different perspectives on things, but like the thing about Jeff is that I've described myself this. I'm just like a dark cloud. I am the bird box like monster that just like makes people look and just goes look at it. Like, you have to look at it. You can't. To give you an example of this, I'm with my Trump voting mother, and in Cincinnati has a great museum/train station. But just to keep it brief, she goes, I've always wanted to like take a train, somewhere, but it's so expensive and it's so slow. And I go, do you want to talk about this, or do you want us to not ruin Christmas? And she's like, I don't want to talk about it. And I go, you're going to hear about it anyway. Let's talk about why the United States rail system is hot garbage. And it's because of capitalism. And like, blah, blah, blah. I'm just that person. So what Jeff does is he keeps me in check. Like, Jeff has revolutionary optimism to where I'm just like, I'm ready to just pack it up. So we work in a tandem like that. And yeah, for me to go on for an hour, 2 hours, whatever, and you get to hear like me doom and gloom it, okay, fine. I could see how that's entertaining, and I really do appreciate it. But
I don't think it's doom and gloom.
Really?
I don't think it's doom and gloom. We have to be real with people, and we have to speak from experience. And anytime you talk about things that involves your military background, I'm all ears, because we need people with that experience, especially now, like now more than ever. And let me ask, do you get this? My family, when I get together with my family, they go, can I ask you a question about politics without this long drawn out answer? And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, because otherwise I'm just going to sound like I'm very cynical and angry. But if you allow me to elaborate, I can give you solutions. I don't know if we should just be doing like, the rage stuff without some hope and some solutions. And so I think that's what they mean by like, you're going to confuse me with the long drawn out answer. But do you get that? Do people ask you for just a nice, easy?
I do. And yeah. And I mean, I understand what you're saying about like, so for those who don't know, I was in the United States Marine Corps from the years of 99 to 03, British through, 9/11. And I was also, till not that long ago, I would say maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I was also a cop. I was a sheriff's deputy for the county. We call it a parish here, but the county of New Orleans, right? Orleans Parish. One of the worst places. Not like crime or anything, but just that sheriff's department, absolute mess. But people be like, well, the two reactions I get from that is from leftists. They'll say, why would you do that? And I would say, well, let me ask you a question. I'll answer your question with a question. What in American society would tell a liberal thinking young man that that's not the thing to do? And so I'm like, okay, I kind of get it. And selfishly, I would say, but that doesn't mean you can't please. Like, I am very argumentative. My default setting is argue. But that doesn't mean I'm arguing with you. That means I'm like, and I have to be really clear about it because it turns a lot of people off. But what it means is I'm spitting an idea out. And if you can defeat the idea and that I'm bouncing off, please, I am open to new information. I am ready to be wrong all the time. I say this all the time with Jeff. I go on Good Morning Comrade. I am the leftist who is tired of being right. I'm tired of being right all the time. I'd like to be wrong once. It would feel great. But with that being said, don't put too much, and not just you, but just the left in general. Like, don't do what the right does, is troop worship and cop worship and all that. Don't put stock into that. If you think I'm wrong, like, tell me to F off. Like, just because I did a thing does not give me any more bona fides than you do. Now, I might have a different perspective about things, and I might know how some things work more than you do on certain things, but I don't know everything. But what it does do is I am, again, going back to my family, Thanksgiving, Christmas, or whatever, I am your holiday's worst nightmare. I am everything, because it's like anytime they try to come at you with thought like the right wingers I'm talking about now, Trump voters, right wingers, even liberals with thought terminators or, are things just to shut you down that you don't know anything. You're just a crazy commie or something. I've got this great Uno reverse card of United States Marine Corps veteran, state of Louisiana peace officer that I can whip out at any time. And I'm like, now, according to your own logic that I don't even agree with about troop worship and cop worship, now my opinion matters more than yours. And now you have to listen to it. And I love that. That's the only things that honestly came any good out of that, is I can put that out there, and it shuts down any kind of thought termination of you're just some idiot commie that doesn't know how the world works. To give you, I talk about this all the time on Good Morning Comrade, to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. Just for an example, people say, oh, Zoran Mondami wants to do city-run grocery stores in New York. He wants to do, 4? That's crazy. That's pie in the sky. That can never happen. My retort to that immediately is the United States government doesn't do city-run grocery stores. We do federally run grocery stores right now. They're called military exchanges. Oh, we can't do Medicare for all. The United States government does Medicare for all right now. It's called TRICARE. Why do you think you as a United States citizen have to sign away your constitutional rights? Because that's what you do when you join the military. You're on the Constitution. You're on the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Why do you think you have to do that to get a decent grocery store in your neighborhood or healthcare? You don't think you deserve that? And it breaks up and it just kills a lot of foolishness and nonsense. But so that, like I said, those are the things that I'm happy that I actually did that stuff, because I can go into the cage with anybody and debate.
This is already very revealing. This is great. See, this is what I want out of interviews, is to, I don't know. I'm not saying I'm Barbara Walters, but people seem to just open right up here. Maybe it's just the people I'm inviting on are that type of personality. But I have a bunch of questions. It's a mix of seemingly random and political questions, more some serious, some not serious at all. Like I was telling you off air, feel free to not answer any of them. I think I kind of want to start in sort of an interesting place here, with a hot take. And because now I'm like, will he agree with this? I kind of feel like I know where you will go with this, which is why I suddenly want to ask. So respond to my hot take of the day. Social media posts like the one I'm about to show you are meant to be rage bait. Remember when America was great again? Is that rage bait, or is that an actual liberal trying to say this is when America was great? Or are they trying to enrage? Or is that rage bait? You know what I mean?
Oh, that's liberals. That's liberals living out.
That's liberal.
No, that's liberals. The amount.
How do you feel about that?
See, that is liberals living out. The amount of smoke that I have for liberals, more than I have for like conservatives, or even like this here. You want to hear a hot take? Here's my hot take.
Okay.
I rather parlay with a Nick Fuentes Nazi enjoyer, a guy who just lives and breathes. He's like, you got to listen to Nick Fuentes on Rumble or whatever BS thing he's on, and listen to all this like Nazi garbage. I will sit down and have a chat with that person before I will before I want to engage with a rank and file liberal. And the reason why is because I'm judging those people on a curve. Liberals, for the most part, you know better. You know better.
Yeah.
And what you just want is the status quo upheld. To where this person, this theoretical person I have in my mind, is like, their material conditions suck. They probably have all the right diagnoses of why their material conditions suck, but they have none of the correct prescriptions. So I feel like there's conversation and gains to be made there. I was approached by some guy who works literally for this was in New Orleans. I live in New Orleans. This was at a bar talking politics. Guy who literally works for the Abundance guys. And he's like, oh, he's like, you have a podcast, a leftist pod. You should come on. You should come on my pod. You should be a part of our abundance thing. And I go, absolutely not, because the things that you're promoting are gobbledygook. The things that you're promoting are just kicking the can down the road, and you just want to uphold the status quo no matter what. You want an example? We were talking a little bit off air about Venezuela. Right now, the Democratic Party, Chuck Schumer, the de facto leader of the Democratic Party, is up here saying, well, we'll write more strongly worded letters, and Maduro was a bad guy, but we just don't like how it's like, no, like none of this. This should be full blown, like, hey, we are now living, under the rule of a mad king. We cannot sign off on any of this, and we have to have a backbone now. But because liberals, at the end of the day, you scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds. I know that hurts a lot of people's feelings, but I see it in my life every single day. That I don't know what to do with you, because you already know your worldview is bankrupt. You already know, but you just want to uphold the status quo. And maybe it's a Maybe it's a thing that I live in the South and I've had to like a necessarily like racist white person doesn't spook me out because I've had to deal with them all my life. And I know like I'm biracial, so I've had to like move around that kind of deal to where like a liberal, I'm like, most of the time you've got multiple college degrees, you have an idea of how the world works, you have an idea about economics, and yet you chose the most milquetoast path possible. I have almost no empathy for you.
Yeah,
but that's not racist.
No notes.
They
notes.
really be out here like this.
I think that meme or whatever you want to call this post should just say, I can't wait to go back to not giving a shit about anything anymore, right? Because that's basically
100%.
They just want to get back to brunch. I hate to say it, but that's
the
old
only
cliche
person
is true.
if you put that back up, the only person who should not be under a prison right now, a federal prison, I guess would be Michelle Obama. I mean, I don't know, but like you've got on your far left, you've got Barack Obama, who I understand as a biracial black man. I get it. He wants to like move between both worlds and but like, brother, you were president of the United States. Those people were never going to like you. And you did war crimes for no reason, for nothing. You're a war criminal. We got Joe Biden, who, when he had his faculties, did terrible things before he was even president. He made it so like average working people cannot have the worst time filing for bankruptcy, let alone the crime bill. Jill Biden is a modern day Lady Macbeth. It's like with her finger, her hand up her husband's backside, puppeting him so she can get on the front page of Vogue. Like, these are terrible people, and I don't care that they have a D by their name. Like, they're terrible. And those are the people, because Obama didn't want to turn the page. Now we got a literal dumb fascist in charge of Donald Trump. Like, because you didn't want to hold anybody accountable, because y'all are just one big happy family. And it's so frustrating. This is why like liberals are just so frustrating.
Really? Okay. I'm happy to change the subject. How about this?
Sorry,
let's do some sort of lightning round. Okay.
Yeah.
Summer or winter?
Winter. I like being cozy.
Okay. So fall? Like fall or spring?
Fall's fine. As long if I can wear anywhere in fall over spring. Anytime I can wear a hooded sweatshirt, like all day long, perfect.
Dogs or cats?
Agnostic. They're so different. Like, there's no such thing as a bad dog. Like, all dogs are good boys. If you do have a bad dog, it's because you're somewhere like they ran into a bad human. Cats, there are bad cats, and that's why I love them. That's what makes them great, because they're bad and they don't care. I love that. I have bad cats in my house. I love it when they do bad stuff.
Would you rather scrape your knee or your knuckle? That's a weird one, but it says a lot.
Knuckle, because the times that I've scraped my knee, the times that I scrape my knee, that's like a pain, that's like a sting that keeps going for a while. Maybe I just haven't had enough damage done to my knuckles to where I can think about it that much.
I've scraped 2 knuckles recently, and it's killing me. It keeps reopening. It's horrible.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what made me ask.
Oh, but you're using them all the time. But that's the same thing with your knee, though.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Go-to karaoke song.
Ain't No Good Chain Gang by Waylon Jennings.
That's great. Wow. When's the last time you did that?
Last month.
Right on.
We have multiple karaoke bars in New Orleans that just stay open 24 hours a day.
If you could have, if you could instantly have any skill set or be an expert in any one field, what would you want?
Oh, tough one. I would say I always did kind of want to write code, but now the AI, like, that's kind of worthless. I want to be a race car driver. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Like I mean, I'm seeing my eyes are too old now, but I want to drive race cars.
There's a track in Colorado where you can do that. They put you in the car. It's just like stock
is it
cars.
oval or is it street? Is it circuit or oval? A stock car.
You mean the actual track?
Ooh, that's my thing. Is stock
Standard.
cars. I like to go. Yeah.
Yeah, it was circular.
Just
I think.
oval. Yeah, that's what I like.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why
I've been in
That's what I
NASCAR
like a
once.
lot.
I'm
I
not
love
a
a
huge
stock car.
fan. I love being there because you can feel like everything vibrating. It's like being way too close to an airplane. So it felt like you were in the military. You've probably experienced stuff like that.
So NASCAR. Yeah. And I actually really like NASCAR, but like they're caught in a thing to where they don't want to shed what fan base they have left, but they also want to attract new fans. And the thing about NASCAR is I wish organically like leftists would I don't care so much about F1. I don't care about circuit racing, but I wish we would take back NASCAR because NASCAR it's a leftist activity. The whole reason it exists is because bootleggers who wanted to run alcohol during Prohibition would put it in their really fast cars and outrun the cops. And so they all just got together and said, "Hey, who's the best driver with the fastest car?" And they started racing on Daytona Beach. It's the most leftist thing ever, and that we let the right wing take it over is gross.
How come no one's
it's
made
called
that movie?
you know where that movie is? It's called the closest you're gonna get to it is Grease Lightning with I'm gonna say Chevy Chase. That's not right. With Richard Pryor, it's the comedy biopic about Wendell Scott, who was like the first black like champion NASCAR driver. Like
And
he
they
would
called it
have to
Grease
like when he
Lightning.
would win races. Yeah, it's called Grease Lightning. It's so good. It's a true story. Like when he would win races, he would have to come back later to like get his money and the trophy because like white people would be so mad. And what else? No, he was amazing. Like the way he could engineer and put a car together from nothing and just dominate out there. Yeah, Wendell Scott's like one of my personal heroes. He's so cool.
I gotta look into it. I gotta check.
What
that out.
other things are there to Wendell Scott? Yeah, the one like Bubba Wallace, who's like the other prominent. There's a ton of black NASCAR drivers now, but he's like probably the most prominent one. He had a Wendell Scott a paint scheme for his car, number 43. That's why he is 43 to honor Wendell Scott. There's also a car in the movie Cars that's supposed to be Wendell Scott. It's pretty cool. I can't think of his name right now, but yeah. I like NASCAR. What can I say? I say this all the time at work in New Orleans. I was like, I am biracial. It's like if it's a white event, I probably know something about it. I probably am into it. You know, somebody said the other day we're going to Trans-Siberian Orchestra, and they're like, Robert, you go to that? And I go, I am half white, so we're all gonna go out and do some white stuff sometimes.
I'm a couple hours from Darlington racetrack, and they do like throwback stuff there.
Short
Yeah,
track.
it's pretty cool. Yeah, they only open it every now and then, like for a couple of races.
Yeah, that thing's a hard mile. Like it's not can you win, it's can you survive it. It's like it's close to a chariot race as you're gonna see.
Fun.
The track is so small. I love it.
It was fun. Okay, fill in the blank. At the end of the day,
I'm playing video games. I spend most of my hobby, whatever, leisure hours playing some type of video game. And like the video games I play are usually like really intense, and my therapist loves to hear me talk about them because she's like, "Oh, tell me about that one when you die once and you have to start all the way over again." She's like, "What does that say about you?" I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know. I'm a sadist." I'm gonna say.
I've been playing a lot of Atari 2600.
You know what? I've been going back too. I've been playing a lot of Super Nintendo stuff lately. Yeah. I've been like, I don't have a collection, but because I have everything digital, but I've been like buying stuff that I can find at yard sales really cheap and cleaning it up and then selling it like on eBay.
Oh, okay.
So I know my way around old old video game stuff.
What would you do with free billboard space in a prominent area?
Great question.
Like Times Square or something crazy like that.
Oh, I would probably put the in Star Trek Next Generation, how there's a scene where Data talks about the Irish unification being 2024. I would probably just put that scene with the subtitles on, be like, the Irish unification of 2024. I'd probably do something cheeky like that, something with like Free Palestine, something about like, Sinn Féin in Ireland, like, time to unify the island, something like that. Something that would make people mad.
That's cool. Do you think you could personally live in isolation for a year?
Isolation. So we're talking about just from people or from technology? Because just from people's fine. If it's from everything,
yeah,
like,
I think
I'm
isolation.
Just
like you couldn't go on Twitter, it's isolation, like an island. Like maybe it's not like dire straits, but it's just you.
So okay, let me ask you this: do I have offline? So you have to be really clear. Okay, I'm going to say there's no internet. That's fine. I'll give you that.
Physical media.
Do I have
physical media only?
Oh, no physical media.
No, you could have physical media. Yeah.
Oh, so I can have offline video games.
Yeah.
Do I get a hot shower and then I get 4 walls and I don't have to worry about food?
Okay.
Oh yeah. Easy.
You can do it.
That's
yeah.
easy. That's easy work. Easy work.
What's the first thing you would do? What's the first thing you would do upon returning?
Good question.
Hello and welcome. I am the Letterhack, and joining me now is friend of the show, although first official appearance. This is still friend of the show, the legendary Majority Report All-Star, former political candidate, content creator, and career farmer, Kowalski from Nebraska. Kowalski, my friend, how are you?
Oh, not too bad. Just, like I said to you a little bit ago, just enjoying the first few days of spring.
Okay.
In January.
Yeah, it's weird. It's very soggy outside. I feel like I'm in shorts and t-shirt. I'm in South Carolina, so it's like balmy. But
yeah, it was.
You're
like
saying
60,
it's like warm where you are.
It was like 60 degrees out today.
Well, we hit 80. We hit 80.
Yeah, so just what you need, in that first month of winter is spring weather. Nothing's
now look
doing what it should.
I understand that there are tragic consequences to this, and I rail against anti-climate crisis people and things all the time, but I gotta ask, I feel like you're a walking almanac to a degree, right? At least compared to myself. When it gets real windy, that's like warm and cool currents colliding in an unnatural way, right? Like it's been really windy where I am and up the East Coast. That's bad, right? That's not just like, oh, it's windy today.
It's just energy trying to equalize. Typically that'll happen when a high pressure front is trying to go into a low pressure. So I'm assuming there must be a low pressure somewhere out there off the coast. So the wind is probably just horrid. It's been pretty calm here for the most part, but just unseasonably warm, which isn't good because we need the ground to freeze. We need it to freeze really badly.
Hey, the last time I talked to you, I always like to ask you questions about when you're out in the field. Because like sometimes you call into Majority Report from the field on the farm because that's the best reception you can get. I'll never forget that time Sam took your call. And you were like, actually, I wasn't calling in. I was just trying to listen to the show because you can listen to it when you call in. But like the last time I talked to you, I asked you ever get any like paranormal sensations when you're out there? You ever hear any voices, see anything weird? And you were like adamantly, no, that's not a thing. I just wonder, did I plant that seed in your head? Have you noticed anything since the last time we talked?
Again, no, not really. I'm not quite superstitious in that way. I mean, yeah, there's chances that there's going to be like wild animals or something watching you, but like as far as like, you know, the spirits, I'm guessing they're still up in the Badlands until, you know, somebody burns something sacred. Then I think, you know, something might happen, but
okay, interesting.
not yet.
Keep us posted, man. I want the scoop when that goes down, because I just, you know, it's like I always look at like, I know it's not the same. I know it's not the same. But when you think about the amount of unexplored stuff on the planet because it's all underwater, I feel like if you're out in the middle, like literally in the middle of a big enough area, it's the nexus of something. I don't know. Dude, don't worry about it. Okay, look, that's not even the dumbest question I have for you tonight, okay? I've got a lot of questions. What we're doing is a segment called I've Got Questions For. In this case, Kowalski from Nebraska. Now, this is your fifth or my fifth guest doing this, and I think it's been going pretty good. I think we're getting a more well-rounded perspective of people from these questions. So let me just fire some out at you. If you don't want to answer, don't. If you think it's too silly, say so. Whatever. You are Stephen Miller's personal chef. What's on the menu?
Uranium-235.
Okay, I don't know what that is, but I approve.
Spicy
what kind
rocks.
of sauce good? Oh, okay.
A spicy rock. I don't know. Whatever is going to incapacitate him, short of being lethal, because, well, I think that guy might be one of the most evil people on this planet.
If I had to feed him, if I had to cook him food, it would be like I would just like heat up a beef bouillon in water and then put some garnish on it and be like, you know, make up some bullshit French name for fancy sounding soup. Be like, no, it's really anyway. Okay, look, true. Right. Oh, there you go. A bucket. That's gross.
Just a
dude.
bucket of ketchup.
No spoon or anything. A
Nope.
fork. A fork.
No,
Make it
just
difficult.
a bucket.
Just a bucket of ketchup. Okay, true or false? The average age for members of the U.S. Senate is 64 years old.
That feels right. So I'm going to say true.
Yeah, it is true. It's like 59 for the House.
God,
Yeah.
that's bad.
That's old. I'm like asking you to be ageist. You don't have to answer that.
Well, I mean, like
on average,
you know, the average age of the American farmer is like 60 almost. It's 59 something. So I mean, I don't know. We need to lower the ages for everybody on this. Mass retirement. Send everybody to Tahiti that's over the age of 59.
Okay, dude. Over or underrated, right? Is this overrated or underrated? National anthems.
Underrated.
Oh, cool. Okay. Why? Do you have any reason for that, or
I
you
think
like ours?
You know, I think the U.S. one's not bad. At least the first verse. The fourth verse is controversial, I will admit. Maybe we need to, you know, fix that one. But no, I think countries having a little bit of patriotism, like at the Olympics or whatever, is probably good because, you know, everybody likes rallying behind their team. So, I mean, I view it more in like the Olympics as opposed to, you know, like jingoism. But
yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I used to design professional sports apparel for the Winter Olympics, and it was like totally cool to be patriotic. We were like, oh yeah, we're going to be patriotic. And I had to do it for like 5 different nations, and they all were like, just make it our flag, make it as close to our flag as possible. They were just like, let's be full on patriotic about it. So yeah, I mean, there are times.
Which countries did you do it for?
I did, and I ended up doing, I think it was Swiss, Italian, or no, it was Swiss, Moroccan.
Oh.
Yeah, they didn't ski. The rest of these are ski, but the Moroccans, I think they had like some sort of bobsled or something. I designed for the Jamaican bobsled team one time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and the Jamaican ski team. Yeah, it was. Anyway, that's a whole nother life, dude. Okay, look, how would you explain politics to an 8-year-old? No, I'm going to switch it up. How would you explain what a progressive is to an 8-year-old?
Somebody who believes in using the government to do good for others.
How would you explain it to a boomer? Same way?
I try to simplify it a little bit. I would just be like, yeah, you remember how your parents would never shut up about how great FDR was? It's that. It's, the state building infrastructure, trying to make the material lives of people better, which ultimately will just make society better off in the long run. Poverty is our enemy, not poor people.
You gonna run again?
I'm considering it. Yeah,
how can you lose?
Something more. I'm thinking of something more local, and the issue is the time commitments for it would be quite the financial burden.
Really, how competitive is it?
It's not that it's competitive. I think if I ran, I could win, but the issue is the timing. Like our legislature, because if I did anything, it'd be at the state level. Like we only have one house in Nebraska. We only have a Senate. So the state unicameral meets basically from like January to May, which is the time of year I make like 60% of my income. So yeah, it would be quite a financial commitment.
And this might sound like a funny question to anyone who isn't in the loop, but what party would you run under?
For that, I think it would just be nonpartisan. That's how our system works for the legislature. So like, I believe it doesn't matter how many candidates run in the primary, the top two then go to the general, and then you just win from there. But like, obviously it's more Republican dominated. So, and I don't really have an issue joining the Republicans on that, because for me, it's just a team name. If that's the team that's winning here, then fine, I'll work with them. But my politics are always going to be the same. What is ever good for labor, that is what I would support. So
I think that wins.
Yeah,
and I think if
so.
that was embraced on a national level, like by the Democrats, they would start winning, because the Republicans at least lie
I
about it.
honestly, as pie in the sky as this is, if there was a sizable faction within the Republicans that would decide to actually break rank and do like populism and try to combine that with working class politics, I think they'd actually go far, just because their base is kind of primed for that anyways. It's just, would the National Party try to stop them? Maybe. But I feel like once the dear leader has passed away, there's going to be a balkanization of both parties, and we could see some interesting realignments. That might be, getting a little optimistic, but we'll see how the chips lie. There's a lot of animosity out there right now, so.
I'm looking forward to finding out. Okay. All right. Circus or carnival?
I think I prefer carnivals.
Is that because of location? Like, you don't have a circus in Nebraska, or do they?
Well, there's less animal torture, so that's a
okay.
positive.
Okay.
But yeah, carnivals always have the, I don't know, rides, seasonal.
More
I'm
people
thinking
torture.
like state fair. Yeah. I mean, that's consenting to torture. So
Right. Yeah. That's kind of what makes it
unless you're talking about like state fair food, in which case that's just like intergenerational torture. So
okay. I like
that'll
funnel
affect the
cake.
bloodlines forever.
I like funnel cake and soft ice cream, man. I like it when they take like a peppermint stick and just stick it in a lemon, and they're like, "Here you go, $2." Okay.
Or the deep fried Oreos.
Oh, dude, now you're talking. Oh, come on. We used to have one when I lived in Colorado, and it was like Carnival 4-H Club or something, a lot of farm animals, kind of like a stock show, like a mini one, but then also like Demolition Derby. And I was like, what's not to like? This is perfect. Okay. Dogs or cats?
Dogs.
Now, is that a thing out there? You got a lot of dogs?
We've only got 3 now,
Border collie?
No, we like our labs.
Oh, okay. cool.
We've always liked labs, but I mean, we've got farm cats. We've probably got like, I don't know, 7 or 8. We need to always, try to catch them periodically to make sure that they get spayed and neutered. But because if you don't, they will just decimate the ducks. Like they will just lay waste to the wildlife. So
okay.
Yeah, they are like apex predators with nothing to stop them out here.
I've had cats, and you can sense that about them. And where I am now, all the cats live in the sewer. There's apparently like millions of stray cats here. It's crazy. You'll be at the gas station just filling the tank, and you see 1 or 2 jump out of a drainage ditch and then go back in. It's crazy. Nice. My wife's like, we got to save that cat. And I'm like, that's tip of the iceberg cat right there. That guy, that's the run of the litter, and they're sending him out to find like, stray, I don't know, mice and shit. Okay, look, favorite non-English language.
Probably Spanish.
Okay.
I mean, it's the second most common that I'm around. So I mean, like, and it's a romance language. Everybody loves Spanish. So
muy bueno. Yeah, I used to say, you could say things like te quieres mucho, like I want you a lot. I'm trying to be romantic. Mi corazón.
Pega mi barco. You sunk my ship.
Okay.
I just remember that from a game we had in high school. We played Battleship there, so it's just one stupid phrase that has always stuck with me.
I used to always say, like, I worked in a kitchen, and I worked with a guy whose English was his second language, Spanish was his first. And I would say, I'd be looking at an order, I'm about to read it off, and I go, queso. And he would hand me cheese because he thought I was saying queso. And I was saying, okay, so, but I was doing it like a dumb American. Anyway, what's your go-to karaoke song? You karaoke guy?
Not a karaoke guy. Not really a big public singer. Just Hey Brother by Avachi is something my friend group sings sometimes if we're at like a wedding or something, just because there's like an inside joke with that. But
oh, cool.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird story on that, but yeah.
Hey, what would you rather talk about? Like, if you're on YouTube, you're a content creator, and I've linked up to that, and I'll give you a chance to plug it for sure. Everyone should be checking that out. But would you rather sit up here and talk about, like, I don't know, regular everyday stuff, not current affairs, but just like, otherwise non-political, or would you rather talk about political? What would you, if you were a full-time commentator, this is just off the cuff, I just thought of this. If you were a full-time podcast commentator, what would you rather talk about, politics or anything else?
For the most part, I do think politics, just because I'm actually working on a bunch of videos right now of things that like I've been noticing or like would want to see. So like, for instance, I think it would be a really good idea for the states to start coming up with like individual projects to start working on. Like here in Nebraska, with the recent trade war, we have basically revealed that we are incredibly vulnerable whenever there's a massive shock in agriculture, and it just cripples our economy from one end of the state to the other. Basically, only Omaha can like sustain itself when that happens. So like Nebraska needs to massively diversify its economy. Hard to do when you have only 2 million people. So I think Nebraska should start investing in like basically reactors, just nuclear power plants all over the state. We're right in the middle of the country. You build power plants here. It would take a few years for that to work. We already have a bunch of manufacturers that do galvanizing. So building power poles wouldn't be hard for us. And I mean, this is also something that I've noticed, is that like in the comments of a lot of my videos, people will put like say like, you guys have these millions of dollars of all this new equipment. And I'm looking around and it's like, oh, they think this piece of equipment from 2010 is brand new. And it's like a lot of people do not understand that like legacy equipment can last you decades if you maintain it well. So like when I say Nebraska needs to build these power plants, they don't have to be necessarily like state of the art. We already have good like plants that we've built back in like the 1970s. Just build those. It's concrete and steel. We know how that works. It's not hard. They've never had a problem with any of them. I mean, to this day, they have a perfect like safety records. Nobody's ever been hurt by them. They've never cracked, leaked. It's fine.
Yeah, but so you're gonna have to sell that better though, because to say no, we'll just use the same power plants we made in the 70s. That sounds scary as fuck. Like that sounds really.
You guys know how you loved those pickups from the 1970s that were just like bricks. You couldn't kill these things.
Oh, they don't make them like they used to.
Yeah,
is what
they
you
don't
mean.
make them like you used to. So let's make them like they used to. We know these things work. We need a durable plant that can handle wind. That's the only thing they're going to suffer from out here. They've never failed us before. Just build 55 of them. Boom. Nebraska becomes an energy capital of the nation. We'll be able to ensure that utility costs around the country stays cheap. And when people think Nebraska, they'll think corn, football, beef, and electricity. It'd be great.
Hey, I had a guest on here last week saying we should bring back the military draft.
Nah, I'm not really for that.
He reasoned it out. I mean, this is what I'm saying though, is I'm just trying to be open-minded and offer people a chance to change my mind, but I don't know where I'm at on either of those, nuclear or the draft. I'm like, is there a happy third issue? Or
quickest way for us to get clean energy at scale with technology that we already have. So
do you think
it's just simple?
Do you think Godzilla movies are propaganda for the fossil fuel industry? Serious.
I think Godzilla is more propaganda from Japan, not reckoning with its own history of the Second World War and trying to portray itself as the victim. Like,
Yeah,
I don't mean to be rude about it, but I
originally-
feel. I
But
mean,
like
it was
now,
supposed to represent
nowadays.
the devastation. I mean, today, maybe.
Look, they killed him in that one movie with Bryan Cranston by dousing him in gasoline and setting him on fire. That was like, hey.
Wait, Godzilla?
Yeah. They're like, petrol beats nuke. That's
Wait, which
basically
one
what
was-
they were saying. Yeah. They had him in a pit and they like, or if it wasn't Godzilla, it was like whatever the nuclear monster was. But yeah, they covered him. I don't think maybe it was Godzilla. They cover him in gasoline and blow him up. He didn't die, but that's how they beat him.
I don't remember that from. You're talking about the one in 2014?
I think so. I don't know. It's been a while. I
I
think
know,
that
but
happened though.
I don't think that's the case.
There was a movie. He was like in a pit and they dumped a bunch of. Somehow they were dumping a bunch of gas down there and they lit it. The one guy, the one military guy, stayed behind. Remember that? And it was like big explosion.
I do remember in the second one, they detonated a nuke because they knew it was going to basically like give him more energy. I'm not sure how the science of that works, but
None of it works. Okay. you wake up one day in Donald Trump's shoes. You're Trump. What's the first thing you do?
I believe I start making phone calls to a lot of world leaders and I start explaining why they need to stop doing certain things. Or else.
Or else. And you're Trump. So what do they say back to you? Are they surprised? Are they like, who is this?
Well, there might be one gentleman in the Middle East that would be quite surprised. But probably end a lot of conflicts where the U.S. has unilateral authority to do that, reassure our allies, and then just probably commit the United States to a massive wealth tax on the super wealthy and begin the largest infrastructure building project in our country's history. To basically, we would reshape the entire surface of the earth.
So this is the thing. It's like I could say I could have asked you this a couple years ago and say, you wake up in Biden's shoes, what would you do? And it's something totally sensible that's not being done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It might sound a little naive, but it's like if you're in the president's shoes, you just need to basically redo what FDR did and then just try to explain to the public more why what we're doing matters and why you need to take a conscious effort to be a civic participant in our country. Because a lot of the issues we have is just a lot of people just got complacent and thought that, well, the country is basically run by technocrats, we'll be fine. And then the wealthy slowly just started eroding all of our power while we weren't really paying attention. So didn't work out well for us.
Well, yeah, and I mean, there were some people whose job it was to pay attention, and they just
see, that's the problem. When you live in a republic like ours, everybody has to participate, because if you don't, then you basically are just letting someone else speak for you. And if you don't know what they're doing, I mean, democracy is hard. You have to be conscious for it. You can't just say, oh, the dear leader has chosen this for me. So,
second favorite color?
Blue.
Oh, that's my first favorite.
Oh, nice.
What's your first favorite?
Green.
So you go with the secondary color first.
Yeah, I like
Nice.
green the most. It's color for me. Life, things are alive. They're blooming. They're growing. I just like right now is the winter, so don't really like the foliage right now. I prefer when it's green.
So first favorite color blue, second favorite color green. So yellow is like
First
honorable
favorite
mention.
is first favorite is
First
green.
is green.
Yeah.
Second is blue, and so yellow honorable mention. Like you kind
No.
of have to. It's
No.
necessary. Well, you can't have green
It's
without
red.
blue and yellow. So I mean,
Red is the third favorite.
oh, okay, wow, all right. Well,
This is Husker Nation. I'm
oh
sorry.
shit.
There's one thing we have been definitely, propagandized to. It's you cheer for the Huskers no matter what. Next year is
Dude.
going to be their year.
I
And
have
we've
been
saying that for 20
Hey,
years.
I was an Orioles fan, so I know what it's like. But I have been to, I think, 3 or 4 different towns in different states that had a Huskers only store. It was all Nebraska and all Husker stuff, and I'm like,
not surprised.
we're thousands of miles from Nebraska.
When my buddies and I were in Boston, we found a bar that repped the Huskers, so we were pretty happy about that.
That's awesome. All right, favorite curse word?
I like them all, but I guess just for dramatic effect, probably the F-bomb. I'm not going to say it and demonetize your show or whatever, but
It's too late for that, bro. Way too
Dang.
late for that. Don't worry about it. Okay, second or least favorite?
probably just crap. I don't know. It feels French.
Yeah. Huh. Does.
I don't know.
Okay.
Actually, no. If I'm not mistaken, that is Old English, and I think the French would be very offended if I insinuated that. So
They're
I'll
easily
stick
offended.
with it. I'll just stick with it. To be fair, the French are typically right in the end, so they can always hold that over us. Now I won't get that hate mail now.
Good call. Okay. Would you rather defend yourself against a butterfly the size of a horse or 100 horses the size of butterflies?
100 horses the size of butterflies.
Why? You think you can outrun them?
I mean,
Really?
you basically are describing small rats. So punting.
100 is a lot.
I'm pretty sure I've dealt with 100 rats.
Oh.
So that seems like a very survivable
Well, in that
thing.
case-
You're talking about a butterfly the size of a horse. That is an apex predator that has to be hunted down at all costs.
Well, not if it doesn't have any ill intent.
I'm pretty sure butterflies are carnivorous. So, or they're probably omnivores. No,
and it would accidentally do damage, right?
Yeah, I mean, like this thing would be the National Guard would have to take care of this thing immediately. Like it will cause traffic issues.
Damn. Okay. That's my favorite. I don't know about answer, but my favorite response to that question. Okay. Last thing, real quick, and I don't know, doesn't have to be quick. I just don't want to keep you all night. In the South, because I live in a kind of a rural area in South Carolina, and I'm not from here, and I've only lived here for a few years, so I still have the occasion to meet people, and I've gone through periods where everyone I was just meeting for the first time, and I noticed I get asked a couple of questions in those moments that are very, like, they catch me off guard, and it's happened like 3 or 4 times. I'm going to ask you one of them, and then we'll see if we have time for the second one. But here's the first one. So we've just met, right? And I go, "Oh, hey, Kowalski, nice to meet you. What's your heritage?" Like, you don't have to answer that, but like, how does that make you? Where do you go with that? Where do you go with that?
Well, I mean, I could understand how we're in the South, they're probably wondering that because they probably don't think you're from around there. But like, I guess weirdly, I've been asked on a few occasions, like, Kowalski, that's a Polish name, but you look German. I'm not really sure what that means exactly. Germans are kind of diverse, but like, I am like, ethnically speaking, probably more German than anything else, just because both grandmothers were basically mostly German. So
I was asked that question one time on the phone, and I was particularly offended because I was like, "Do you know that I'm white? Do you know that I'm not a person?" That's a really offensive question to anyone without my level of privilege. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, I don't know. It's weird. The second one is, "Oh, hey, Kowalski, nice to meet you. What's wrong with our country?"
Just out of the blue, someone asked you that?
Yeah, dude. I usually get those. I've had those 2 questions. One time somebody did it, and I looked at my wife like, "Are you hearing this? Or asking the same 2 questions?" I feel like it's a code to see if, like, I'm giving the wrong, it's a call and response for a secret club. And I'm giving the
Were you listening
response
to the right radio in your car before getting there? Do you know what the insider?
No, like they say, "What's your heritage?" And I'm supposed to say blue sky. And then they say, "What's wrong with our country?" And I go, "Merry Christmas." And they're like, "Yeah, hey, you're in the club." I think I'm fucking up a call and response for a secret club. That's crazy though, right? To ask
that it's kind of like the I don't know, it almost feels like Illuminati or like Freemasonry, just like secret handshake stuff.
Yeah,
that would
or
be
worse.
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that. I know like a few of the towns and stuff like I've worked at here in Nebraska, they'll ask like, "Oh, your last name's Kowalski. Do you know so and so?" And it's like, "Nope, we're from the other town." It's like, "Oh, okay," because you know they're. I don't know how things are shuffled out in the South, but out here they were basically like certain towns were essentially just like ethnic colonies. So like where I'm at now, Germans basically settled everywhere, but like where my grandfather's from, basically just Poles. There's it's somewhat of an offensive joke, I guess, but one of my professors that I had at the university was from Western Nebraska, and she said her grandmother always said that they were the only white people who settled in the entire county that she was from. Everyone else were Swedes. They were the only Germans.
Shit. Okay. So offensive to Swedes, whatever. They can
just the Swedes. But to claim the difference between the Germans and the Swedes.
We're all Scottish down here, apparently.
Oh yeah.
Apparently the
Scots-Irish.
Scottish came here. Yeah. I don't know though. Like okay. anyway, we could go on about this forever. And I want to thank you for coming on the show. I want to give you a chance to plug your YouTube and stuff, but real quick, I wonder if you remember this image. I would love one day for this to be a real life comic book. Tell me what you think. Do you remember this? You remember this Haymaker and Chicken Feed?
Yeah, I do remember that. When I
It'll be more than 5 cents.
Insinuating I could just fight through pretty much any problem.
Yeah. The brawling adventures of Haymaker and Chicken Feed. Yeah, and it's also like me starting shit because you're there. Like, what I don't have anything to be afraid of.
I think this predates it a little bit, but for some reason, your rendition of me kind of reminds me of the Jack Reacher series.
Yeah, dude. It does. You're right. It does predate that. The Amazon series. It does. Yeah, cool. I mean, I just think it's funny. It says sometimes fights just start themselves. Like, I just want the whole thing is this Chicken Feed is this little wise ass who has like an insult for a nickname, and Haymaker is like, everyone's like, Chicken Feed, get the oh hey Haymaker, good to see you, man. I was like, oh, that's the whole thing.
Yeah, that was a good bit.
Until somebody unwittingly comes along and insults Haymaker for having a goofy name, and it's like, that's it. That's the action peak. Okay, thanks for coming on, dude. Please, like I said, linked up to your YouTube. It is very cool and it's doing very well in terms of views and subs. Tell everybody about it.
So I have a YouTube channel called Prairie Fire NEB because apparently Prairie Fire was already taken, but NEB is of course for Nebraska, the third greatest state in the country. So
hell yeah. Well, that's yeah, if you know, you know. Otherwise, it's a sensational channel. I really like it. Thanks for coming on the show, man. I super
thank
appreciate
you for having me. I appreciate the exposure, and I have enjoyed a lot of the interviews you've done. So I mean, this is quite the treat for me as well. So
well, and I think everyone loves when you call into Majority Report. It's always like, oh, this is safe. Like, we're gonna enjoy this. This is gonna be funny, informative. And this is just like, it's such a good thing. Like, Sam ought to always take your call. Put it that way.
Yeah, there was I was in the Discord for Majority Report. We were having a conversation, and somebody was like, it might actually ruin a lot of people's mental health if you ever came in one day onto the or called into the show and just were like, just mad at the host for some reason.
That would be great.
That would well, I think they were meaning like being seriously upset with them over something.
I don't know how you would do that. I had an ongoing beef with the Majority Report for like over a year.
Oh yeah,
as you know.
Oh dang it! You had the John from San Antonio thing. Now Sam's gonna be upset that I'm here. You just started a whole another controversy.
There's no better way to get subs than to piss off Sam Cedar and the Majority Report team. Even Emma would get mad.
That was a good bit.
Yeah.
Well, actually, now that I think about it, the Farm Report's no longer owned by the Majority Report. It's owned by Left Reckoning. So.
Oh, cool. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Everyone loves seeing you with those guys too. Man, it's bad. I've been on that show once. You got me beat though. You've been on there a lot, and you've been on the Majority Report studio.
That is true. That has actually been like 3 years now, so I might need to plan another trip there. I mean,
I'll go. Shit.
We definitely need to see the place before, I guess, I keep hearing on the news around here that the place is being turned into a caliphate or something. Something about like when you fix potholes and you provide, food to your constituents.
They make you pray 3 times a day or something.
Yeah, it just brings about the end of the Christian way of life or something. I'm not sure how it works. Totally insane, but
thank you for coming on. I really do appreciate it. Next time we will focus on farming. I'll put aside all the stupid questions and we'll make it serious. I've been having the Virginia Hemp Alliance, Industrial Hemp Alliance, on the show.
Oh, nice.
Some very interesting stuff. Yeah, I'm sure we could talk about some serious stuff and still have a good time. So open invite to come back anytime.
Alrighty, I'll be in touch with you. So again,
All right,
thanks
cool.
for having me on. And folks, Prairie Fire NEB, like, sub, ring the bell, whatever you do. So
do it. All right, awesome.
I'll catch you
Thanks,
later.
man. Okay, take care.
Good morning, comrade. You're listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade, Jeff and Robert here on the show. Robert, what's going on, bro?
Damn, dog. I just got our notification on my phone. It just said we went live, and it said ICE killed a woman. So that's what's going on.
I can hear you now. It sounds like you're in the bottom of a well.
Why? All I did was just
now you sound good. Now you sound good.
Yeah, all I did was just take out this earpiece because it was getting on my nerves seeing the green light.
All right, cool. Well, anyway, ICE killed a woman.
Yeah. So welcome to the West Bank. You know that imperialism boomerang that dumb communists always talk about. So now, now the Gestapo can just roll up in your neighborhood anytime. For what reason? If they're, I mean, I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start with this. So so some POS YouTuber, right wing, smear merchant gets on here on here, the collective town square of the internet, and says goes to Minnesota daycares and goes, let me see all your kids right now. And claims that there's fraud going on somehow, and then
specifically Somalis doing fraud.
Somalis doing fraud,
it's racialized. Right? Make sure it's racialized in like how you're blaming people for the fraud. Like that's important that you know that it's Somalis that are doing fraud.
So let's take that at face value. Let's say he was 100% correct, which he was not. Let's say that there is,
and that's the only fraud going on in America, even if it was like.
But it's let's just that whole story is a farce anyway. But let's just say there is kids being held in the bottom of Comet Ping Pong Pizza, right? Bro, like, okay, so let's work that logic. How does ICE get involved? What are they there to do? If there's fraud and criminality going on, is it because it's black and brown people doing the supposed fraud and criminality? Why are they even there? And then so now, if you obstruct traffic from an ICE agent, they can just mag dump in you. And before, I don't want to hear any of this foolishness about. We're all sitting here not supposed to believe our lying eyes. We've seen even the clip that they put up to be like, it hit like. She hit some Gestapo Nazi. That's not the case. She was trying to flee. I, as a peace officer, once was, who took the oath, know that you cannot shoot somebody that is fleeing like that.
Yeah.
Like you can't. There are no chase laws. You're not even supposed to chase people, let alone mag dump in them. And I'm not even getting into the politics. I'm not getting into, was she in the right? Was she in the wrong? I'm talking about police doctrine as it exists in America. That is illegal. So why do we have federal agents who've been deputized
these garbage cans out here doing police actions before we even get into the morality of it. Because I'm trying to like gird the loins of people who are listening to this, who have to argue with like right-wing goofballs in their life. And it's like, don't even try to argue right or wrong. Just on the legality of this is the worst shoot I've ever seen since the guy, I think it was in South Carolina, it was on camera, shot that one black guy, and then planted drugs on him. And it was all on that's the only shoot I can remember in my lifetime that was worse than this. So don't even come at me with that. But I mean, if we want to talk about this is the Imperial Boomerang. This is the Imperial Boomerang coming back home. We haven't even gotten into Venezuela yet. And it's just like we are on our last dying leg, man. Like I'm beyond like, I know a lot of people, and I've memed on them, and I'm a lot of people who listen to WHIV 102.3 FM, End All Wars, are not fans of Chapo Chop House, most because they don't even know who they are, and it's kind of like gallows humor comedy, leftist podcast comedy. But I would tell you, like, go listen. I don't even listen to Chapo. Go listen to the new Chapo Trap House, because Felix Biederman and Virgil Texas, is it Virgil Texas? I can't remember.
No, it's Will.
It's Will.
Virgil's the one that.
Yeah. Let's just move on. But like Felix Biederman and Will, like, get to the heart. They put their finger right on the thing that I could not describe, and it's the things like, I've been planning for the last at least year and a half, 2 years to leave the United States, and now, like, honestly, after Venezuela, like, that's dead. Like, there's nowhere I can go. Like, and that's what they talk about. Like, where are you going to go? Where as an American, like,
can't hide.
You're going to be you're not going to be hated, and then arguably not going to be killed. Like all of South and Central America is now just like a no-go zone. I love Mexico. I ain't no way I'm going to Mexico anytime soon as an American. There ain't no way. Like, you're going to get killed down there. And it's because like it's the same way that rightly Israelis who are being treated around the world, we are next. That is going to happen to us. And I'm saying this because not as like a boo-hoo-hoo me, but it's like you have to drive home to the people who don't even care about morality. They've lost their soul. They don't care about genocide. They don't care about fascist federal, in the most loose term, agents mag dumping on women in the street. They don't care about that. Maybe they'll care about their sex tourism in Colombia. Maybe that Trump has now screwed that up. And it's like, I don't know. And Felix had a great point where he was talking about, the things I actually want to say. Like I said to my wife, who's in tears,
watching this woman die live on video.
I can't say on WHIV 102.3 End All Wars the things I actually want to say, but I'll leave you with, like, before you get into it, and I'm going to run out of breath here pretty soon. It's like what what they said on Chapo was that, even if you had, let's say you had a Luigi Mania, this is how deep it is, because we're all just paralyzed. Because even if you had a Luigi Mangione allegedly type shot at one of these guys, one of these pedophile demons who will come and abscond with you like a storybook creature in the middle of the night, even if you had a clear shot at one of them, who would you take? Who could you go after to where who could you go after that would stop the machine from running for one day? Like, if you had a shot at one of them, right? Okay, that's not gonna stop. Let's say 10. Let's say 100. It wouldn't stop. It's not
a person
machine from rolling.
It's not a person issue. In fact, that's what I'm trying to say.
So
even if there is like some kind of, and I'm not advocating for this, obviously, some kind of like political assassination that would hypothetically happen to somebody high up in profile, that would do nothing more than to fuel the bloodlust. I mean, you saw what they tried to do when Charlie Kirk was like shot by some random guy, and that just had them put the foot on the accelerator on the hate button and also try and reel him back. Am I wrong?
You're wrong. And I'll tell
I'm
you
wrong.
why.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. Because Charlie Kirk was just like, Charlie Kirk was just a guy, a loudmouth
A propagandist.
Yeah, and the way he got taken out was clean.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we're not. Let's just get into it. Let's do it. Whatever. We're not. Sorry, Dr. Mark Allandary. I'm gonna try to be as vague as possible and try not to get us in trouble with the FCC. But at this point, who cares? Who cares? They'll just come get me in the middle of the night. There is no rule of law anymore. It doesn't matter. But okay, let's do a hypothetical. Let's say on another planet in another universe, to where you have a bunch of people who signed up to be the new brown shirts, and they were promised a substantial signing bonus. So they're not doing it for the love of the game. A lot of them are, but you see how these guys look in this hypothetical scenario that has nothing to do with current events. They are gravy seals. They're out of shape. They're cowards. They're scared. I mean, that's just where they're at, because
they're edgelords. They're like
right.
memers. They were Proud Boys 2 years ago.
Right.
So
what I know about American military and police doctrine is that, in my estimation, if something were to happen to a couple of these guys, which in a hypothetical situation that has nothing to do with current events, the rest of them would in this hypothetical situations, hypothetical guys would get their minds right real quick. And they would go, whoa, maybe this ain't worth it. And because in every boondoggle that America has ever undertaken, from our military operations to police action, whenever we're out over our skis and somebody somewhere gives us a bloody nose, the Afghanis, the Houthis, the Vietnamese, they don't have to defeat us. Just give us a bloody nose.
Korea.
All of a sudden, we don't want to play no more. And that's the American way that I know. And if anybody wants to debate me on that, like, you're crazy. That's reality. So that's where I'm thinking. That's a thing that obviously we never want to happen. But man, bro, I don't see any other way. I don't see any other way this gets resolved.
Well, well, I mean, I'm not so sure I agree, but I do want to say that, like, you're right in the sense that, well, no, I guess what you're saying is that somebody needs to push back, and that's the thing. Like, when it comes to Venezuela, the problem really was that, like, there is, and again, this is like information that we're, some of it is speculated, some of it is based on some evidence, but one of the major theories that's going around right now is that the sort of like kidnapping of Maduro over in Venezuela was negotiated by his own government to essentially just kind of cash him out and get the United States to sort of like take the heat off. Mm-hmm. And that's like and what did that happen? They escort him and his wife from, the capital, Caracas, and then they just start murdering like security forces in Venezuela anyway. They killed like 40 people.
Here's the thing about, okay, let's stick to one thing at a time, one evil at a time. I have a hard time trying to
keep it up. Yeah.
Keep up with all the evil. So the thing about that is, and I don't believe this is cope, is that, okay, so now this is part of, we didn't stop doing it. We could get away with this in Israel by arming Israel. And now it's come home, and now we can get away with doing this kind of thing anywhere in the world on our own. But this is a Pandora's box now that can never be closed. Because now, okay, from the front, let's start at this is my, and I hope this isn't copium, but I hope I'm kind of wrong, because I hate being right all the time.
We'll see. Let's lay it out, and we'll try and walk our way through it.
Start at the macro. So by doing this, what you've done is you've opened the gates of hell. Vladimir Putin now, if you care about that kind of thing, it can just say, Ukraine.
Oh, yeah, Ukraine was ours.
Ukraine for what? Like what? Like, what do you mean? Well, I can't do this. What are y'all doing? Okay. Taiwan. China can be like, great. I've actually been reading like open source intel that, in the Chinese government, they're saying this is wonderful. They're loving this. The only thing they don't like about it is they're messing up their oil, but they're like, great. You've given us carte blanche now to handle Taiwan however we want to handle it. Mm-hmm. You want to open up that? And just like you said about the 40 people getting killed, if for all the evils, if I don't know, whoever the Canadian president is now, Claudia Sheinbaum, whoever in Mexico, whoever in your imaginary head, if they were like, hey, Donald Trump is a pedophile, racist fascist who's putting the world in jeopardy, and therefore we're going to send in the Canadian Maple Squad or whatever, our version of SEAL Team
the
6,
the Mounties,
yeah, the Mounties to come take him out of whatever McDonald's he's shoving shoving food in his face, and you know what? We're going to kill 40 Americans to get to him. We just have to be like, that's cool. That's fine. I guess it's anything goes. It's might makes right.
Might makes right. Yeah.
Might makes right. So we have to be okay with it at that point. It's like my analogy about, people always, they were trying to run, and people on the left trying to run defense for Russia, invading Ukraine. I'm like, Russia's not good. But if the French government said, hey, if Macron said, hey, the people of Louisiana are culturally French and your president's a Nazi, and therefore we're going to invade Louisiana because the Louisiana Purchase was a mistake, we just have to be fine with it. Because that's the kind of thing we want to do. Now, to bring this into actual reality, because you're like, well, that's crazy. Because I'm imagining a conversation with the dumbest person I know who would say, well, that can't happen because might does make right. And like the old Dear Dennis Leary asshole song, we've got the bombs. That's why. Okay, that's fine. They can't get to Trump, right? They can't get to Trump. They can't get to our government. They can't. But you know what? You know who the hypothetical they can get to? You and me. You and me. Because, hey, and you're like, well, what are you talking about? You talk about never forget. You talk about never forget 9/11. In our lifetime, they flew planes in the buildings, bro. So it's like, whoever they are, you think they're not planning for this right now? You think we got the Olympics coming up in LA? We got the World Cup coming up. I don't want to be with 100-mile radius of any of that. Any of that. That is, brother, if you are in that, you are out of your mind.
You're in a splash zone.
You're in a splash zone. And Shamu is about to splash. Like, you're crazy. And the thing is, all the people who, are cheerleading this garbage about Venezuela, I don't want to hear, you better keep that same energy when 9/11 Part 2, Electric Boogaloo happens. The only thing I want to hear out of your mouth is, yeah, I see why they did that. I get it. I understand it. Because I don't want to hear it. I don't want to keep the same energy that you have right now when you're quote unquote on top. All these people in the Facebook comments and on X or whatever talking all this foolishness, like they're going to benefit from this anyway. Yeah. Like killing some poor woman in Minneapolis or being a literal demon, out of a storybook, snatching people up in the middle of the night in countries where you have no business being is going to somehow benefit you. You're out of your mind. That's the real cope. That's the real cope right there.
Yeah. I'm done. And the thing that is amazing about that to me, and again, I do want to talk about the onks on Facebook for a second, because that's the thing that kind of blows my mind the most. I literally posted on Facebook that no blood for oil or no war for oil or something like that. And I get an onk in there saying oh, you're just so blinded by your hatred for Donald Trump or whatever. I didn't mention none of that stuff. And it's just hey, you know what? I don't know why you are so immediately and reflectively jumping on, because, man, I say the same thing when Joe Biden decides to arm Ukraine. I say the same exact thing when Hillary Clinton decides to launch a coup in Honduras. All that stuff's bad. But the idea that I'm stepping out there and saying literally just no blood for oil means that I'm just even singling or mentioning Donald Trump or anything like that. No, this is the American foreign policy has and always been uniparty. And that's the critique that you're making. And the idea that you would just put it all out there for the empire, is just I mean, the idea that I'm sorry, man.
It's because in their mind
that good.
They can never imagine a reality where America is not geopolitical top dog. And we as leftists can already see that. If you have a passport and you've left this country, you can see that we're just a third world country with a Gucci belt. That's the most obvious thing in the world. And we also can't understand how, like, yeah, we have the most lethal military in the world, but we're not engaged to like win wars. We're engaged to do what we did in Venezuela. And I'm telling you, that's the thing. And that you want to put everything I've said to you is backed in logic. But if you want to put my conspiracy pulling stuff out of my butt hat on, that's why they got to get this AI crap online so fast. Because if we go into a hot war somewhere in the South China Sea or something, these kids are not going to have it. You're going to see my theory of why we don't have the draft anymore in effect. Because this country is too fat, too up and smelling its own farts, and cannot survive in a war economy. We cannot do what we did in World War II. This country will tear itself apart. And honestly, at this point, I feel like it's the only chance to save it. There's an old video game I used to play, and it always stuck with me because it felt like the most realist thing ever. There's this video game called Colony Wars. And the thing was, it was like Star Wars. You're the rebels, and you're like fighting the Earth Empire's dreadnought cruiser. It's its flagship, the USS Enterprise, whatever you can think of, right? It's the Star Destroyer. And there's an ending in the game that's the most realistic, to where you can't blow it up in time and it escapes, right? But so what happens is the rebels close the wormhole when it escapes, and the Empire tears itself apart from the inside. All it would take, honestly, it would hurt countries and it would hurt the rest of the world for decades. But all they'd have to do, and you already see it forming with the Five Eyes, with BRICS, and I'm not saying it's going to happen today, tomorrow, or even in 10 years, but you're already seeing the formation happening. All they would have to do is collectively get together, the rest of the world, and say, look, this is going to hurt. People in America love to buy our treats. We're going to have to, but if we turn the taps off on them, we're all going to have to like take less profit for a decade, maybe two, but that's the only way to end this thing. And these countries turn the taps off on us, and we can no longer buy and sell with them. We're hitting the strategic oil reserves just to fuel these AI data centers, and we just die. And we just slowly, it's perestroika, and we tear ourselves apart. And if you cannot see that is going to be the outcome, we are falling like Rome. We are overextended. We are too up our own behinds. We're just too arrogant, and all these little countries are just aligning against us, and eventually it's going to reach a tipping point, and they're just going to forget that we exist, and we're going to tear ourselves apart from the inside. If you cannot see that is our trajectory, I do not know what to tell you at this point. It's disgusting. It's terrifying to live through, but God dang, man, like somebody has to do something to stop this, and it's not going to come from internally because we're all just so tired.
It's not going to come from the West either. Like, it's not going to come from any NATO countries. It's not going to come from the the EU. It's going to have to come from China and the East, and that's sort of like you see when EU countries are sort of like doing the thing is like, don't mess with Venezuela, and then when they do it, they're like, hey, cool, good job, guys, you did awesome. China is not going to like step in and directly get involved with that. But I do think like what you mentioned when it comes to, for example, Taiwan, like they stepping on them. It's happening now. Too bad. You did it over there. We're going to do it over here. And also like, again, talking to the unks on freaking Facebook or whatever, they'll try and make you think like, oh, this is not about oil or whatever. It's like literally they're
Donald
coming
Trump
in
is saying
like,
it's about oil. He's saying it's about oil. What are you talking about?
Yeah. It's like, oh no, we have to stop the drugs that don't exist coming in from Venezuela, or if they're stopping the drugs that exist from Venezuela, then why even before any of this like totally happened did they seize oil tankers that Venezuela is rolling out? Like, why is that embargo? Wait, I thought this was about drugs. Why did they charge him when they kidnapped Maduro and they brought him to New York City? Why are they charging him with weird things like possession of machine guns? I thought this was America where like every baby should have the right to bear arms of an AR-15 when they're just like get spat out of the womb and their umbilical cord cut. They just hand them an AR-15, right? Like what's going on here? Like it's very obvious. And like you just said, Trump is literally saying, yeah, oil, we're doing this for resources. And just today, like Trump made a statement saying that, hey, actually, we're just going to control all flow of Venezuelan oil indefinitely. So like, get out of here with that stuff, bro. Get out of here.
Even let's say that like everything they tried to gin up that they're now slowly the Justice Department is slowly backing away from about Maduro is 100% correct. Let's say it's all correct. And like they're funneling fentanyl, into the United States, which isn't true because fentanyl comes from China and India. But let's say it is all true. What does that have to do with us if it's not in our territorial waters? There's a reason why, like, if there's a drug dealer on my block, I can't just go kick in the door and just mag dump on him. I can't do that because that makes the whole block hot. Like, you have to be like, well, if it's, there's a reason why they call it castle doctrine, and it doesn't extend to your whole block. It extends only to your castle. Like, we cannot do that. But if we want to, again, like I said, if we want to be like, China is literally saying, the Chinese government is saying, oh yeah, America could totally control its sphere of influence. Fantastic. And we'll do the same and see how it works out for us. I think the only reason, this is pure speculation. I think why, this is not that Donald Trump is playing chess, he's not, but the people under him, like a Marco Rubio and like the people who still kind of have their wits about them, they actually are. And I think that's why the Greenland thing is so important to them. It's because if some country, whatever technologies they're developing, wherever, can figure out, the problem is nukes. Let's just put it out there. If they can figure out a way,
you don't have a sphere of influence.
If they can figure out a way around our nukes, if China can have their own nuclear defense, grid that can defend their territory and defend their territory from Greenland, then that is the checkmate. Because once you get around that problem of, America being a wounded tiger that's dying, a dying empire, but they still have their button on the bomb and they can launch that at any time and in the world. I say they, like I don't live here. We can launch it at any time and in the world. As soon as they can figure out that problem, we're toothless. We're done. We're like, if there's some kind of Star Wars laser defense system that's like China, Russia feels secure enough to be like, yeah, if US ever tried to launch on us, we could take that out in orbit. They won't go to war with us. They'll just cut us off materially. Because I make no doubt about it. If the world right now tried to cut us off materially and just did not buy or sell with us, then we became a rogue nation. We would launch nukes. We would. I mean, we just would. We would end the world. We would end the world before we became what we actually are, is a second-rate thug empire run by pedophiles.
And it's also like the opposite situation of the previous Cold War. Like, if we're going to have West versus East, if we're going to have United States versus China be the new bipolar world or whatever, like in that stage, in the last Cold War, at least for the majority of it, and up until about 1980, the West had a strong, like, especially the United States, who was the sort of like the leading character, the leading actor in the West, had a strong labor movement. They produced things here. They were actually able to exist based off of its own manufacturing base, based off of its own industry. And now it's all just sort of like been distilled down to, well, it's just oil. Everything else is like replaceable. And then you look over at China and you see them, they're humming at way faster capacity, growing at a way faster capacity than the United States could ever have possibly dreamed. And they're at like 40% max. They are going to be so big that you can't even realize what's going to happen over there. So
people
like,
who are not weird, like war autists like I am, do not understand the way that arming Ukraine with HIMARS, and then also Israel, and then also like the Iron Dome projectiles, how much that drained us as far as our like as far as our missile defense system. Like, it took like 40% of what we had off the table. And we can't, like, we're not on a war economy. Like I was saying earlier, we're not on a war economy footing to where we can just turn around. We don't have the factories. We literally don't even have the factories. So you can't, this isn't even like World War II, like you said. Like, we can't be like, okay, GM, you're now going to make like semiconductors for F-35. No, that's dead, bro. I was trying to explain
F-35 don't even work.
Yeah, I was trying to explain this to people for the longest time. They're like, about the tariffs. You know, one guy, he's always in my mind because he's kind of like the canary in the coal mine of Trump foolishness. And he's like, tariffs. And I'm like, brother, we don't make anything. That is pointing a gun at somebody where the barrel circles around and is pointing at us. You do not understand what you're talking about. America is done. It's over. And these cats don't care because they think that, oh, I'm half dead anyway. I'm going to die anyway. Or I can build walls higher than the poor can climb. Or these ICE guys are like, I'm going to get my $50,000 bonus, which I guarantee they're never going to see. And then they'll be like, I'll just fade away back into. No, you won't. No, you won't. You know, the Democrats aren't going to do anything to you. Aren't going to do anything to you if they get back in power, for sure. But the rest of us aren't going to forget that, whatever that means to you. George Zimmerman right now is your future. You know, I saw a thing the other day. George Zimmerman is homeless because he can't keep a job. Nobody wants to deal with him. Nobody wants to rent to him. Nobody wants to hire him. Yeah, because you killed a poor black child who's holding Skittles and an Arizona iced tea in cold blood. That's why everybody wants you exiled. And the justice system failed.
And then critically tried to make a career out of it.
Yeah, look at Kyle Rittenhouse. What's he up to? Nothing. So when these ICE agents get exposed, no one's gonna want it. They're gonna be persona non grata. They do not understand how their lives are over.
Yeah. WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3 is Good Morning Comrade. You did mention the Democrats, so I have to do this.
Please.
When you see, and this is the thing, and this provides requires a little bit of backstory. So the United States has been messing with Venezuelan foreign affairs since Hugo Chavez took power in the 90s, and Hugo Chavez was a leader that had the ability to maintain control. The United States would have loved to have gotten rid of him. He was public enemy number one for years and years and years, and they couldn't do anything about it because he had the sort of like capitalist establishment in Venezuela even on lockdown to the point where they were just happy enough that they weren't going to revolt. And when he left, a lot of those policy went with him, and Maduro's the one that came in, and he was not nearly as good at maintaining those relationships. The West got a lot more emboldened at challenging those relationships, and so the role of the sort of like an administration of Maduro since the death in the 2000s, like late 2000s of Chavez, has been very tumultuous, and the United States has been over and over again attempting to displace Maduro, who again, like I said, took over. And in this last election, Western, media and a Western sort of like NGOs had just decided that they were going to make the completely, like, whether or not it's like true or not, who knows? I doubt it. But they made these claims that the last round of elections in 2024 in Venezuela were like illegitimate. And that is, and you see now, despite the fact that that claim has zero basis, Democrats running around, people like Jake Tapper, who are guys who have close, I mean, he's not even a Democrat, he's a media guy, but like close ties to like the Pentagon, saying essentially just parroting the talking point that he's not a good leader. And you're also seeing Democrats do that as well. Like you will see Kamala Harris, my favorite poster on the internet, talk about how Maduro was a brutal dictator and an illegitimate leader. But you know what? The Republicans should not have displaced him because it was like against the norms and against the rules of law or whatever. And it's just like, bro, what you're trying to say is that what he did was right. What the Trump administration did was right. The problem is that he didn't tell Congress so they can approve it and get it on the fund. Like that's such a stupid like.
I would, okay, so I'll be a contrarian here and say that like I would be fine with that kind of messaging if at the end of that and it says, and that's why I'm calling everybody I know in the Capitol, and we're gonna do articles of impeachment. The only thing the Democrats are gonna do
they're gonna wag their finger.
Yeah, that's fine if you want to say that. If you want to take that route and then do the work afterwards, fine. If you are a senator or a congressperson, the only thing, and you shouldn't even be showing up for session. The only time the Democrats should be showing up for session is to just to hand over the articles of impeachment, get the vote, get denied, and then they should all walk out together, and that's it. That you're sitting in those halls means that you are condoning this.
Well,
this is like Star Wars garbage, and not the good one, the bad one with Jar Jar Binks.
I'd push back a little bit on that from the perspective of like even like Democrats are looked at towards as like the alternative, at least politically speaking. The role that they occupy is the alternative to the Republicans, as far as the mainstream political alternative. And what they're essentially doing is essentially saying that, like, yeah, of course, we needed to do this. We needed to replace, like, obviously the uniparty is, the uniparty foreign policy has decided that we need to get rid of Maduro, but we need to be voting for this in the Congress, and that is a real problem, because you're essentially saying that any opposition, and this is common with war in the United States. It's not common. I mean, it's not uncommon for there to be a bipartisan consensus for war, but they're doing the thing where they just set the edge permanently that. Like it's not politically a sustainable position from their perspective that to be anti-imperialist. The United States is by default allowed to just do the thing that Trump and the United States just did, which is just displace everybody. The Democrats aren't disputing that. They're not disputing the freaking, sphere of influence stuff. They're like complaining about process. And what you're doing another thing that you're doing when you do that as well, is you're essentially saying that it was right. It was right to just overthrow somebody for oil or for like all this bull crap. And I don't know, man. Like it is really
okay. So this
a good
is
way
where
to.
I'm not really disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you at all, but I'm putting myself. Let's say I was Senator Johnson, right? And I would be on Meet the Press, and I would say something along those lines. I would say something like, this is all. I would say exactly what you said. This is awful. This is terrible. This is a disgusting precedent from a disgusting president who has opened Pandora's box that we cannot close. We cannot put this toothpaste back in the tube. But to quote Barack Obama, elections have consequences. If he wants to do something like this, there is a process for this. And therefore, at least follow the process. You've got the votes. I don't understand why you don't want to follow the process. Isn't this your party? You've got all the houses of government plus the Supreme Court. Why aren't you just following the process? You probably get the votes anyway. I don't understand why you're not doing that.
By Democrats.
So, therefore, then I would say, therefore, since he did not follow the process, this gives us the moral and legal high ground now to not even sit in Congress, to completely shut down the government. The United States government is bankrupt, and it is bankrupt, and it has no more meaning. So therefore, we're not going to be a part of this. That's what you say in that moment. And people are like, well, you just have Trump derangement syndrome. Like you're going back and be like, well, maybe I do, but you still got to follow the processes, dog. Like, so it's like, why didn't you do that? I wouldn't be arguing both sides. I would be arguing the process as cover to my actual like ideals. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess the issue that I have is that like there is so much emphasis, and this is also happening by leftists and like internally, and I want to talk about this as well, but like arguing on whether or not like Maduro is a brutal dictator, and Democrats just constantly just saying, yes, he is. And then you have also like on the left, this sort of like, I see some leftists saying like, it doesn't really matter if Maduro's a dictator, this is wrong. And then you see other leftists that are just have to like come out and challenge that line and constantly say Maduro was a hero, Maduro was a hero, Maduro was a hero. And I'm just like, that doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The line I would be taking again as, Senator Johnson is that I would say, well, okay, you don't agree that Maduro was a dictator? I would say exactly what he said. It doesn't matter. You tell me what part of this is America first.
Yeah.
You tell me what part of this is putting a chicken in your pot. You tell me what part of this is putting gas in your car, because it ain't. So you tell me as the voter how this is benefiting you. It's not. So it's like that's where I'm at. But that's not my real opinion. My real opinion is it's gross. This is disgusting. America is rotten to its core and it needs to collapse yesterday. But again, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the dumbest guy I know. And I'm talking to a guy who's like, his morality is so far gone that I don't even try to argue with that stuff. It's like when I try to argue about, when I argue with people about why Medicare for all or WIC or food stamps or whatever. And I say, or why people need to get paid $20 an hour at every job, right? At Walmart or whatever. And I say, well, here's the thing. I'm not going to try to convince you what's right and that workers need to be treated fairly, because you probably don't think that. What I'm going to say is, hey, your tax dollars are going to feed and house people who have full-time jobs, because these employers like multinational corporations like a Walmart or a McDonald's or whatever don't pay them enough to live. So therefore you are an investor in these companies and you see no return.
Yeah.
You're getting cucked. How does that make you feel? That's why that's the argument. So we're doing all this in these other countries, putting American lives on the line for what? So a handful of people can get their stock portfolios, can do a stock split. How does this help you? It doesn't. How does ICE on the streets of anywhere help you? It doesn't.
It doesn't.
So that's the argument, because I don't know. The people I talk to on a normal, they're pod people. They're barely sentient. So I'm like, how can I get through to them, to their selfishness, to their greed? And that's how I choose to do it. Now when me and you were talking, we're like, it's going to be completely different. But that leftist sit here and be like, well, Maduro wasn't. I don't want to hear that. I don't care if he was. I don't care. So, okay, Maduro was a dictator, right? Maduro's a dictator. Bibi Netanyahu likes to come to New York City.
Is he
all
a dictator?
The time. He's got an active warrant out from the ICC and the ICJ.
Genocide.
So if somebody was to peel his head back to the fat meat on 4K live TV, I guess that's good, right? Because there's a more of a claim to do that than it was to Maduro. And what if there was a president? Again, going back to my earlier point, what if there was a president who we know was a confirmed pedophile and a racist, a pedophile leader who does not follow the articles and the processes of that are laid out in his own government's constitution? What if hypothetically was a guy like that, and something just happened to happen to him? I guess that's good, right? Right? It has to be.
By your logic.
It has to be. Yeah. What are we talking
about?
By
the logic that they're laying out.
And by the way, they cut through 40 people to get to him. I guess I guess it was cool that they got killed, right? What are we talking about?
Everything is justifiable. Oh, again, it's might makes right. The same thing over again is it might makes right, and that's what the power, and that's what the structure is. And again, I mean, if that's the way you want to play it, and again, like,
we're not in a position for that.
Well, I mean, like the West is lucky that China don't play hardball right now, because I mean they would be smacking us in the face.
I mean, that's straight out of Sun Tzu, though. I mean, not to be flippant or maybe even racist, but that's straight out of Sun Tzu. Like, don't interrupt your enemy while they're making mistakes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Don't do it.
And that's possibly why, you know, China has been so hands off, despite the fact that they are going to feel like when Venezuelan oil stops going to China. Well, it'll probably make its way through different means, perhaps, but because I mean, the United States says they're taking over full control of Venezuelan oil. They're going to sell it to China, right?
We just pulled out of Afghanistan yesterday and replaced the Taliban with the Taliban. We did this boondoggle now in Venezuela and replaced the Maduro government with the Maduro government. Yeah. We're not even doing the savagery right. What are we talking about? At least back in the day.
That part was hilarious, by the way. Like the so Machado, who was the woman who she's the Nobel Peace Prize winner from last year, which is also hilarious. She's the opposition leader in Venezuela and was the person that like the Western sort of like neocon establishment had been putting up as the alternative to Maduro. When Maduro is displaced, they just decide, you know what? We don't want to play with you anymore. We don't want to play with you anymore. You actually, and apparently Trump has like actual like behind the scenes beef. Maybe this is true, maybe it's not, but like it's about the fact that she accepted the Nobel Prize when he
I 100%
which is goofy.
That. No, and that guy, you 100% believe that. Yeah. And that going back to my Star Wars, now that's the good Star Wars. That's the most Lando Calrissian type ish ever. It's like, oh, you made a deal with the devil, and then get surprised when the devil does devil stuff. Oh, stupid! Look at you, stupid. No, she's such a dummy. All these collaborators, all these Gusanos, dummies. This empire has no loyalty to you. It has no loyalty to its own citizens.
She's Kyle Rittenhouse. She's what's his name? The guy
Milo Yiannopoulos.
Yeah.
Dummy. But yeah, these people think they can play nice with us is crazy. It's so they're delusional. Like the only people who know how to deal with us are the people, China, people either with nukes or acquiring nukes, and they say, yeah, we'll trade you Pyongyang for LA tonight. What you want to do? And then we go, oh, okay, I guess, well, they're crazy over there in North Korea. You see what happened to Gaddafi as soon as he gave up the nukes. Died in the gutter, sodomized. Should have never done that.
So what is the statecraft doctrine? Get nukes.
Get nukes.
If you don't have nukes, get nukes.
Get nukes. Never let them go under any circumstances. Hold the family atomics. The family atomics are the key. Even if you just got one of them. Pakistan, the same way. Pakistan, smartest country on earth. Say, boy, you got to get us one of them. And then all of a sudden, India don't want to play no more. All of a sudden, the U.S. don't want to play no more. You don't hear nothing about Pakistan. Pakistan be crazy talking just wild crazy. And we were like, well, that's fine. Yeah, because they got that thing on them. They got that thing on them.
Yeah.
Get it.
We got the castle doctrine is really happening like globally. Nation states are now the castles and the nukes are the bullets. And it's just what it is.
Bro, we're such just coward bullies, man. Like and we can't talking about boots on the ground and boy, that would really be the end. That would really be end of days because we can take whatever, but we can't hold anything. So if we want to do that, we're getting our backs.
We want another Afghanistan. We want to do Afghanistan again.
Afghanistan, Korea, just nothing but taking L's. That's all we've done is just take L's. Just in boondoggles we should have never been in. Afghanistan, now Korea, Vietnam, Russia, now Venezuela. We're tipping into that.
Well, I guess that's a good thing for our pals over at the Blowback podcast because they're just going to have material to mine for content forever. The Blowback podcast will last forever because of the fact that
every open source intelligence guy is losing their mind right now. They're just like, how fast can I punch out content? And and like this Greenland thing is crazy because it's like, well, if we try to make some kind of a move on Greenland, the only thing that's going to do, honestly, the upside of that is it'll destroy NATO, which It's garbage anyway, because NATO's not gonna. What's NATO gonna do? The NATO countries are gonna they're gonna push Article 5 against us. No, they're not. So just in NATO, which that would be a bright spot. That'd be great. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, and even then, I do kind of feel that they would still find a way to make an excuse to be like, actually, NATO is still gonna. This makes NATO stronger, and we should continue with NATO, despite the fact that the United States wants to invade like its own allies. Spain can get away with it, I guess.
Well, it goes back to what I said before. Like, it's the nukes are the key. Like, I just don't hear people talking about that. But the nukes, whoever can figure out a way around the nukes, so when America finally like takes its last dying gas, they don't get nuked. They can figure that out. Then it's over for us for sure, 100%.
I also do think, and again, this is part of why there needs to be as much sort of like online internet censorship as there does, because I mean, I would think maybe not Trump himself, but people who are like maybe a little bit smarter than him in the State Department realize, like, we see what's going on in Gaza. We see all of the photos, we see all of the videos, we see all the stuff that's coming out of there. And if we actually do step into that and kick that hornet's nest, we're going to have even more of that. And it's going to be pointed not at Israel, who doesn't seem to give one damn about any of them bodies or any of those children starving or blown up or whatever. Like, the United States will actually have to answer to that, at least at some level.
Yeah, but I mean, even still, I just goes back to my thing. The nukes are key. It's we're a madman with a loaded gun. And that's why people even that's why people even placate us, because they would not even keep up this kayfabe. They would not keep up this facade if we forget our military power. Like, because again, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but our military power is, we do have the strongest military in the world, but like as Kamala would say, the most lethal military, like we do. But that doesn't mean anything, because we are stretched so thin that we can take whatever we want. We can drop 1 million bombs on you, but we can't hold anything.
Even Pete Hegseth is like, this military, we can't be a bunch of fat asses or whatever anymore. Anyway, like you're getting dunked on by these guys. You're getting dunked on by like JD Vance, bro. Yeah. Well, I'm talking about our own. Sure. The Houthis in Yemen have been able to embarrass the United States on the world stage. You don't hear about that in the newspapers. But like, even like, you'll see, like, when last summer when these clowns, these Pete Hegseths, just decide to like, hey, we need to get all the generals up for a meeting at Quantico and get them this, just sort of just like read them the riot act and call them a bunch of fat ass losers. And it's just like, man,
that's where your head's
you're getting dunked on by these guys. You're getting dunked on by the biggest clown losers on earth. It's like, man, and they're saying that's the reason that the United States can't maintain hegemony anymore. Not because of the fact that, again, deeply overextended, on a messing in every single, looking for every honeypot that they can find, and messing around where they don't belong all over the world. It's the fact that you got, like you said, the gravy seals.
I mean, the Romans understood this, the Persians understood this to a point. Like, I would say certain Roman emperors understood this, is that that's why you let your vassal states rule themselves. And all you want is just to collect taxes, because you understand at some point, we can march down here and we can do whatever we want, sure, but we can't hold it. No, it's just a law of nature almost, to where without the consent of the indigenous population, you cannot hold land unless you're willing to, like in the olden days,
eradicate them.
You just genocide everyone and make them and just make it so history doesn't even remember that your people ever existed. That's the only thing you can do. You cannot set up shop somewhere where people do not want you. It's one thing to take territory. It's another thing to hold and try to police it. And you think people would find that out. Look, Hamas is still around. They ain't going nowhere. The Taliban got replaced with the Taliban. Like this is a fool's game, but it's a bunch of old men just trying to acquire, again, a three per.
They see it as pins on a map.
Right, they're trying to acquire a stock split before their arteries close up and they leave this earth and go to hell. That's all this is, and they don't care about you and me. They don't care about the generations behind us.
Yeah.
This is a gross place. I don't know. We got 5 minutes left. I'm going to leave it with I don't know what to do. I mean, I'm going to tell everybody to keep revolutionary optimism, but my God, if you know what to do, please contact me because we are in deep hypernormalization now. We're not falling like Rome. We're falling like the USSR. And one day we're just going to wake up and things just are not going to work. And it's going to be like the Soviet Union, and it's going to be perestroika. I'm telling you, I can see it. I hope I'm not too old so I can still kind of function and not. But God help the people who cannot function in that society because it's happening. Mm-hmm. The preppers were right. Nice. The preppers were right for all the wrong reasons. The preppers were right.
Yeah, but now they're still prepping and being based.
Mm-hmm. Well, it depends who you follow. It depends. I dip my toe into prepper stuff. A lot of those guys are they're right wingers,
actual libertarians.
They're kind of actual libertarians, are apolitical to where it's
like Thomas Massey. Actually, Thomas Massey was right on this. He actually had a good post about it. He's a psycho, person that would not, doesn't care to see starving children die or whatever. But he's definitely one of those people who actually did come out and say some actual America First stuff. We shouldn't be wasting money on, all this stuff. And let me find his post.
I'll take it. I can talk to that guy. Those kind of right wingers, I will take them all day over liberals. Because I feel like we have ground to where we're going to disagree on core issues. But when I sit here and you do the Bernie Sanders thing while you're looking for that. You do the Bernie Sanders thing and you go okay, do you think that let's forget that I'm Bernie Sanders and you hate me because I'm a dirty economy. Do you think that Americans should have health insurance or no? Do you think that Americans should have a decent quality of life or no? What part of America First is any of this? What part of America First is sacrificing your children to go get raped on Epstein's Island or sacrifice them to go into an imperial meat grinder that you will never see the benefit of?
Maybe I miscredited him. Maybe I was thinking of somebody else.
No, it's just you love libertarians. That's all.
That's true. I mean, unironically, I do love libertarians because I just love people I love people who will get into an argument over whether or not a driver's license is a First Amendment violation or whatever.
Oh, like a Walter Block, the
those
professor.
Dudes.
Oh, I love that.
I'm talking, those dudes.
Yeah, I love them because it's I'm really into Star Trek, and their worldview that they actually hold is way more fiction than any fictional world that I could think of.
Yeah.
You're gonna get your court and my court and your judges, and then my private security is gonna fight your private security. You're know
they want the Middle Ages back. They want feudalism.
Yeah. No, they do. They do. It's
they want knights. They want knights and lords. And
they want to pledge. You'll pledge your allegiance to Auntie Eternity, and I'll pledge mine to what's the dude the Lord Humongous, and we'll just see the best man wins.
Lord Big Chungus.
Yeah, out in the wasteland. Get out of here. And it's always guys who can't. It's always guys. I'll leave it this: the guys who talk like that, the greasiest, always guys who can't bench 2 plates. Guys who, if it really went down, I'll eat you. Yeah, they'll kill me, but I'm gonna get you first. It's always those guys. It's where's your head at? A Ben Shapiro looking type dude with man.
You said you'll eat him.
I will eat you. before they come and kill me and eat me, I'm definitely. You are slow moving. You are small.
I'm just reminded of the time that Alex Jones said that he would eat somebody, which is very funny as well. You remember that?
No, but I probably agree with you. I miss the old, Alex Jones is my Kanye. I miss the old Alex Jones.
Yeah, yeah, don't we all? You know, what is it? What was it? The loose change?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, not loose change, but like going into the Bohemian Grove. We got a dip though. We got like 30 seconds.
Yes. All right, cool. Well, you can listen to Good Morning Comrade every Saturday at 10 on WHIVLP New Orleans. Robert, what you been up to? Where can we find you?
On Twitter. I mean, on Twitch, not Twitter. Twitch is Lumen, Lumencast, LUMIN _CAST. Same thing on Facebook and YouTube. And that's pretty much it. And we got 8 seconds. So,
all right, cool.
Revolutionary optimism. Bye.
Yes, this is WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. We love you. Bye bye.
I got my goth juice. I'm ready to go. Hello, everyone. It's Kristina's Corner. And I am pleased to announce that apparently, supposedly, I don't know if you guys, did I tell you guys this last week? My mom and I are apparently moving back to Jersey later this year. My sister's lease is up, and my sister keeps insisting on, us, moving up there with her, so it'll be more affordable. And I'm like, okay, cool, yeah, let me do that. Anyway, so a few things have happened. South Carolina is gonna have another fucking hearing for a total complete abortion ban again. It's not like the other one we had failed. And the woman that is also being like propped up and talking about this is also a woman who's had 2 abortions. So she's had choice. Is my thing tilted back? No. Sorry. So yeah, we're dealing with that shit. So okay, that's much better. So yeah, that whole I'm gonna be discussing that. I think this one actor was Timothy Busfield. Melissa Gilbert's husband has turned himself in after being charged with basically molesting some kids he was directing in a movie or something like that. We're gonna discuss that too. And also too with what's been going on in Minneapolis, the fact that a lot of people are spreading a lot of false information about Renee Good. Like the fact that a 37-year-old who was murdered by an ICE dude somehow got arrested a few years ago at the age of 44 for child abuse. I mean, it's like clockwork, like the shit that they've come up with. And I'm like, you do realize that this thing says she's 44. And like, well, I'm like, no, not well. Y'all falling for stupid AI. Like, it's not even AI. It's literally poorly photoshopped too. Like, it's crazy. It's so crazy. I can't even begin to describe how frustrating it is. But I have some good news. I have very good news. I am currently being fed right now. I know what you're all thinking, Kristina, you're not eating right now. No, I'm talking in terms of content of one of my crushes. So 28 years later, the Bone Temple is dropping on Thursday night. I'm going to see it this Thursday. I'm a huge 28 years later 28 insert 28 blank whatever fan. I love Cillian Murphy. Jack O'Connell's in this. And Jack O'Connell is everywhere right now promoted because he plays like the villain in this one. 96% on Rotten Tomatoes for a rating. That's impressive. I had no doubt in my mind Nia DaCosta could do it. I love her Candyman. I love the Marvels. She really does good with horror, and I'm here for it. So, Jack O'Connell is going to be visiting the Criterion Closet. I'm excited to see what his picks are because I'm a huge Criterion Closet fan. I love watching actors be like, I'm just going to take this whole like box set of Scorsese films and just leave. Cillian Murphy's at the premiere too because he's also an executive. He's a producer, and apparently his character Jim is returning. He's going to make a gratuitous cameo at the end of this movie because that's what Danny Boyle spoiled it for us. And then if it looks like if this one does well, the next film is going to be all about Cillian, all about Jim. And I'm like, can we? So I'm excited. I'm very, very excited to see Cillian Murphy and Jack O'Connell interacting. It's like Christmas already came in 2026 for me. I love it. It's so good. I'm so excited. So also tonight, Moon Knight Extravaganza, Memories of Murder. And then, of course, tomorrow, Forrest and I do an Absurdity Space. We're going to be talking a lot about like ICE and cops. They're notorious for jumping in front of cars purposely to escalate accidents where they can murder people and claim self-defense. Of course, what a shocker. Who would have thought, you know? Who would have thought? So that's the thing that's happening. No, whoops. And I'm, you know, here's what it is. Also, Golden Globes. Some Golden Globes drama. Excuse me, I haven't eaten today. Sorry, I'm distracted. But yeah, Bill Maher has shit to say about the Golden Globes. Because he did not win. He got called up by Wanda Sykes, and I don't blame her for calling him out. I would too. Piece of shit. Oh, also, actually, you know what? Before I go on, let me talk about this drama. What? I don't know what. Okay, so Larry Ellison is going to be suing, you know, the head of Paramount, right? That guy, the Ellisons, the father-son duo that definitely looks like they got no plastic surgery done to their faces, will be suing Warner Brothers because they want to buy Warner Brothers. They think Netflix's deal is shady. They only want CNN. That's it. That is it. They want the man who owns CBS News and has Barry Weiss in charge wants CNN, which is a Time Warner property, which is under the Warner Brothers Discovery umbrella. Thanks, Bill Clinton, with your fucking 1996 anti-communication, whatever it's called. But it's not gonna look good. I mean, do we want another pro-Trump network considering one of the top networks that gets watched in the news, or should we just sacrifice the death of movie theaters? In Netflix's case. God, man, we don't win regardless of the situation, but let's read this nonsense. So, Paramount Skydance sues Warner Brothers Discovery for disclosure on sale process regarding pending Netflix deal. Bukkake is what I'm calling this, okay? Paramount Skydance is still pursuing the acquisition of Warner Bros. Discovery. As we previously told you, Netflix agreed to acquire Warner Bros. Discovery in a deal valued at approximately $82.7 billion, equity value of $72 billion. The deal was described as one that would define the next century of storytelling and was approved unanimously by both companies' boards of directors. Paramount Skydance also shared that it had expressed intent to purchase Warner Bros. Discovery with an all-cash tender offer to acquire all the outstanding shares of the Warner Bros. Discovery Inc. amount to $30 per share, equating to an enterprise value of $108.4 billion. As reported separately, Paramount said it had submitted 6 proposals to Warner Brothers Discovery over a 12-week period, which had not gained the company's attention, prompting outreach to its shareholders and board of directors. They just want CNN. Paramount Skydance also stated it believes its offer would be more favorable for Warner Bros. Discovery to consider Netflix deals anticipated to involve an extended regulatory process, and unlike Netflix, Paramount's offers for the entirety of Warner Bros. Discovery, including its global networks, linear cable business. Warner Bros. Discovery shareholders deserve an opportunity to consider our superior all-cash offer for their shares in the entire company. David Ellison, chairman and CEO of Paramount Skydance, said in his December 8th press release, our public offer, which is on the same terms we provide to the Warner Bros. Discovery board of directors in private, provides superior value and a more certain and quicker path to completion. Warner Brothers circled back to reaffirm its interest in a deal with Netflix, calling it a more superior, more certain value for its shareholders. Paramount Skydance is now suing Warner Bros. Discovery in its quest to acquire the company. CNBC reports that in a lawsuit filed Monday, January 12th, Paramount is asking a Delaware court, oh god, is that probably the same fucking Delaware court that forced Elon to buy Twitter when he backed out. Yeah. To compel the Warner Bros. Discovery to share details on the sale process and the pending Netflix deal. Why are these courts in Delaware? Anyway, someone please let me know why. Why is it always Delaware? Warner Bros. Discovery has failed to include any disclosure about how it valued the global network stub equity, how it valued the overall Netflix transaction, how the purchase price reduction for debt works in the Netflix transaction, or even what the basis is for its risk adjustment on our $30 per share all-cash offer, Ellison said in a letter shared with Warner Bros. Discovery shareholders. Here's the thing. This is so a lot of people, some of you are probably thinking, why do people want to buy Warner Brothers now? Why? Because they had a good year. Finally, they had a good year. They had the most successful box office hits in 2025, like from January to December. Like it was nonstop. Like, and even with streaming, did so well. I mean, but a lot of people who are into sports, and maybe you guys will definitely be like, yep, you're right. A lot of people say that it's too premature to, first of all, it's stupid to buy Warner Brothers anyway, but it's too early to buy Warner Brothers when they've just gone back on their feet. It's like when a sports team is finally doing well in a season, you don't bet on them when they're just finally getting back to winning and getting a routine going, a play going. You gotta wait until they can actually prove themselves that, okay, they've won a couple of seasons in a row, they've gotten some Super Bowl rings or some, playoff jacket, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people are like, you cannot determine Warner Brothers is going to be a successful movie studio in this year or the following year. But I think 28 years later, Bone Temple is a Warner Brothers property, so we shall see how that goes. So it is interesting that a lot of people are like, regardless of how you feel, it's too early for people to want to buy a movie studio that's just had one good year and it's finally back on their feet, because there's a formula that they're playing with, and you got to test out that formula to see if it's going to be good, because every year is a different year, So a lot of people are like making sports analogies. Actually, you know what? Speaking of Golden Globes, I will make a betting analogy. Why the fuck would you bet on the Golden Globes when you should be betting on the Oscars? You know why? Because that's where there's a trend leading up to the Oscars. You know what I'm saying? Like Critics' Choice, SAG, Golden Globe, BAFTA, Gold Derby. Like there's you can't just bet on the Golden Globes, is what I'm saying. Like, it's stupid because considering the split categories. And anyway, I'm getting off topic. So, Warner Bros. Discovery shareholders need this information to make an informed investment decision on our offer, and importantly, Delaware law has consistently required that such information be provided to shareholders, he added. Following the process prescribed under Delaware law, we filed suit this morning in Delaware Chancery Court to ask the court to simply direct Warner Bros. Discovery to provide the information. This information so that Warner Bros. Discovery shareholders have what they need to be able to make an informed decision as to whether to tender their shares into our offer. Again, they just want CNN. They don't care. Like they say, oh, we'll do some good stuff with movies. They do not fucking care. You know why? Because we're already seeing the boycotting of like Palestine or anything like Arab or pro whatever happening. We saw at the Golden Globes. Oh my God, they couldn't show a Palestinian for like more than 2 seconds, and like it was crazy. They could not like I think why Warner Bros. Discovery knows that if they were to get bought out by Paramount, they actually would do boycotts of actors who are pro-Palestine, who were anti-Trump, who were pro-left-leaning causes. I mean, apparently, Javier Bardem, apparently he said that he was banned from the Golden Globes or whatever. So like, it's they know that with Netflix, at least they'll be able to do the art that they want. You know what I'm saying? With Paramount, Warner Brothers, they probably know like, oh, we're gonna have to like, we're not gonna have full control over our art. Hence, you know, the whole, you know, Sinners discussion about about Ryan Coogler actually getting to own his movie, which is why Sinners, despite it being a critical success and a box office hit, the most talked about movie last year, is not winning a whole lot of awards. Racism and the Hollywood and the studio system strikes again. Ellison also said that Paramount Skydance will nominate directors to the Warner Bros. Discovery Board at Warner Bros. Discovery's 2026 annual meeting. The announcement follows Warner Bros. Discovery doubling down on its stance when its board of directors requested that shareholders reject Paramount's bid. We have signed a merger agreement with Netflix. It is a compelling value, a clear path to closing, and protection for our shareholders if something stops the close, whatever that might be. Warner Bros. Discovery Board Chairman Samuel De Piazza told CNBC's David Farber on Squawk Box. What? Okay. Okay. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at now. I mean, the only logical explanation is that they just want CNN. They want to control what directors and creators and actors are doing. It's not like they don't have good intentions. I mean, either does Netflix, but even Netflix is like, CNN is like the least of our concerns. We just want the movies to be on streaming forever and only be in theaters for like a week. That's our biggest concern. I still think it's funny that what's this say, Serranos, whatever, the CEO of Netflix was like, oh, Barbenheimer would have done even better on Netflix. And I'm like, Barbie and Oppenheimer, the Barbenheimer thing, you cannot create that on a streaming platform. No one's dressing up as the characters and going to their living room to watch the movies. I'm just saying, like, I know, right? What the hell? Okay, of course, I know I've seen this. Okay. Yeah, it's just kind of crazy that a lot of streaming, things are like, these movies would have done better at home. And I'm just like, no, they would not. You don't understand a pop culture phenomenon if it slapped you in the face, like real hard, Like, ugh, so ridiculous how people can be like this. Drives me nerds. So, blah. Okay, let's see. Okay, let me just find South Carolina abortion ban. God, I can't wait to get the fuck out of here. Yay! Oh, Jesus. All righty, let's so let's do this. So, two South Carolina lawmakers, two male South Carolina lawmakers, fix that title, push for tougher abortion law this year. A pair of upstate lawmakers are leading a charge to get what they call sweeping and historic legislation on abortion passed in the middle state in 2026. State Senators Lee Bright, Republican of Greenville, Spartanburg, and State Rep Rob Harris, Republican of Spartanburg, two men with penises, men who cannot get pregnant. Literally, they literally cannot. Trans women can't though. What? Okay. Anyway, I'm going on top again. Told reporters Tuesday morning at the State House that they plan to push for a more restrictive abortion law that goes a step further than the current fetal heartbeat law that prohibits abortions after a heartbeat in the fetus is detected, which happens at about 6 weeks. At the 6 week mark, some medical experts have said, "I know we've got hearts and minds to change," Bryce said. "God's in the hearts and mind changing business." God never said anything about abortion. I don't understand where people think. Like, the Bible is pro-abortion, if anything. He said he plans on filing a bill to abolish abortion in the Senate later in the day. Harris introduced a bill for equal protection last year, but it did not become law. The bill has a hearing on Wednesday in the Constitutional Law Subcommittee. No means no. What do you mean? There's no constitutional law about fucking abort. Oh, Jesus Christ. Original textists, whatever they're called. Bullshitters. Harris criticized the state's current abortion law, saying that it writes into law where, when, and how someone may legally murder a baby in South Carolina. Besides giving legal permission for doctors to kill certain babies, the heartbeat bill actually gives the mother full protection against criminal or civil prosecution for the willful murder of her own baby, as if she is a victim, he said. She is a victim, though. Like, no, I mean, there's no rape or incest exceptions in these dudes' bill, just saying. Harris said the heartbeat bill, which he called inherently ineffective, has caused the rate of abortion in the state to rise above pre-Roe v. Wade levels. Gee, I wonder why that is. It's almost as if when you ban something, people are still going to find a way to get the thing done, especially when it comes to, like, a medical procedure. Partly through out-of-state clinical abortions and mostly through chemical abortions and pills. What did I just say? Do we have to bring back prohibition? What happened when they banned alcohol? What happened, y'all? What happened? Didn't last long. His bill, he says, will provide equal protection with the premise that murdering anyone should be illegal for everyone. Okay, so if a man beats the shit out of his pregnant girlfriend and she miscarries, will it be considered murder and illegal for him? If a man rapes his daughter, who's like 10, and gets her pregnant, and she dies during childbirth, would along with the baby, will he be considered a murder under this bill? If this were to become law? Because women are facing prison time for miscarriages longer than the average rapist. Hell, sometimes they don't even go to jail. They just get a little slap on the wrist and be told, "Don't do it again, and here's some counseling." That'll definitely fix your whatever's wrong with you. Mike Correll, who leads the organization Equal Protection in South Carolina, said the General Summary has a mandate from Jesus Christ to end the Holocaust of abortion and establish legal equal protection for every preborn baby without exception and without compromise. This is the problem with so many right-wing causes, is that this sounds, Equal Protection South Carolina, sounds like a great, oh shit, I got something in mind. Sounds like a great name for an organization, but then you look into it, you're like, oh, what the fuck? This is not a progressive cause. And we want to urge the leadership to stop passing bills that continue to regulate where, when, and how preborn babies can be killed under the law. He said, I fucking hate when they use this language. The current fetal heartbeat laws allow for exceptions to save the mother's life for victims of rape. What did I just say, y'all? And incest through 12 weeks into the pregnancy. And the pregnancies involved fatal fetal anomalies. What did I just say? Did I just say that this current bill was not going to make any exceptions for the examples that I just gave? Wow, it's like I know these men. State lawmakers consider what would have been the most restrictive abortion bill in the nation last year. Not only could South Carolina have the strictest abortion ban in the country, they also have the worst. They're the reason why we're going to lose elimination status with fucking measles. I swear to God. Yeah, South Carolina is at the epicenter of the measles outbreak in this country. Every day, it's like 5 new cases, and I'm just like, get me the fuck out of here. Hey, guys, donate so I can get out of here sooner. That law would have banned all abortions unless the woman's life is threatened and would have allowed judges to sentence women who get abortions to decades in prison and could have restricted the use of IUDs and in vitro fertilization. But the law stalled in committee. Governor Henry McMaster, by the way, has said he believes South Carolina's existing 6-week ban is sufficient. I don't like being a woman sometimes. I don't like being a person who can conceive. I don't like having a menstrual cycle. I don't like the fact that I can get pregnant willy-nilly because the women in my family are fertile. Like no birth control can work when it comes to pregnancy in my family. I've known this. And I know women in my family were on the depot shot and they still managed to get pregnant. Granted, they miscarried soon after, but still. But it's like it's so predictable, these men. And then they prop up these women who've had abortions, who've had choice, mind you, when they weren't ready to be mothers, right? And they're out there parading themselves as if, they regret their abortions, even though they have kids, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, bitch, you had 2 choices. You made your choice twice. 2 abortions. Nothing wrong with that. But you have the fucking gall to take it away from me? I fucking hate that. I mean, remember the documentary of Jane Roe, the woman who was Roe and Roe v. Wade? She was like, "Yeah, I became a pro-life activist after conservative groups reached out and said they were going to pay me a lot of money, and so I fucking I became like on her deathbed, like that documentary on Hulu. Highly recommend. She basically been like, yeah, I was being paid by right-wing groups to become pro-life because I needed the money, and I became an ex-lesbian and became a Catholic just to be reformed and all that." And I'm just like, Jesus Christ. And every time you bring this up to conservatives, it doesn't click with them. And I'm just like, son of a bitch. So that's where we're at now. So I can leave the state. I could get abortion on demand, y'all. Just kidding. But it will just be easier for me as a woman to be living in New Jersey. I mean, a lot of my friends live up in the city, in the tri-state area, but also just in general, like, oh my God, I'm gonna have rights. This is going to be so good for me. Oh God, Adam's in Ireland when we do our episode. Oh, sorry. Gotta update. Just a reminder, guys. Adam McKay and Josh Olson are coming on the podcast on Moon Extravaganza this month. My buddy Adam McKay, who's directed some little known films like 2 Anchorman movies, Step Brothers, Vice, Don't Look Up. Just little indie films. Not like he's directed some of the generations of greatest acting talent there ever has been, and then Josh Olson, who can be nominated a screenwriter who hosts a podcast. He had Kristen Stewart on his podcast, and he's really close with Joe Dante, who directed, the Gremlins movies, and Forrest is like, we could get Joe Dante on. I'm like, fuck yeah, we should. I don't think we've talked about Gremlins. Man, I can't believe they gave an updated Wicked cosplay, and I can't even do it. Okay, anyway. Okay, so I want to talk about the Golden Globes real quick. Best podcast getting a time slot and not best score. They did my boy Ludwig dirty with that one. I was like, but I think it's funny. Bill Maher's complaining that he got snubbed at the Golden Globes because of woke Hollywood, despite losing to Ricky Gervais, who is definitely not woke, like at all. I mean, even Wanda Sykes made a big fucking sting about it. She's like, Ricky Gervais would like to thank the gays and the transgenders for this one. I'm like, fuck yeah. Yeah. So it's just funny. That's cool. What? Oh, guys, there's some drama happening with Trump. Oh my God, leave it to my boy Phil Lewis with this. Okay, wait, is this on? Okay, I need audio. Okay, so okay, wait a minute. Maybe I can find this on Twitter, y'all. My Twitter fucking app on my phone is lagging like fucking lag. It takes like I'm hardly ever on my Twitter mobile app because it's just so fucking slow. I've deleted it, re-downloaded, still having issues. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is over here like, I'm gonna sue my ex baby mama for full custody of a kid that I don't even know because she said something good about transgender people. You can't file for sole custody under words you put in your own mouth. Whatever. So this shit's funny. So something happened just now. Apparently, Trump's in Michigan. Trump yells "fuck you" and flips off an auto worker in Michigan who yelled "pedophile protector." Yeah. Oh. That's our president, y'all. What the decorum? Am I right? That's the man with pure class and respect. Sorry. Anyway, pure class, pure class, without a doubt. Yeah. Also, I think ever since they did that new like messaging system, that's part of the problem. I think. I don't know. Because there's so many people who are in like 50 billion different group chats, and I don't know, maybe that's slowing I don't know, but it's like such class. Can you imagine if Obama, I hate saying the whole imagine if Obama, but imagine if Barack Hussein Obama flipped off. Yeah, I saw. Dude, that was hilarious. He's definitely. You know what? Maybe my man Sam Cedar's right. Maybe this might be his last year on Earth. Anyway, I did not say anything. Fingers crossed. Let 2026 be my fucking year. I deserve it. These last 5 years have been shit. I'm not even joking. I need to win finally. You know what I'm saying? I need to win. I need to keep winning. Every time I think I'm doing well, something shit happens, and I'm like, fuck. But I mean, imagine if Obama flipped off some auto workers in Michigan. Do you know how well that would play on Fox News? They would be talking about that shit for like 6 months. Like, oh my God, this black man disrespects the white working class, and it's like, okay, slow down there. Eek. You know. Like, ooh. Let's see. So anyway, again, that's our president. So I'll allow ads on Snopes. Okay, so I want to talk about a lot of the shit that's being spread about Renee Good, because I will say this: she does not seem like, even before shit came out, the videos, all the angles, and people the right wing was always putting their narrative about her being like she was trying to commit domestic terrorism. She was this radical ICE activist who lived here for so long, or they're like, oh, she recently moved here after getting out of jail for abusing her kid. Like all this shit that it's because when looking into her background, guess what? She's probably the perfect victim. Like she has there's really nothing bad about her. She was an average woman who got caught in the snow and tried to get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? Like she wasn't purposely doing any activism. And again, ICE has no jurisdiction on civilians and American citizens like that. They just don't. But that don't stop them from acting like they do. So all we learn about is that she liked poetry, she liked doing movie marathons. There's really nothing about her, because we all know if there was a lot of shit in her background that would be it would have gotten out already. But instead, the right wing has decided to put a narrative out there that whatever the oh my god. Okay, so oh my god, this is why left wing news doesn't do so well, because everything's behind a paywall anyway. But where this image allegedly showing Renee Good's criminal record, a screenshot showing the rap sheet of 37-year-old Good, whom an ICE agent fatally shot. Just say murdered, it's fine. In early January 2026, listed her age as 44. So here's all the It's so funny because the date, it's 3 days, and then this and that, and it's I'm like, motherfuckers, her age is 44 on this. They're like, well, she still did it. I'm like, what? No, they're not. That 44 to 30, 37 to 44 is nearly a 10-year age gap. I don't understand how they could fumble that one. So a screenshot circulating online authentically depicted the criminal record of Renee Good, 37-year-old who murdered by an ICE officer. This caption in January after. So in January 26, after U.S. ICE shot her, screenshot archive circulating online depicting her extensive criminal background listed crimes such as child abuse, battery of a police officer, and trespassing. And of course, there's all, according to the screen grab, law enforcement official booked, which generally means jailed, Good 4 times in 2022, 23, 24 under suspicion of various crimes. At least people were acting this was in short, there was no evidence the screenshot authentically depicted history of Good being arrested or convicted. Numerous reputable news media outlets report that she was 37. The Kansas City News Report says she was born April 2nd, 1988. The criminal record circulating online was for a 44-year-old person born October 1980, and planned the screenshot was from 2024 to 2025. Okay, so there's really nothing. Again, according to Kansas City Star, Good was born in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and used to live in Kansas City, Missouri. The newspaper reported that one of Good's neighbors said the 37-year-old planned to move to Canada before, according to the BBC, experience in Minneapolis. Search the criminal records database in Colorado, Missouri, and Minnesota states where Good had reportedly lived in for Renee Good, Renee Shepard, Renee Macklin, Good's name during marriages. The four presidents recovered no record matching the screenshot circulated online. Given the above, the criminal record could not have belonged to Good. Therefore, we conclude that social media's miscaptioned the screenshot. It's not clear where the criminal record screenshot originated from, or whether it belonged to a real person who shared a name but not a birth date with Good. According to Google's Gemini chatbot, the screenshot did not contain synth ID, an invisible watermark that Google embeds in content created by its generative artificial intelligence products. Online AI detectors, Cytengine and Hive Moderation found the image was unlikely to have been AI generated. Such detectors are not always fully reliable. Again, this is just bitch ass Photoshop. The Associated Press reported that Good apparently was never charged with anything beyond a single traffic ticket. So, yeah, that we do that. We're never, yo. We're not. We are never going to get the truth. We are not like, everyone's like, I'm like, we cannot, like, everyone's like, oh, this is the most transparent government in history. No, the fuck it's not, because Epstein files. Police and ICE shootings, detaining American citizens, detaining indigenous people. This is their fucking land. Also, too, the fact that Trump said, and I can't believe he said this, he's like, his reasoning for Denmark, wanting to buy Greenland. Apparently, some people think it's because of data centers. Maybe, I don't know how that's gonna work out. But like, he's like, Denmark, landed there. He can't, he's like, Denmark can't make a claim to a land that they landed on like 200 plus years ago, and everyone's like, Columbus, anyone? The Pilgrims, the Founding Fathers? Like, what do you think the U.S. is? Like, it's so funny. I'm like, so you think Denmark was colonizing Greenland, and they don't technically own that land then? Okay, that's interesting to know. Ugh. What a sad life we live in. What a sad life. We need a palate cleanser. We need a palate cleanser. We so desperately need a palate cleanser. I just don't know what the palate cleanser. Oh, I got the palate cleanser right here. Ooh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at Cillian Murphy. Look at yeah. That's that gray on gray. He's like, I'm suave. I am ready to start promoting the Peaky Blinders movie that's coming out on Netflix on March 20th. Let's go. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh, I follow Miss Piggy. How am I not following Miss Piggy on Instagram? What's wrong with me? Yeah. Aha. Sorry. I need to chill out. Anyway. Okay, guys. I want to recommend a guy on Instagram and TikTok. But like I need to find the guy. Is this the guy? No, that's not the guy. Wait a minute. No, I'll do. Okay, so if y'all know this, Leslie Jones from SNL makes a habit of like reacting and posting like her reactions to stuff. And of course, I mentioned before, she did one of Wicked for Good. And this one guy has been doing like an animated version of like her as it's like Mystery Science Theater, like 3000 or whatever. And it's so good. Oh my god. Okay, okay, this is the guy, right? I'm posting Instagram. It's so fucking funny. He needs to keep doing this. Yeah, TikTok sucks now. Now that's bought by, you guessed it, Larry and David Ellison. Because Democrats were fear-mongering about China and fucking, I mean, a lot of people say, well, this is actually Trump's fault. No, it's not. It's not Trump's fault about the TikTok ban. You know why? Because he let it go. Everyone let the TikTok ban go until Israel and Palestine became an issue. And Republicans are like, we can make this about it being owned by the Chinese government. And then Democrats can make it about, oh, Israel, Palestine, the kids are being brainwashed. And now no one is making bank on TikTok anymore. No one's making money on TikTok anymore. That's why everyone's like, we got to go to YouTube. We got to do this. We got to do that. We got to do that. And it's like, I just found my niche. I keep getting called Tim Curry in my comments now when I'm all dolled up and doing my makeup. Everyone's like, oh shit. Is that Tim Curry? Is that Tim Curry? Does Tim Curry have a daughter? How about that? And you know what? I'm here for the comparison. I see it. You know what? Did I show you that? I don't know if I can show. But like, bitches be saying I don't have hooded eyes. When I do have hooded eyes, I didn't really go full. I didn't really have time to do the full Tim Curry look today because, you know, I'm dumb. What the fuck? 47 notifications. Who keeps? What the? Okay. Anyway, sorry. Okay. So yeah. Anyway, I like the comparisons. Maybe something went wrong. I freaking hate TikTok. Oh my. Refresh. Anyway, I did a makeup look, dark smoky eye, blown out, red lip, and everyone. You know what? Fuck it. I have it on Instagram. What the fuck am I doing? But also subscribe to follow that guy on Instagram. He's very funny with his animations and stuff. Where? Okay. So yeah, this is kind of the thing that I was kind of going for. I'm like, oh look, god damn, y'all very horny for me in my Instagram, but oops, it won't share anyway. But that's weird. So let's see, fuck it. Let me link the video. So y'all can see. But everyone was like, oh my god, it's giving like Tim Curry. It's giving Dr. Frankenfurter and Rocky Horror. Oh my god, you look like Tim Curry. Are you really like on TikTok at least? And I'm just like, is this gonna be my thing? Is this gonna be my ticket to monetize myself on the internet? Because some people do the dumbest shit. Like there's literally like a girl who could do like she's a very beautiful girl, but she could contort her face where it looks like she's gotten like filler and stuff done, and I'm like, and she makes bank on TikTok, and I'm just like, what do I need to do, you know? So then I'm looking at, and then I'm thinking, maybe this Tim Curry thing can help me out. Refresh, damn it. Anyway, oh, found it. I found it. Yay. Okay. Ta-da! Yeah, and so yeah, there we go. And then of course, okay, here's the comments. I was going to say, you know, Nancy from the craft. Close enough. Welcome back, Tim Curry. Here we go. He is still alive. Yeah, I'm looking right at him. Got Rocky Horror, you know, the whole more Rocky Horror. Twins. Yeah. How about, I mean, I personally, I mean, maybe it's because I'm able to do things to my face like Tim Curry or Jim Carrey could do, but like I've been compared to Tim Curry in the past, and Dr. Frankenfurter cosplay went. Nancy Downs. All I see is Nancy from the craft. I'm loving it's gonna be sweet transvestite in the best way. So yeah, that's a thing that I had to figure out what I gotta do, because like a lot of people don't understand is like I have hooded eyes. Hooded eyes means you don't have a crease. Like this, like right here, this covers, and this is very bulbous. So like most of my makeup looks have to be like blown out fake crease all the way up to like the eyebrow, unfortunately. And it's like a lot of like product, and everyone's like, do this, but then other people are like, no, this is what fits your eye. If I were to elongate my eyeshadow, it would just make my eyes look more hooded and more like rectangular, and I don't want that. I want them to look more round and almond, more like. So yeah, and everyone's like, put on false lashes. Sometimes false lashes make my eyes look droopy. Like it's can't win. If I get money, I'm gonna get an eye lift. So it looks like, so I can wear makeup. But and here's actually here's a photo, you know, and I have Sweet Transvestite playing on the on this photo thing. So someone's like, oh, I met Tim Curry. Cool. I've done a little Q&A with him in the past, and he anyway. See that it just looks better for me. It just looks, like it keeps it within the brows and whatever. Anyway, that's my whole thing. I'm so bad. So yeah, that's kind of the what I deal with as someone who's been wearing makeup for a long time. I still am trying to figure out what looks good for me. But I will say Ariana Grande, Rem Beauty. Again, my foundation shade, my skin in a bottle. Like I was like, damn. Go her. Also, Ariana Grande is back. And what I mean is darker hair, high pony, fake tanner. Glinda era is gone. Ethan Slater, if you're watching, which you aren't, if she breaks up with you, I'm willing to step up. I'm so lame. So lame. That's just me. I'm very lame and corny, and I was gonna say the word that rhymes with corny that begins with H, but y'all know what I mean. Okay. Man, guys, I have some bad news to sign off before I go. Zoran Mamdani's going bald already. Forrest found a bald spot in the back of his head. 34 years old and already balding. My poor sweet man. See, boom. If you look at the photos of him in the back. Sorry, I'm totally out of it right now. But yeah, Zoran Mamdani, get some hair plugs. Do. Not for me. Shit, right. I know people who were balding in their 20s, and it's like, yeesh. Excuse me again. 2 words, Patrick Stewart. I know. There's Yul Brynner. He was like, I have long, luxurious hair, and I'm gonna shave it because I look cool bald. And you know what? That's cool. Ooh, maybe I should just add a little bit more. Oh, here you go. See, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that. Anyway. Is this just a brush with leftover product on that I'm just like, okay, this is not coming out the way I want it to. But so like, let's see what I mean. It's just not good. Anyway, look at me. I should do like a makeup tutorial one time for you guys to be like, here's how to do some makeup. I don't know. Man, I'm bad. Patrick Stewart definitely is the best kind of bald. I agree. I saw the next trailer for Avengers Doomsday, and I'm just like, I don't know what the plot of this movie is. I doubt it has a plot. There's a lot of gratuitous cameos, and that's probably going to be it. It is what it is. Good times indeed do, Also, this is probably the first time in a long time I didn't feel like I had to cough up a lung. I'm so happy about that. So happy. Just a reminder, guys, tonight, Moon Extravaganza, 8 p.m. Eastern. We're also going to try vertical streaming to see how well that does us. And then next Tuesday, we're off, I think. And then we're going to have Josh Olson and Adam McKay on, not together, but how to close out the month of January. I'm excited to talk to Adam McKay. I'm excited. Be like, hey, buddy, what's up? Josh Olson? Get some connections. He knows Joe Dante really well. And I'm like, fuck, let's do Gremlins. I don't think have we ever covered Gremlins? I think we did. I don't remember. If not, we can always redo it. There's certain episodes that we can just redo because it's like, that could have been better. So anyway. Oh boy. Exactly. Oh, it's time. Okay, anyway. Also, just a reminder, guys, I'm friends with Timothy Chalamet's mom on Facebook, and her whole thing is like, my Jewish son made a movie by Jews for Jews. And I'm just like, oh, Jesus Christ, she's pro-Israel. This is not good. Nicole, stop. I was like, but any excuse to try to get closer to Timothée, future Oscar winner probably, because he's so try hard. And the Academy's like, here, Trolls 2. No, we don't really do. Hey, here's the thing: if we're gonna do animated features, we're gonna do like the whole Disney Renaissance. Like that's what I want to do. That's my goal. I'm like, because I could get my man Robbie Benson on to talk about Beauty and the Beast. That's right, the voice of the Beast. I'm friends with him. So anyway, any chances? What, to get Timothy Chalamet on the podcast? I would have to kiss his mother's ass a lot to get that connection. I'm working on it though. I'm doing my best. But yeah, there's a chance he's actually going to win the Oscar this time around because I don't know, he's doing the I deserve this, and I'm like, you're still young. How long it took Leo like 30 years to get an Academy Award for a movie about his like least favorable movie in my opinion. You could have won for. Oh shit! What battery? Fuck. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna head out. Okay, I'm gonna be heading out, and I will be back. In 2 hours from Extravaganza, and Alex and Hank are gonna be hanging out with y'all. So yeah, thanks for tuning in. I'll be back in a few hours. Bye.
Hello, folks. Welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. I am Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, whatever I want to talk about, and politics over on this space. If you're not following this space, please do. It's on YouTube. If you're on YouTube on my channel, follow my channel. If you're on this space, follow my channel. Anyways, today I have a very special guest who's going to inform me and you about the history of a certain channel called TYT, and that man is Hank Thompson. Thank you very much for joining me, Hank. How are you doing? Of winners and losers.
What's up, Alex? How are you?
I'm good. I'm good, man. I have been playing Ball Pit. I know you're also a fan.
Yeah, I got a ball to pick with you about that. Thanks for ruining my life. Okay,
you got a new addiction. I understand.
Too much to do. I got my Rocket League and my Valheim addictions going, and then this guy here who's got trustworthy recommendations gets me to look something up on Steam. Overwhelmingly positive, affordable. The demo was free, and then then I lose a bunch of hours playing the demo. It's only $11.99, 20% off, I think. So then I frickin' pay it with money I don't have, and now my life is destroyed. Thanks to Alex. So what a game, though. Jeez, it's so what the heck?
I know, and your life's about to get more destroyed because there's updates coming this year.
We did it. Over 1,000 copies of Ball Pit have been sold. I'm sorry, does that say 1,000? Because that's wrong. It's over 1,000 thousands. I should know. I've been watching number go up. 1 million players. That's so many. And they all paid money. So you know what that means. Kenny has to make more Ball Pit. Next year, 3 updates are already scheduled to come to Ball Pit, each of them bringing new balls, new evolutions, new buildings, new characters, and more. The Regal update in January, with hunters molded by high society. The Shadow update in April, with hunters steeped in the art of deception. And the Naturalist update in July, with hunters that deal in extreme necessity. All for free. which means that if we want to keep this ball rolling, then we need more
Jeez.
people to buy ball pit. So
Turn it
it's
off.
a-
Turn it off. Put it over there.
He has to make more and more ball pit, so more and more people buy
Man.
ball pit. So he has to make more and more and more ball pit. So buy ball pit more.
I mean,
Okay. All right,
it's
calm
just going
down.
to get worse. It's just going to get worse.
I have my base is still I haven't cleared everything yet. I can afford to, but I've kept it kind of strategically like blocked off in a sense. So I haven't opened up
That's
that whole
smart.
thing yet.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's smart or not. Yeah, thank you though. I'll take the compliment. But then yeah, so I haven't like cleared everything, and I'm just sort of interested to see where it goes. But you can get just so mesmerized by the sound
Yeah.
and the music too. I like to crank them. I normally find music distracting in games,
Mhm.
but yeah, it's it's a great way to lose.
It's
20 minutes.
it's such a perfect one more run game.
Yeah.
One more go. Like I could do it. It's such a perfect like time waster where you're doing work and you know having this on the side, or a perfect let me just lose hours focusing on this.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
having a great time. I love, Hollow Knight, Silk Song, I'm also playing.
Okay.
Also very similar where you could play for 10 minutes and make progress, or you could play for 3 hours and make progress.
All right. Okay. Good to know. I'm
absolutely
not going to take any more of your recommendations. You've ruined my life enough as it is. And the harvesting, or you send the guy and then they start bouncing.
Yeah.
That's his
Yeah.
own
So I
minigame challenge?
was just kind of
Yeah.
slapdashing my town together.
Yep.
And then I was like, damn it, I really wish I could kind of start over or move some stuff off the screen to rearrange. And then I realized, let me just select everything and just rotate it. Because I had all my like wheat fields and forests in the back. And I just like, let me just flip it around. And it's perfect. Got my upgradable buildings in the middle. So
Yeah.
we just hit those. I love it. So
Yep.
fun to play around with.
No doubt. I could go on and on, but
yeah, me
we
too.
have other topics for sure. But
well,
we'll play
yes,
games
yes.
in the future, though. You and I, we gotta hang out in Rocket League. And maybe
Absolutely,
other
yes.
stuff.
I want to play some Rocket League.
Yeah.
And for those who don't know, because I'm going to post this on my channel, so send me a thumbnail-worthy photo of yourself.
I have one. I have literally one. I'm not the most photogenic. Not since my beard fell out. Yeah, I'll send you one.
I made a reaction today to the new Avengers Doomsday trailer featuring the Wakanda characters and Fantastic Four. So that's what I've been got going on. But I've also been watching your clips from your documentary that you've been making.
Okay.
Which is called Tell the Truth, Cenk.
Yes.
All about Cenk Uygur and his efforts to stop unionization at the Young Turks, which is a YouTube political channel, the home of progressives, as their slogan once said. And I have my own history with the Young Turks, but I assume you're an expert. You worked there. You obviously are putting together this well-researched documentary with plenty of interviews. Give me a quick and simple. Where did this come from? Where did the Young Turks come from? And
the Young
what does
Turks.
the name mean even?
Well, okay. Well, it's giving me the expert label. Okay, I haven't yet gotten my master's and my PhD in quantum physiology from Subway Drive from the Arby's. I haven't bought my multiple. Okay, we might touch on that.
Yeah, we'll get into
so,
the shot.
I mean, I've been paying attention to TYT since they first turned up on Air America back in the earliest days. I know we've heard Sam Cedar. I know he likes to kind of talk about his time on that network, which was kind of a early attempt for to put some money and some funding into a radio network that answered the right wing's dominance in the mid 2000s. And
So this is like an AM radio station for
not
left wingers.
Online. They might have had some like conventional.
I'm saying Air
distribution.
America.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about too. But
Okay,
it wasn't exclusively air. It was online mostly, I think. But I think they also aired on radio as well. This is like 2004, 5, 6 or something like that. So, Sam Cedar was on it. The Young Turks were on it. Tom Hartman, Rachel Maddow, and Chuck D had a show with Liz Winstead.
Chuck D from
yeah, Rachel
Run
Maddow.
DMC?
Yep, I think so. I assume so. I don't know how many
The rapper.
Mr. D's there are. Yeah, but it was like Liz Winstead, Rachel Maddow, Chuck D, a couple others I'm probably forgetting.
But Sam, Majority Report was on there, and I was a little bit late to listening to TYT, and I was an early adopter of podcasts and stuff. But TYT started actually in Miami or something. Again, my details are a little bit murky, but I'm in the zone. But like Ben Mankiewicz, and who also is probably best known for being on Turner Classic Movies and being a host on there. Anybody over 50 is probably real excited. My uncle was once like, "Oh my God, Ben Mankiewicz from?" I was like, "Yep, that's the guy." I was also like the son of some Hollywood royalty of a sort. Like, and his dad has political connections, and is a well-known figure in some older political eras.
Oh, I know this guy.
Yeah, he's fairly well known in some areas. Yeah. But so he was partners and buddies with Cenk, and they had started I think they actually met when Ben's, again, this is like late 90s, I think, but Ben was doing Miami television or something.
Mm-hmm.
And Cenk had gone to Wharton Business School and graduated. I don't know his precise, I think his degree is some sort of management. That's the same business training academy, vampire training academy as Elon Musk and Donald Trump.
Okay.
And it's known as like the prestigious business school. It's like top 1 or 2 according to rankings, according to these ruling class. Oh wait, can I swear?
Yeah, sure.
ruling class fuckheads who are impressed by that kind of shit. Which is also like listed in the film briefly at one point. Anyway, so then he went to Columbia Law and worked as a corporate attorney in Washington, but I think he had ambitions to do radio, and he's obviously a loudmouth with a ton of opinions and thoughts.
Yeah.
I relate.
Fair.
not holding that against him. And he's very ambitious, and he comes from a rich New Jersey landlord family, and had a lot of ambition and stuff. And so they started a show, and I know he did some local news things, and respect. He takes some effort. Takes some initiative, your own self-starting. This is not the part where we're calling him out. And I think one of Cenk's skills that others could use more, and I don't have at all, is getting other people to do stuff for you. That's kind of the genius to a success, is to be like, if I could just talk for 2 or 3 hours a day, and then a bunch of other assholes had to like do like the annoying stuff with the cameras and the posting and the editing and the fighting with people online and stuff. I mean, he does that too now, but so they started to build out a small following. They ended up on Air America, but they also were very early on YouTube.
Okay.
And that's where Cenk gets his claim, as we just saw on the I've Had It podcast he was just on. This aired out this morning. He
was on there?
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta check that out.
Yes, you do. Yes, the comments are like just a flame factory. It's amazing. It's kind of weird. People are like mad at Jennifer and Pumps for having
him on. I'm sure
they're even like, you shouldn't have even done this. This is over the line. I mean, not everybody, obviously, but because there's a myriad of reasons people point out, and I was leaving some comments in there as well because I'm trying to bring attention to the documentary.
Yeah.
Which is about misinformation and media cover up and such. But so anyway, but I think Cenk, the reason I brought that up is Cenk says that one of the things he says is that he's the original YouTuber. He was the first guy to get a contract with YouTube in the earliest phase, and like all of us, YouTube has had to go through different stages of development, and it's, so there's eras within YouTube, and they didn't always sign people to monetization deals. So TYT rightfully has a claim to the earliest era of YouTube, and especially in the politics and news. And you could even go to their webpage or to their YouTube channel, click on videos, sort it by popular or by oldest, I think is what it says. So there's little buttons above the videos, you can see their first videos and the stuff that went viral back then. And, there's a lot of stuff you could find that is pretty ugly in terms of sexism and
I've heard legend. I've heard tales.
Yeah.
And you say you're not an expert. Look at you naming like his career trajectory. I've heard tales. They started out kind of like TMZ-ish, like Vice. Also another early like YouTube, getting on YouTube early as an outlet and putting out like kind of shocking clickbaity. I remember, and when I first heard of Vice, it was like, oh, we went to go live on Skid Row, and like hang out with drug addicts for a while, or we went into a trap house or something like that. And
right.
I guess TYT had stuff like that as well. Like, look at the camel toe on these women at the red carpet, or, you know, whatever kind of catchy, you know, BuzzFeed-esque titles that they could come up with.
There was a good degree of let's look for camel toes and moose knuckles and camel shoulders and giraffe necks. But yeah, like, I think the way Cenk would describe it is that it was a strategic, and I don't mean this in like a defensive sense, but like
Sure.
that they did kind of an hour of pop culture entertainment, and then he usually had a female co-host do that sort of news presentation, and then he would give his take to it. But then there was also a second hour of more substantive news and analysis. That's where Ben Mankiewicz would jump in. Michael Schur, who is he remains a TOT contributor, was also a correspondent on Al Jazeera and Current TV. So he's kind of lower tier news correspondent guy, but he gets around. He actually ran for Congress even, I think, in 2022, I want to say. I saw his signs in LA. I almost went and grabbed one. I think it would have been a nice souvenir. Anyway, if you don't know who he is, it's not funny. But yeah, so like that kind of garnered an audience of, you know, and honestly, so in the film, it's not about TYT's history. But one of the reasons I'm the right person, well, right is not, you know, not quite the right concept here, but one of the reasons this movie and this project is a good fit for me is that I do have this background with the Young Turks. I have been paying attention to this world for quite a long time, and both from an outsider perspective, then as like a very loyal fan, and then as like an insider as a worker. So I eventually moved through a series of contacts, kind of coincidences. I'm trying to skip over some stuff, but I ended up moving to LA in 2013 for an opportunity to work at the Young Turks. And I was assigned to like the Jimmy Dore show. He was doing a show at the time. He was pretty new. I'm actually like, and so just to rewind slightly, I was doing stand-up comedy in Chicago. I started in 2009, and I was like listening to podcasts constantly. I was running an aquarium business. That was my day job.
Yeah.
Great for scheduling. Also, it was really good job for a comedy, like trying to do comedy at night, because it takes a lot of time. But yeah, so like, because I had actually recommended the show to a buddy, a really close friend, he got really into it and started volunteering, and then he ended up moving there in 2011, and I helped him move across the country at that point, and that was my contact there. And actually, I was a fan of Jimmy Dore's program, comedy and everything else, because I was a stand-up listening to other stand-ups, and he would talk politics sometimes, and we're going back 15 years. It's crazy how long ago
I
that
know,
is.
man.
And, so don't hold it against me, guys, okay? My Palantir wasn't working. I didn't see the future, all right? So I recommended that they look into Jimmy, and they like got in touch with Jimmy, and they invited Jimmy on as a guest. And that's like, he probably wouldn't have been stitched into the Young Turks had it not been for me.
Okay.
So that's, So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look,
that's a weird part of deep lore. And then I did a bunch of different jobs in the various efforts from then on. And just to summarize a little bit, went back to the company. So like off and on up until like 2018. And then when I returned as a full-time video editor, that's when the employment conditions thing sort of kicks in. And there'd already been a union attempt before that, but my employment conditions spurred the second attempt, the waking up of the union. And of course, that folds us into the part where Cenk then goes and runs for Congress, and then does union busting while running for Congress, and included the slanderous lie about his own workers that the reason the union started was because outsiders wanted to harm his run for Congress. Like literally that it was sourced from Nancy Pelosi and her minions. Can I just say an important detail though about that, because I don't want people to think I'm leaving this out, is that IATSE, the union we were joining, endorsed Cenk's opponent in the race, which is relevant to the whole thing. And that's why in the film we spend like a good 20-30 minutes sort of going through the whole race to show the unfair treatment Cenk and his campaign and the Young Turks were receiving at the hands of a DC insider establishment base that they were perceived, that perceived them as progressive outsiders. And I think you could argue they were. And that's one of the few things the Democratic Party is very effective at, which is pushing back against progressives of any kind. We have all sorts of examples, and I'm going to include something about that in the final version of the film, about that history, as well as the history of TYT. Okay, rant over. Go. Your show.
I wanted to play a clip that can be found on the site. Tell the truth, Jank. Which I think the clip is it's busting the union was the worst business decision ever. Is that the one where you talk about him running for Congress and that's why? Yahtzee?
Yeah, if you could just start it, I'll know. There's the sequence about the lawyers, this one, because
negotiation was impossible. I was told I had no leverage and even less hope that management would do the right thing. My choices were to leave or stand up for myself.
All right, so pause it right there. I like back up a couple frames. I want people to see the background of that shot.
To leave or stand up for myself.
Right there. You messing with the wrong bitch. So at this point in the story that I'm talking about is I was classified as an independent contractor when I returned to the company in late 2018 as a full-time video editor. And I had stayed in touch with them. I was on the Jimmy Dore program in 2016. My first stretch with QAT was like 2014, 15, 13, 14, and then some of 15. And so I was kind of a person within this sphere and kept in touch with them. They called me up. Can you start on Monday? It was no job interview because they knew what I was capable of. And they, I don't live far. And it was, I was having
already worked there.
Yeah. It was like, hey, we got a spot opened up. Can you come in on Monday? And I had already let them know I was hoping to look for some work because I'd been really having a difficult time, like with my issues and my struggles, which is sort of part of the movie, but not the point. Is I didn't know what autism was until about 3 years ago. And I'd just been kind of in this last 10 years of my life have been this mess of stuff. Other late identified.
Going through a similar thing right now.
Yeah, it's something else, man. It is wild. And so, I was stunned. I read an article that described my whole life, and I was just like, "What the fuck? That's what autism is? Oh my god!" And I didn't decide that night, that I did research, but so I was desperate for work, and I was happy to get this job back. And I like video editing, and I like the people there, and I knew half of them already, and I knew I was good, and it was close and great. I'm in $21.63 an hour, no problem. But then I show up, and they're like, sign these papers that say you're an independent contractor, and there's no benefits. And I was like, oh, that sucks. All right, maybe like a month or two. Okay, a trial period. That's still shitty, but fine. We're all conditioned to accept a lot less than we should. And so as the months kept going by, though, I'm working full-time video editing, and I knew that the role I held that was held before me was an employee's job. So on Friday it was employee. On Monday when I showed up for it, it was now called an independent contractor job.
And they don't give you benefits or anything.
No benefits.
And cut costs is what they did.
Well, you put it really nicely. Let's use different words. Like I would use the word stealing. It felt like fucking stealing to me. So but not right away necessarily, because you sort of, like I said, okay, fine. I hope I want to do a good work here, and I'll get hired, and I could use some benefits. I could like to see a doctor, get paid for a day off, be treated with the same disrespect everybody else gets. And where was I? Sorry, lost it. The months keep going by, and I'm just like, yo, and you can tell I'm like not a quiet guy. A little too much honesty, a little too much boundary detection is not great, a little hyper brain, autistic maniac. And so I'm like, I think this is unfair. I don't see this is crazy. Like we have all kinds of days off here I didn't get paid for. I took personal time I'm not getting paid for. Or let me put it a different way. I earned money that you're keeping that I deserve because I'm doing full-time labor alongside people who are classified the same, differently than me.
Right.
On top of all that, my hourly was less than everybody else too. So if normally in an independent contractor kind of situation, they would give you like a much higher rate because you got to cover all your own taxes and you're sort of operating as a business, as an outside contractor.
Right.
And that sort of justifies the lack of benefits. And usually those would be like temporary engagements or something like that. Right. But I was just doing regular stuff, man. I was editing Hassan videos. I was editing Francis Maxwell stuff. I was editing regular show things and, working with the company. And I can only complain so much. You can just put your head down and kind of go through it. Because if you're too annoying, then they can get rid of you. And finally, though, I have a meeting with HR, and why I wanted to pause in that spot there was that I felt really. You don't have to show it; it's okay. But there you go. Because I said my choices were to leave or stand up for myself, right? So I was just like, I got to do something about this. And I'd heard about the union drive that had gone dormant about a year prior that other workers had initiated due to a different set of exploitative working conditions. And I was like, I'm waking up this union. I'm not putting up with this shit. This is ridiculous. You know, I can't. This is outrageous. Actually, like we're talking about like thousands of dollars,
and especially so. I'm gonna let you keep going, but especially so at this place that professes we love union, all these leftist policies, including we love unions, go unions, the teachers union, whatever, you know.
You know how weird it is when your boss is screaming at a camera that it's barbaric, that people don't get health insurance and that they die when you get sick and that when they go into debt, and he's yelling and screaming and acting like it matters to him. And you got a piece of paper in your desk that says you don't get health insurance.
Yeah. That he made you sign.
That I had to sign. And so this is where the disrespect knife gets twisted, right? It's like they hooked it up to a drill and just spun the thing. I finally get a meeting with HR. And at this point, I'd already started to kind of initiate the union effort, meaning it just means bringing it up a little bit, you know, very carefully. Don't do it on Slack, everybody out there, you know, don't do it on company communication platform. But not much had happened quite. And then in terms of the union effort, the second attempt, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I have this meeting with HR and I'm like, it seems like this company should live its principles. Like you guys aren't protecting your own reputation. Like, wouldn't this be bad if it got out? Wouldn't this be bad if somebody who had principles wanted to tell this story? Hint, hint. You know, and also, this is a real problem for me. I'm out lots of money and I'm very stressed, and I'd like to see a doctor. And I think it's brutally unfair what you're doing. I didn't put it in those terms. I wish I had probably. You know. So they answered that by, instead of saying, "Hey, dude, that went on way too long. Here's all the money. Here's the thing. Sorry about that." You know. No problem. It could have been like a mistake, right? They changed my classification, so they hired me, and then they called me a part-time temporary worker.
Oh,
now did I work part-time?
Even less than independent contractor.
Still zero benefits. I did get auto enrolled in the company like savings thing, like employment retirement savings thing.
Oh,
but the employer contribution is a big fat zero. So they just took my money and gave it to some, you know, and eventually after this all shook out, I cashed it out because they were charging $5 a month for the account. So I lost like $90. But that's a small, like that was the one benefit of being a part-time, but I didn't work part-time. I worked 40-hour weeks. And TYT's company policy is 30 hours threshold for part-time, full-time. And by the way, just so people understand, I've posted receipts for all of these claims on my Substack, balledontheinside.substack.com.
That's a great name.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe it's everything comes out of my comedy kind of brain, you know. So so it sounds a little stupid, but yeah, balledontheinside.substack.com. I posted my podcast on there, and I post TYT stuff and articles and stuff, and anyway, am I moving too fast? Is this coming?
No.
Am I throwing it out loud at you?
And
so after that decision, and everybody around me knew what was going on, you know, because they also cared. You know, the type of people that are going to work at the Young Turks are the type of people that might have lefty principles and liberals and leftists and socialists, and like, not that they have a test, you know, but like one of my lines, you know, is like, if you don't want your workers unionizing, be the Daily Wire, you know, hire a bunch of stupid fools that don't have any idea that you're allowed to stand up for yourself to your boss. You know, they're happy to be stomped on. But, so it was something we were all invested in, as well as it was the previous effort. And there was kind of a, you know, disrespect, you know, flying around a bit too. Yeah. Just generalized people wanting a voice in their workplace and want to have a sense that they have some influence over their own destiny so they can keep making their bosses rich. So because now I'm working for zero benefits but they're calling me part-time and I'm working full-time. That's when the union organizing took on a greater intensity. That's when we went from like, I'm thinking about it to now I'm talking to a couple people, one or two people, and then it's two people, and then it's three people. And then we're like, okay, let's go talk to them. And, you know, it didn't take much. It's not like we were persuading anybody or doing it. You know, it was like a lot of solidarity was blooming. And so like in the film, like one of my sort of images is the flower pot with the green growth thing. And then Jenk, you know, he flies in and smashes it. And I sort of want that as a kind of symbolic notion that we're nurturing our own health with green, with growing a plant, with actually something like organic, like nature. And So that's what we were doing at that during that summer and during the fall. And all of a sudden, Cenk surprises everybody. And we had just decided we were going to reach out to IATSE again. Like they had been in touch with IATSE before. IATSE responded. And the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, they represent production and post-production professionals.
Yeah,
and
these are the people who make movies, folks. These are these production assistants, camera guys, lighting guys, caterer. I mean, I don't know if the caterers are in there, but like anyone who's running around on a set, folding up wires, putting up the set backgrounds, making sure everything's okay. These film and TV crews cannot. This is the crew
wiping wax off the boss's earpiece, like I used to do back at the current TV channel. So
they went on strike. 2 years ago now, along with the writers and the actors. When all that was happening.
Yeah, with the Writers Guilds, that was a big one. And that actually is in the film too. The AMPTP, the Academy of Motion Picture Producers, that's the boss cabal of the Netflix and the Hulu and the other Warner Brothers. Turns out the Young Turks uses the same law firm as the AMPTP.
The producers law firm.
Yeah, Mitchell, Silberberg, and Knupp, because 2 NLRB cases were generated by the union busting, and those showed details about their legal background. And both law firms were both anti-union law firms. So one of them is this big Hollywood anti-worker law firm. So very progressive. Very, Cenk says against the establishment, but he's more than willing to use the legal infrastructure of capitalist oppression. I think that's how I phrase it. But so this thing is kind of a classic labor story, right? Like it takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of risk. We did it in secret because we knew we would face consequences for unionizing. We understood nobody knows their boss better than their longtime workers, right?
Right.
In terms of especially this sort of thing where people who have parasocial connections with Cenk think they know him really well because they ingest the product more than they actually work for the guy. And it was just like kind of stunning the whole time. It was just like, I can't believe this is really happening. I really can't believe that I'm working and I knew how things were made. I wasn't expecting a ton of respect working there. But I knew I could deliver a good work, and I did the entire time. All of us still did our jobs this whole time. Now I get laid off though. I get laid off in January of 2020. So Cenk becomes a politician at the end of 2019.
Okay.
Now he's running for. Now he's running for
so the summer timeline briefly is. TRYT comes up in prominence in the early 2000s, gets, is on YouTube, gets on Air America. Eventually, when I discovered them, it was 2012 on Al Jazeera. Mm-hmm. They were actually broadcast on television. And then by 2013, you work there, or in 2011, your friend goes to work there, and then you go follow him about 2013, 14. Off and on till 18, when the second union drive that you kind of are like realizing, hey, I'm not getting paid here. Other people also are not happy with the conditions here, and you kind of wake up this union. And then by the end of 28. So that summer is you building the unions, and then you go to present it.
Yes.
When?
So most of the organizing happened in 2019.
Okay.
I went back in like late 2018, right? Okay. But the first attempt, I'm doing like a calendar here. Like the first attempt was like May or June of 2018. So the union originates in 2018, and that's a very important detail because the fundamental lie that I'm challenging Cenk to tell the truth about with the title of the movie is when and why did this union start? Right. He's already lied publicly about being a union buster. That's been documented. And I've shared all those videos quite a lot. And maybe in other future times we can look at them again too. But that's not necessarily the core that I'm getting at. The thing that I'm trying to reveal is that the story that he erased was the story that we lived, which is, but the truth, so the truth I want them to tell is about that the union actually began 18 months before they became a politician, because the core lie that they told is that outsiders started the union, which means that Cenk wants his company to believe that no unionizing happened until he ran for Congress, right? So he's totally cutting off that entire year and a half before he ran for Congress.
Okay.
And by the way, that's such a stupid plot anyway. If you just break it down, like, why would they think to start a union at this company and bet that he would be dumb enough to reject a union just for the, like, out of self-interest?
Right, exactly. Like, why would you, if
they
some outsider decided to squash your run for Congress by outsidely, not a word, but outsidely starting a union within your company to what? Get you to squash it and then call you a hypocrite for professing progressive politics, or to destroy your company, because that's what unions do. They destroy companies and infect your ability to go on air and have this big megaphone. Which is it? Either one, that doesn't make sense.
Easiest trap in the world to avoid. Like this is like Mr. Magoo bumbling into a beehive and just getting, what the heck happened? It's like you're the political mastermind, Cenk Uygur, the political genius, the business genius, and you were dumb enough to say no to a union. Just say yes to the union. It becomes the one bright spot, and it doesn't foreclose on all future opportunities to pretend that you care about unions. The moment you start, the moment you stamp your head with union buster, everybody's going to say, well, you don't mean what you're saying. That's like, and then he runs for president.
What else are you saying that you don't mean? Like, maybe you never cared that much that Tucker Carlson was saying all this bigoted stuff if you're desperately, constantly trying to get on his show. Maybe you never really cared at all about rising fascism in this country if you're trying to platform, get on your show or go on their show, all these figures who have helped usher in this era of American fascism. Maybe you guys don't care that much, and it screws everybody, because that was a big network of all these different creators, Mike Figueredo, Emma Vigeland, Benny, I forget her last name, Francesca, who was a contributor, but still that was a big platform that was elevating, as Sam Cedar would say, 1,000 flowers bloom. Let everybody, but there's one gardener. And I'm the boss, and I can clip those flowers if I want.
I could
use the organic plant metaphor.
I might have to borrow that for the film. I'll put some scissors, but like, and I for various reasons, I have mixed feelings too. Obviously, like I was grateful that Cenk took a chance on someone who didn't have a proven media career. My friend vouched for me. I had some video editing skills, and I brought some. I'm a fast learner, and I was already doing Photoshop and filming stuff. So I brought some skill, but it's not like they needed me. Some guy in Chicago. I moved across the country. I sold my business. It was all this really intense experience. But I was grateful even after all that kind of less than stellar outcomes from it. But I was still like, Cenk gave people opportunities in this world. But it's also like we brought a lot of energy and a lot of talent to his operation too, that helped make him rich and raised his profile and raised the Anna Kasparian's profile. And so you have sort of that distinction between the kind of host layer and the sort of worker bee layer. And that's not unique to TYT, that sort of thing.
That's anywhere. But it also, and that's what I mean when I'm saying, like, there was a lot of good people working for this. And whatever the most prominent figure does or says, it reflects people's attitudes, rightly or wrongly, on those other people. So, I think of, Anna Kasparian famously getting into it on Twitter because she didn't like to be called a birthing person. And then again, like, the first thing you see is all these other friends, not collaborators, colleagues in the same space, this space, folks, talking, trying to talk her down, basically, and be like, hey, this is not, I'm sure messaging her privately, trying to say like, hey, take this off Twitter. It's not good. It's not a good look, blah, blah, blah. And she's just publicly fighting people. And then so viewership goes down because the viewers don't want to see this. They address it on the show often when people criticize them. And then you'll see the people go, well, wait a minute. I like both of these channels. I don't want them to fight and parasocially as well. Like, I like you guys both. I want you to be on the same team. Stop infighting. This is where the leftist infighting stuff, I think a lot of it comes from. It's just personalities arguing with each other, not so much the broad base of people. That's my suspicion.
Well,
But-
go ahead.
No, please.
Well, like I've heard Emma Vigeland talk about this a little, and she says that she has close relationships, and she was very close with Anna, who was like a mentor to her, and because Emma started at TYT, I think in 2015 or so. Shoot, I don't want to get it wrong, but she did a lot of
running.
Her and Jordan Cheriton, I think, were sort of brought in around the time that maybe it was even earlier. Anyway, but yeah, in fact, it was during it.
It was
She did a
Trump's
lot of
first run, because I remember she talks a lot about like going to the rallies and stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Is like she did a lot of real journalism where she would show up at these rallies. I don't know if she was always by herself. I think she might have had a camera person, but she, that's a risky thing to do in a
For
sense.
sure.
She would ask challenging questions too, and she, especially these days, she probably would be having at more risk. But Emma did a lot of groundwork. I mean, like she was on her feet. She was traveling. She was doing a lot of risks that the people in the air conditioned studio weren't doing. But I've heard Emma describe it as like her friendships and her relationships in this field, and I hope I'm doing her justice for saying it accurately, is that they are kind of grounded on the shared principles that they have.
Yeah.
When she talks about why she didn't want to hang out with Tim Pool because he offered to have poker and
Yeah.
with the boys. It's because she doesn't like them and their ideology, and that's a deal break. Like, no, I'm not going to stay here with you guys. But she felt that connection with Anna, and as that ideology then seems to have drifted apart, that creates a rift too. So,
Sure, and
but it spills into the public sphere, and I think a big thing animating some of this, what's the word I'm looking for? Animating animosity between these online hosts and stuff is this principled differences and these rightful disagreements about tactics. And Francesca went to war against Cenk, kind of, and talked about that. But a big part of it too is the is loyalty. Is sort of, so like as I'm kind of like doing this project, I'm kind of circling bigger concepts, and there's two models of social models of power. One of them is trust based, and one of them is loyalty based. So you have trust-based, which is solidarity as a principle, mutual interest, mutual respect. We show up for each other. We don't necessarily have to agree on everything,
or like each other,
or even like each other, but we have similar interests, and we have respect for our right to human dignity and collective liberation from all this horrible struggle. Solidarity, and it's very fucking strong, by the way, because we already brought Cenk to heel once, and I'm hoping with this project we do it again by making them tell the truth, because that's how I sort of see it. Like, the story's not over because the justice hasn't been served. And the only thing I'm demanding is honesty and journalism, right? And so the other social model of power is the one we're all suffering under, which is loyalty-based. And that is domination and subjugation. I give orders, you follow orders.
Trump.
I get like, that's why they get to call themselves job creators, which frames it as we're supposed to be grateful that they let us make them rich with our labor and our time and our money and our exhaustion and our herniated discs. I've got a bad back, by the way, so I'm always pointing out, like, that's my fault. I'm a computer goblin. It's all that ball pit, you bastard.
Yeah, man. Ball pit. You can't get enough.
Can I get some health care for my ball pit back? But, so that's sort of something I'm going to get into in the bigger, put this pen down. So in the bigger themes of the project is like the difference between domination and subjugation model and the solidarity model, because and the whole point of this whole thing that I kind of want to say, and I'm going to quote myself from the future because I haven't put this in the script yet, but is like, union busting is what happens when solidarity busting fails. And I'm sort of going to present the concept that the entire society, all the isms, the sexisms, the racisms, and we have the whole thing is about preventing us from realizing the class consciousness that we are in it together, and that we have more strength than they do. And what we did is we realized that essentially a union is an outbreak of democracy. It's an outbreak of respect. It's an outbreak of love. It's an outbreak of risk, meaning like we take a risk together because it's very risky to demand better by yourself.
Yeah.
And so a union is like extreme solidarity, because now it's like actionable solidarity. And so society is all about breaking solidarity, but occasionally, because humans do what we do, which is form groups and we're stronger together, we grow up and we turn into a flower of power and we say, no, you negotiate with all of us not just one of us. And now we have more power than you do, and we're going to force you to pay
quote
us
my new mayor,
$23 an hour instead of $21 an hour.
To quote my new mayor, the era of rugged individualism will be replaced by the warmth of collectivism.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
I think Zoran had it right that this I mean, it's not just him, it's the culture that we've lived in. It's capitalism. It's the world of trying to put the focus on the individual. We don't have to stop polluting. You need to recycle. We don't have to pay you more. You have to be more frugal. We don't have to, it's all on you, because then they don't have to do shit and they can keep doing whatever they want and making money. And it's bullshit. I want to, so again, check it out, folks. Tellthetruthchank.com. I want to check out the comments here on this I've had it video.
We left a lot of threads, and I hope to pick them up again and have you on my show and stuff. But yeah, that's what's so interesting about this. Just to wrap up my thoughts, it's like this whole project has so many angles, so many facets. It's all about labor. It's about news and politics, misinformation, trust, credibility, and that's also why I've been tracking
parasocial relationships.
Yeah, that whole part of it. And
media.
now it's a cover up. Now it's a big cover up. And my dream is that the film becomes an educational resource for the labor movement and inspires people to support labor actions, but also that we demonstrate again the power of solidarity by not just the movie, but by forcing Cenk to finally say the thing he doesn't want to say, which is the truth about how he treats his workers.
Yes.
There you go. Now let's get into this stuff.
Let's get into the silly shit.
Not all the workers, by the way. I don't want to speak for everybody. Some people are probably happy, just to be clear.
Yeah, so apparently Cenk was on I've Had It. Billionaire Ass Kissers is the name of this episode, which is kind of funny.
Describing their guest. Yeah.
Describing the guest. Billionaires are the destruction of humanity. What the fuck? I used to be a paid subscriber for TYT for 2 years. 2 years ago, I completely cut them off because of their centrist shift. Polymarket's valuation approximately $9 billion. Same company that sponsors TYT. A lot of fans seemingly trying to inform them about who they've had on. Do we not push back on interviews anymore? Ooh, okay. I gotta watch this to see if they kind of let him run rampant. I wonder if they will address these comments. I hope so we can trust John Boehner.
Jeez.
Was that speaker? Okay. Please ask Cenk about his Peter Thiel Polymarket money. Wait, is this fitting given how TYT is sponsored by Peter Thiel's, like the name of the again? Yeah, so there's a lot of a non-insignificant amount of comments. Exploiter, call him as you see him, con man.
Wow.
I guess that was probably something in the episode.
I watched
Cenk and Anna have thrown the trans community under the bus. I mean, this I'm going to give my brief history with TYT because I started watching the news in 2012. I'd flip between MSNBC, Fox News. I'd read Breitbart, Huffington Post, Daily Caller, Vox, every side to get a full view. I found it hilarious. Reality show about reality is how I describe it. And I remember that there was a channel called Al Jazeera that was like controversial because, oh my God, after 9/11, we're going to have this like terrorist news network on our airwaves, and it's brought to you by Al Gore. That's what I remember being the story. And then in 2012, when I'm watching the news, I'm like, oh, here's Al Jazeera, the channel. Let me check it out. Let me see what it is. And
what are your politics around this time, though? Where
politics are like, Abe, I don't care. I don't care about anything. I think there's nothing anybody could do. I don't vote. I think I'm just like entertained by the childish nature in which MSNBC and Fox will kind of go at each other, like almost like rappers dissing each other throughout the, like you could start in the morning and see them criticize a host on Fox News. And then later in the day, that host will criticize that and then criticize another host. And then the host over here will go back. It was hilarious. And Trump kind of ruined it, but ironically, but so I come across TYT on Al Jazeera and I don't get it. I don't understand what it is. They seem angry. They're going after like Republicans mostly, but also Democrats. And I'm like, I haven't seen this before. This is interesting. and it all seems from this like even further left than I know what left to be position of like, no, we're criticizing Obama not because we're right wingers, but because he's droning people and we don't like that, or because he's deporting people and we don't like that. And it was interesting to me, and I tried to watch it, but I couldn't get into it because I didn't like the personalities of Cenk and Anna. And then years later, 2019, I get in, or 2018, 19, I get into Majority Report, and I'm watching YouTube a lot more. And they are like hyping up TYT, we'll show clips from them, be like, yes, that was a good point, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, all right, let me give this another chance. And again, I just couldn't. I tried, and it took me a while to get into Majority Report as well, but I just couldn't get into it. And I now, in retrospect, after what has happened and seeing like Olayemi Olurin go on TYT and kind of get dogpiled about abolishing the police and abolishing prison systems, and
they were so disrespectful. They were so disrespectful.
Yeah, and then I'm a big fan of Leftist Mafia. I've been watching since day one.
Yeah,
and then seeing her kind of talk about that, and everyone else come to the defense of them and Anna, and then after the trans thing, also trying to give a lot of rope and leeway, and they did, and I get it, because either parasocially or personally, them, you're like, they can't be doing like this Dave Rubin, Jimmy Dore flip. Both also came from TYT and flipped to the right wing. They can't be doing this. That's insane. And I don't think I think if they are, it's very slow. And really what the conclusion I've come to is that they are like bullies who found a target that was socially acceptable, which was Republicans. So they could be as mean and cruel as they wanted to. And the audience was like, yes, we like this because we're also watching The Daily Show and Colbert and like these other entertainment / news pundits. And just the idea of I remember Jon Stewart years ago going on MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, and they'd ask him, how are you getting all these viewers? And he's saying, because you guys are failing at being the news.
Yeah, I remember that.
It should be boring. It should be information. And you are feeding people entertainment, and nothing gets discussed or drawn out or exposed. And so they're coming to me to do that. And it's and instead of learning that lesson, they were just like, oh, we just got to be more like Jon Stewart. Okay, let's do that. And I think the real moment for me of noticing like, oh, they care about money. That's it. And like prestige. Like I remember a quote, I don't know if it was in one of the clips you showed me. It's just an old quote that like Cenk wanted TYT to be on televisions in airports because I'm like CNN. I'm just a standard news organization and I want that kind of prestige. And I think Anna thought that too. And the thing that revealed that to me was there was a moment, I don't remember what year it was, where she kind of like, they're talking about Hassan, which is Cenk's nephew, who used to work at TYT, went and started streaming on Twitch independently, and then blew up and now is one of the biggest political streamers on any
of all
time. And
in thousands of years. Yeah.
She kind of freaks out for a second on the desk and is like, if I knew I could just sit around playing video games all day and film myself, I would have done that. And I'm like, yeah, because you didn't really care that much. Maybe some of these policies you do give a shit about. I mean, you've seen recent clips of her going on CNN or this World War debate that we are definitely going to talk about right now.
Okay.
And make good arguments and be able to still dismantle like right-wing bullshit. But I think really what she wanted was the prestige and the recognition of I'm somebody you should listen to, and I'm getting the money that like, Abby Phillips gets or Keith Olbermann got or like whatever. And I could have a big, nice house like Hassan does. And I could, I think it really comes down to the money.
She was reacting to him being in a New Yorker profile, is what set that.
Yeah, exactly. And like she's like, "Where's mine? I never got one, and it's been 15 years." And I get that understandable frustration.
And those are markers of success in your career, and it's a big industry. You know, all industries probably have versions of that too, depending on a person's ego profile.
And it would be like fair to go like, well, damn it, like internally to go, well, damn it, the boss's nephew went and did this streaming thing that nobody thought would matter, and it turns out it does. And I can relate because I didn't think Instagram mattered. I didn't think Twitter mattered. I didn't think any social media mattered. I think YouTube or Twitch mattered. But here we are on YouTube talking about it.
Yeah, and to be fair to Anna, your principles and ideology would be a total mess if your mentor was Cenk Uygur too.
Yeah. But now Anna's doing this kind of thing, which you and Jeff from Good Morning Comrade and
John Ross,
friend John Ross, not that John Ross, not murderer John Ross,
poor guy,
Kansas City Vanguard friend of the show, John Ross, you know, who I'm sure I want to have
host of the John Ross show, and also just started a new show about movie reviews. So yeah, check out John Ross.
Indeed. Yeah, check that out. But this is what Anna's been doing. AI trailer.
Red carpet.
I guess I can turn this down. So this is a ad for Sam Tripoli, I believe is a comedian.
Yeah.
Gavin McGinnis, founder of the Proud Boys, violent white supremacist gang.
Friend of the government.
No idea who that is. No idea who that is, or that. And then the big main event debate is Anna Kasparian versus Pearl Davis, who went viral like a year or two ago for kind of just regurgitating red pill misogynist points, but as a woman. So it gives credibility to that, like Candace Owens does as a black woman for white supremacy, to coon out, as it were, which I can say.
I won't.
You cannot.
Yep.
But
I can make bald guy comments, but
this is the AI trailer of this big event that they're selling tickets to.
Pause on an audience shot right there. Yeah,
yes, let's pause on this audience shot and the environment, because you're making an AI trailer. You want to make it look hyped. The event hasn't happened, but you're showing footage as if it had already, which is already kind of a weird mind fuck. And so I wonder if they fed information of the actual venue into the AI to say, okay, this is what it's going to look like. Put people there and fireworks or whatever. But let's take a look at.
Check out the chat. I just posted a link, unless you already had a spot pick, but that'll give you a good sense for the audience in the private chat on the stream.
Yes.
Just to compare the AI audience, we don't want the viewers to keep that in their head. And now we watch. I think this link is Pearl walking in.
Okay. Yes. Perfect. I was going to ask you. Because we're going to get a shot of actually what the event looked like.
Anna walks in right before this, but this has better wider shot of the chairs.
Yeah, but I want to see.
I mean, I would defend a place that's doing a production for the first time. They obviously have some funding. But there are technical goofs and but still.
Sure.
Here's the audience, though. Nevertheless, to see the interest level. Oh no, it's like a 7-hour thing. So if you move that around, you're gonna have a.
Oh, whoops. Okay.
Yeah. Just reload that link that I sent.
Oh wait, here it is. No, I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, it was an interesting.
So here's Pearl walking in.
empty
chairs everywhere. I mean, I guess the venue kind of does look like that. I don't see any fireworks going off either.
It's certainly different than what's presented. Honestly, it's like the real estate scams where they're showing like a AI house, and then
I mean, I want to kind of hear what, because I was watching it with you guys a little bit, but it was late at night for me, so I had to be muted.
Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
You can kind of see, like, we were pausing. She walks in and she's like, there's no one fucking here.
She felt the
I gotta keep this smile on my face. This is really not a big place.
And
also not, a ring in the middle that's encircled by a crowd.
Right. Yeah, the funny bit to me is the center podium where the guy stands has a clamp like this, like a mic stand clamped to it, holding a golden mic. Like, really? But it was a bizarre event overall, and I no shade to Anna for showing up to a weird event. People in media do things.
Sure,
They get
I
paid
would
to
do this.
stuff. I would have done it. People go to stuff, and it's not like that's the issue or anything. And she had a battle that Pearl, who just seems like she was like raised herself in the woods until like a year ago.
It seemed like I'd seen a lot of clips going around of like she froze, she didn't know what to do.
Yeah, she was very outclassed. And Anna's a professional. Anna knows how to hold herself and keep her thoughts together.
She's a pro.
She can get spicy too. And the overall of the her and Pearl back and forth was just this kind of befuddling mess. Anna, they kept arguing about custody rates and divorce rates and suicide rates.
Let me throw it up.
It was just this laundry list of grievances that the loser production society is filled with these men's rights losers.
This is like about a minute long.
Yeah.
Pearl, what are you doing? Like, seriously. Next question.
Is someone asking a question?
They're supposed to ask each other questions.
Women die every year during childbirth. Not many. This country has the highest maternal mortality rate of any developed country. So a lot of women do die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth. Yes.
This is very weird and awkward.
Yeah.
This is very weird and awkward.
And the audience is filled with like Jordan Peterson stalkers.
Yeah.
Weird crowds, so like it was a mess. And then they did this analysis. Let's see this.
This is Pearl, I think, streaming after the fact.
Oh, interesting.
And this is what she had to say about that.
I thought about it. I'm like, you can talk like this to men, but I'm bigger than you. I could body you. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, yeah.
So maybe she was drunk.
No, she just said she could have beat up Anna if she wanted.
Yeah.
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 Oh, drunk now, you mean?
No. Rich P is saying this is the same Pearl I've seen before. She tends to only debate drunk.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
So she might have been a little inebriated.
I know, but I have this fear in me of the police. I never want to like get in trouble in that way. But I'm getting older, and have you noticed the older you get, I'm like, do you know what? I could catch a charge.
So she's lamenting that she didn't physically assault Anna in that moment.
Alex, I'm 6'3". Are you 6'3"?
I'm not 6'3".
Well,
so
I win, bitch. I can body you.
But I guess
that's like a.
There's lots of clips that you sent me that I do want to talk about with you.
You got time? Are we at 4?
But we're kind of here at the end.
Dang.
And I kind of want to just, as I let this trailer play,
okay,
for an Amazon Prime TV show that is, this person says, I created America's next biggest reality show, and it's documenting the real lives of political influencers on the left, right, and center. Coming soon to Amazon Prime. I believe it's called Party Lines. And it's just a straight up reality show. So again, my viewing of politics as a reality show about reality now has been reality showified. And as I let this play in the background silently, I just want to go talk a little bit about, like I said, with Jon Stewart, where he tried to define, I'm a comedian. This is what I do. People criticizing me for holding a rally to restore sanity and it being a comedy festival should not surprise you. I'm not trying to lead a political revolution. I'm trying to make jokes. I come on after South Park. Stop, attributing me to this. And now we've moved so far that I don't feel like, and that's faulty logic. A lot of people said, like, hey, you may have started as a comedian, but you started a political movement. You should feel a responsibility to kind of take hold of this and own it. And yeah, I'm gonna just let this play in the background here.
Right.
But this
It's
what
about-
do you think of this era of
Oh no.
the mixed? Yeah, I know, Destiny. The mixed, you're an influencer, you're a content creator, which can include Guillermo del Toro and Anna Kasparian and Hassan and Kendrick Lamar. You all create content and you all influence people. These lines of celebrity kind of getting drawn and redrawn and blurred and mashed together. Good, bad. What do you think? What's your
Great.
take?
I think humanity, especially the United States, with our leadership, has done a bad job with the cognitive infrastructure and the emotional infrastructure of our beings. So we're sort of hummingbird brains feeding on the easy calories of sugar water through these drips of these parasocial, vicarious type TV shows. I think we underestimate how influential The Apprentice was, because that was essentially America's religion is celebrity and business. And so that guy, essentially Trump firing people was essentially church, God himself choosing to kick out D-list celebrities, which imbued the viewers with this notion of his untouchability and his sacredness.
Power, yeah.
14 seasons. And so, but advance that into the internet era, and you have hyper focus on clicks and on rapid response times. And now we have heavily mediated algorithms that are putting us all in our own weird little isolated bubbles. And they're actually only going to use all that to try to produce the replacement workforce. I've been saying like they're trying to switch from calorie-based labor to electricity-based labor. They want to get rid of humanity.
That's a good way to put that,
and use robots and AI. And
because now they can just create an influencer, create a rapper, create a movie star, and they are trying to do this and then sell it to production studios and be like, hey, here's someone who you don't have to pay. You have to pay us, but you don't have to pay. You don't have to manage. You don't have to worry about getting an ego. You don't have to worry about wanting more money. You don't have to worry about and here's, like you said, it's electricity based, not calorie based. You don't have to feed them. They don't need health care. Not real. They'll do whatever you want. They could be in a Marvel movie. They could do the soundtrack for the Super Bowl, and you can also put them in a porn if you want. You can do whatever.
That Grok stuff is just criminal.
The Grok shit is insane.
It's totally nuts. It's crazy.
But like, it's a labor move. And so is this. Like, again, I don't begrudge these particular influencers. I begrudge them for their politics and their views and whatever. But I don't begrudge anybody saying, yes, you can shoot me for a day, or you can, Taylor Lorenz appears in that. And I think Taylor Lorenz is a fantastic reporter. I wouldn't call her an influencer. I would call her a journalist, which is also a term that's been thrown around a little too liberally for my taste. And good people like Sam Cedar Hassan will remind the audience, I am not a journalist. I am an influencer. I'm a commentator.
I'm a commentator.
But again, like Joe Rogan saying, I'm just a comedian, don't listen to me. Or even South Park, Matt and Trey saying, this is a cartoon show. We're trying to make each other laugh. Don't read into it about politics too much. We're literally just trying to make each other laugh. And it goes right past me, and I'm like, yes, I will continue to watch your show and gain insight into the world around me through South Park. Sometimes you have to just accept that the audience either isn't smart enough to go seek out their information, doesn't have time to go seek out their own information and do their own research, or not even know how to do your own research, which, like me, again, back in the day, I'm reading Breitbart, I'm reading Huffington Post about the same story so I can see where they differ, because I'm interested in what the underlying actual story that happened is, seeing what that looks like, seeing how they spin it. And then just this era of like, it's total tribalism. It's total demagoguery and cults of personalities, like Hassan and Ethan Klein going at each other, where just a few months earlier Ethan Klein helps Sam Cedar get a dunk on Steven Crowder, and everyone's celebrating And then a couple months later, everyone's like, oh, actually, fuck you, Ethan Klein. And I understandably, for someone who doesn't really pay attention to politics, I could see Ethan Klein being confused, being like, why all of a sudden I'm getting celebrated, and then the next day I'm getting shit on and hated, and I don't understand. So I'm just kind of lump it all in together as the same kind of hate. And I think, honestly, I've been watching a lot of like comedian stuff, Bill Burr, seeing the Riyadh Comedy Festival on his podcast and kind of just lumping it in with any other criticism he's ever gotten, or generally broadly comedians have ever gotten, as just like, it's just people whining on a blog. They'll forget about it in 2 weeks and whatever. And not realizing, no, this is a legitimate grievance that a lot of your fans have. And it's hurting your credibility with your fans. And he's going on the road soon. I'm interested to see if ticket sales go down, if people start heckling it more. Because again, that's Bill Burr, and he's going on the road. It's going to be big venues, and I'm wondering is it going to make a difference? Are people going to buy tickets just to go to heckle, or
probably some? Like the degree of blowback is also kind of mediated by the kind of audience you've cultivated, and he seems to have. I used to listen to Monday morning podcasts. I actually performed a stand-up once on a show that Bill Burr performed on here in LA.
Oh shit!
Hung out in the green room with him. It was kind of one of my highlights, because I super looked up to him tremendously as one of the top comedians.
Yeah.
We're good on time, by the way. I know I should just trust you. All right,
we're wrapping it up.
I'm wasting time asking about it, but it's negotiating this like consensus, like reality consensus, and human beings, if we all watch the same thing happen, we're still going to have differences of opinion about what happens. It's like the telephone game, and now we have that times just trillions and millions, and then not on top of it, the algorithms are feeding us things or preventing us from seeing stuff. So managing those sorts of differences, and especially when people lack the communication infrastructure and the emotional comfort safety requires to be wrong, or to expect things, or to feel things that aren't true, cognitive dissonance. Like, I look at the way people argue back and forth, and instead of the cold concept of right versus wrong, like, oh, you're wrong, fuck you, because that provokes defensive response, I think of things as persuasive or unpersuasive. Because I think I can still validate your argument, but you're still not persuading me. You know what I mean? Like, I can say you got some points there, but you didn't reach my threshold for being persuaded by this. And that's, to me, a mental shift that I try to do in my stuff, where it finds that it's a bit safer to do that. Plus, then you can entertain arguments without feeling like you have to get that like surge of defensive emotional response. That's, and I mean,
we're all in the ball pit together, folks. We're all in the ball pit together.
We all got little skills.
We're all got little skills, and sometimes we can fuse together and evolve together and create something very powerful and get a real solidarity ball going. And sometimes the fascism is just too powerful, and you get crushed. But then there's another run. There's always another run.
That's right.
You can always try again. And I want to thank Hank for coming on and talking to me about this. And we're going to be doing more. Check him out at what is the blog called again? The bald one.
Oh, Bald on the Inside.
Bald on the Inside.
Winners and Losers on YouTube, and tellthetruthjank.com. And we didn't talk about Dr. Richie, but Cam James, who made the exposés, he's doing one about TYT. He's
okay. Word.
Dr. Richie threatened to sue, and he's like, well, then let's expose TYT. So
again, very briefly, someone named Dr. Richie, who works at TYT, who has been accused by another content creator, influencer, whatever you want to call people, for his Dr. Rashad Richie being accused of having some real doctorates, but also several others that were just kind of easily obtained through diploma mills and places where a lot of like right-wingers will go and get their diplomas so that they can call themselves doctor or put letters after their name when they sign their name. But anyways, folks, that's going to be my show today. And thank you very much once again, Hank, for coming on. And thank you for watching. And everyone on this space, again, everyone watching on my YouTube channel, go follow this space. Everyone watching on this space, next up is A Difficult Truth with some actual fucking news.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
a world where we get so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult to go through.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. That was really awesome. Round of applause here for Alex and Hank. Appreciate that. That was really cool. I was thoroughly entertained there. Heck, I'm here like just listening to y'all. That was pretty awesome. Appreciate that. Welcome everybody. Johnny Too Late, Real John Lithium, Captain Homer, JK, welcome. Heat, how's it going? Hey, welcome. Barbara, Rich P. I hope everyone is doing great. Folks, it is just above the top of the hour. If you haven't done so, please do all the things and all the stuff and do all the doodads and whatnot. Like, share, comment, subscribe to the little emoji things on the bottom. We are here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. You can catch my show every Tuesday here at 7 p.m. Eastern on this space. Spread the word. There's something here for everyone. We have live content and we have syndicated content that is expanding all the time. Earthbag homies, welcome. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you. Saris. Nadia, welcome. Really good to see everybody. Someone said something about real news. Preferably, I would like to skip the real news. I would like to skip the real news for once. We have quite the amount of stuff to talk about, and today we're going to start off with a media literacy lesson. You all want to see manufacturing consent in real time. This is not just this is not the only example, but I think this is one of the more egregious examples that I've seen. To attempt to manufacture consent for the most absurd thing, and that is the invasion of Greenland. Yeah. Something that I, myself, thought was ridiculous, not that long ago. Pork Chop, welcome. So I guess we should get started. Oh, wrong one. All right. I love how the beginning at the article is a red disclaimer that says the views expressed by contributors are their own and not the view of the Hill. Well, if that's the case, then why are you putting these absurd opinions and then try to wash your hands clean by saying these are just opinions for people that contribute on our platform? That's like me bringing that's like me making the irresponsible decision of bringing in like a Nazi and not properly addressing not properly platforming them and letting them just kind of say their opinions. That's the exact equivalent. Whether the Hill likes it or not, that is the exact equivalent. This is irresponsible platforming, and it's not just here. It's not just on the Hill, I think. But I think this is one of the more egregious examples. Is this real life? Unfortunately, this is the kind of stuff that people are being, subject to. This is propaganda. This is the manufacturing of consent for the absurdity of trying to take over Greenland. Is he too close to the mic? Is it too big? Is it too loud, I should say? I don't know. But if you can hear me okay, then it is what it is. It's not bad? Alright. I mean, as long as you can hear me clearly enough. That's all that matters. No, thank you, Devil's Advocate Production. That was great. That was good stuff. Seriously. Corporate media is all garbage. Who owns the hill? I don't know, but I have a feeling they're more right-leaning than not. They're more right-leaning than not. The U.S. must take Greenland, whatever the cost. Opinion contributor 3 days ago. Fantastic. This is irresponsible platforming. This is nonsense. Why are you putting this on your platform? The White House is speaking loudly about Greenland, but volume should not be mistaken for madness. Oh, no, it's not absurd, folks. It's not. The idea that the President of the United States wants to take over Greenland, that's not. We shouldn't be mistaking the loudness of this for madness. No, this is a perfectly sane idea to have in our heads, okay? American people, this is perfectly normal. This is a normal thought process. This is not madness at all. Why would it be? Why would it be madness? The Hill changed after a buyout, if I remember correctly. They used to host Crystal Ball and some other progressive mainstream liberals. That probably tracks, honestly. This isn't a sudden lapse into imperial fantasy. No, of course not. No. It's power politics. Yeah, power politics into imperial fantasy. Plain and unsentimental, dressed in modern language, but driven by old truths. Oh, old truths. The old truth being that if we can do something, we should do something. Might makes right. That's what this is. There was a kind of mass walkout at the time of the takeover. Okay, this makes a lot of sense. Geography still governs fate. What is this? This is fascist rhetoric. Distance can still protect or imperil nations. Ice still melts, routes still open, and rivals still move. Greenland, it sits at the center of it all, a vast slab of territory that dominates the map not by population but by consequence. Set aside the outrage and pearl clutching. Oh. Now, see, we've got this all wrong, folks. We're the ones who are pearl clutchers. Got it. Understood. And the case becomes clear, seen through a realist lens. This is insanity. The kind John Mearsheimer describes, power is never polite. Again, this is fascist rhetoric. This is might makes right. Nations do not glide through history on goodwill. They compete, maneuver, and block rivals wherever they can. America didn't invent this contest, but has played it for a century, shaping trade routes, locking down strategic choke points, and denying rivals room to expand. Exiting now would not end the game; it would simply forfeit the advantage. So, yeah, we have to deploy the European version of the Monroe Doctrine, I guess. Greenland matters because the Arctic matters. Melting ice has turned what once was a frozen buffer into a contested corridor. Shipping lanes are emerging, subsea cables snake across the ocean floor, missile paths shorten, surveillance gaps narrowed, Russia knows this, China knows this, both are investing heavily in Arctic presence, infrastructure, and influence. This has nothing to do with any of that at all. China knows this, both are investing heavily in the Arctic presence, infrastructure, and influence. The U.S. can either treat Greenland as a distant curiosity or as what it actually is, a forward position in a region that will define future power balances. This argument falls apart. This argument falls apart really quickly because Greenland already allows us broad use of military bases and real estate there. This is nonsense. This is nonsense. Greenland, as part of an independent autonomous zone, semi-autonomous zones of the Danes, who are a part of NATO, already allowed the United States military a broad access. They already allowed them broad access. So this idea that we have to have Greenland, that we have to take over Greenland because China and Russia, question mark, is nonsense. We have military bases there. This is why the talk of acquiring it refuses to die. It refuses to die because Trump keeps talking about it. Stephen Miller keeps talking about it. The only people that are talking about it are these fascist freaks. That's it. Under Trump, it has resurfaced less from recklessness than from bluntness. He says aloud what others prefer to bury in briefings. Yeah, sure. Okay. Previous administrations whispered the same concerns behind closed doors and then settled for half measures and cosmetic compromises. Trump simply said the quiet part out loud. Of course, that's usually what Trump sycophants always say, right? Just rename NATO to NADA. Ah, I like that. North Atlantic Defense Alliance. The U.S. is not needed. Agreed. Yeah, Trump just says it like it is. He just says the quiet parts out loud with his usual lack of decorum. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Constantly threatening allies with invasions, with military invasions, is just lack of decorum. Okay, when Trump orders war crimes to happen in the Caribbean, where he's just killing people and firing at ships, that's just his usual lack of decorum. Okay, when he illegally kidnaps the head of state of a foreign nation, okay, under nonsense pretenses that we all saw coming. In fact, I think I've talked about this already a couple of times, but we literally went over this in one of our episodes here on this space. The idea that he was trying to name weapons of fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction was the propaganda pretense to go and do military action. All of this is illegal. This isn't lack of decorum and surplus of disruption. This is illegal. These are war crimes. And now he's threatening allies. Yeah, exactly. People are dying because of lack of decorum, okay? That's true. Ladybug, welcome. Frontline Assembly's victim of a criminal has a point. The American dream is the whole world's nightmare. Yeah, yes. I see that. Groove Dragon, welcome. Good to see you. Del Sol, I would do a Batman joke, but if I wrote "nada" a billion times, it might trigger the AI ban thing. The preferred path is obvious and needs no justification. Yeah. Sorry. Allies recoiled, but in cold political terms, offense is secondary to advantage. No. No. The preferred path is obvious and needs no justification. Buying Greenland is better than bullying it. But they're not going to sell. We talked about this yesterday. Greenland is not going to sell. Greenland has no interest in being a part of the United States. Why would they? I mean, seriously, who in the world would want to be a part of the United States right now? Nobody. Especially an autonomous country like Greenland. That's like asking That's like asking the Scots if they want to be a part of America and lose their health care and lose their social safety nets to the extent that they have them. Okay? No one wants to be a part of America. They've said so repeatedly. A negotiated transfer with guarantees for Greenlanders and compensation for Denmark would be cleaner, cheaper, and far less destabilizing than a military move. War in the Arctic would be absurd, expensive, and counterproductive. But that's where it's going. But you're making the argument that this is like the 1984 stuff. Like, you can't simultaneously say that this idea is absurd and expensive and counterproductive, which it is, and on the same breath say that we need Greenland at all cost. This is literally 1984 style language being used here, and normies read this. Okay, it doesn't matter that it says opinion at the beginning and very obvious. It doesn't matter that in not only here but here it says that these are just opinions. Normies just read this as part of the news. Okay. The Hill and Politico have done a lot in attempting to normalize bizarre political scenarios. That's true, but this is just the fact that this is the reason why this kind of raises the alarm bells a little bit more. It's because this is very plausible. Like, this is very plausible that Trump does something this insane. That Trump does something this absurd. Doesn't like 70% of Gen Z want to emigrate and renounce U.S. citizenship? That would not surprise me. That would not surprise me. Wanted to emigrate, no mention of renunciation of citizenship, though. I mean, I guess that kind of comes with the par for the course, right? I mean, if you want to leave the country, it would stand to reason that you most likely would renounce citizenship, I imagine. But in any case, yeah, that tracks, Nadia. That really does track. In fact, non-related, I do need to work on my passport stuff. I've been saying that for months, and I haven't gotten to it. For no reason. The Harris poll never asked about renunciation. Gotcha. I mean, you can assume that if 63%, 63% wanted to emigrate, it would kind of almost stand to reason. Like, yeah, you'd be gone. You'd be gone. Citizenship is, I guess, irrelevant, and less of a. I would say, like, Gen Z probably cares a lot less about citizenship than anything. The main point of renunciation is that reducing the potential for being repatriated. Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, in my case, I would be a dual citizen. So I don't know if that applies to me. Would it apply to me? I don't know. Even floating the idea of force is less about intent than leverage. No, he's serious about this. This is serious. He's really wanting to float the idea of an invasion. This isn't like a power move, okay? He really believes that is a plausible or possible scenario. It is a reminder that the U.S. takes the matter seriously, not a rehearsal for invasion. It is. Make no mistake about it, folks. If you're across the pond, so to speak, and you're looking at this in horror, as you should, understand that this is serious. Even if nothing happens at all, I would say that the Europeans across the pond should probably be fortifying Greenland at this point. Regardless if nothing happens, okay? Regardless if the military generals stop Trump in his tracks at the last second and say no, or we're going to remove you from power. I think that Europe would be naive if they weren't starting to do preparations and fortifying Greenland against the United States. In fact, I would say that they should start closing and kicking out all U.S. forces out of Greenland at this point. That's what I would say. Search the Assist the EU Safe program, or Security Action for Europe, is a financial initiative designed to provide up to 150 billion in loans to EU member states for urgent defense investments. Now would be that time. And if nothing happens, then nothing happens. Hank here, that was so much fun. Great to talk to Alex, and hope we can pick up some of those dangling threads in the future. That was a fantastic. I was getting invested. I was getting invested. That was fantastic. Seriously. Appreciate that, Hank. Manda, welcome. The big reason I cash in on eligibility for birthright citizenship in Cuba is to be able to renounce U.S. citizenship. Nowhere lets you go stateless. So if you're deported, I'd not be sent to the U.S. That's a good point. That is a very good point. I mean, like, I think that if worst case scenario, I would if there was some kind of worst case scenario where we do end up invading Greenland and getting ourselves involved in a war, I definitely would not want to remain an American citizen, and would attempt to not be here. I don't know if I'll be able to do that, but that would be one of my first priorities if possible. Because, yeah, this would be serious. And the fact that this is even on the table, the fact that Trump is talking about this, and there was rumors about Trump trying to ask his generals of the Joint JSOC, the Joint Special Operations Command or whatever, to draft the plans, and they kind of push back on that. The fact that all of this is even happening is absurd. It's absurd. Critics insist Greenland's future is not Washington's to decide, because obviously they're an autonomous zone. Formally, they're right, and that's it. Like, there's no formally nothing. Formally is nothing. What he's saying strategically, however, the statement is a comforting nonsense. So what he's saying is that we shouldn't care about the sovereignty of Greenland. We should not care about what Greenlanders think about their future, about how they want to govern themselves. That's what he's saying. Next week, J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Little Marco announced plans to meet with Denmark officials. As Greenland residents say, they hope a diplomatic solution can be reached. The diplomatic solution here would be the United States to F off. That would be the diplomatic solution. And in fact, again, I would say the United States should probably be kicked out of Greenland. All their bases closed. And that's it. Goodbye. Get them out of there. Panama might get hit too. Yes. Which is concerning, because the dual citizenship that I happen to have is in Costa Rica. So I'm not. The situation is kind of. It's not great because if we start doing stuff further in South and Central America, that kind of puts the situation kind of yeah. Panama, Colombia, Mexico are all in the crosshairs. The reference frame, welcome. The current crop of European leaders are very poor when it comes to Trump. Appeasement is their only stance. Yeah, and it's sad because like you would think, you know, the European leaders would have some kind of sense of history of what happened when a maniac dictator wants to start taking over the world. And what appeasement did. That's right, Cuba also. The reference frame, welcome. Costa Rica, I'm a big fan. Me too. Mind you. The last few decades, America has been invading other countries. What is the difference today? What are you talking about? Last time I checked, we've never done something so unprecedented like what we did in Venezuela, where we just bombed the capital of a foreign country like that and kidnapped their leader like that without approval of Congress. Because like usually there's some kind of a BS justification. Usually Congress is involved. In fact, but none of that happened. This is all. We don't. I've never seen in living memory, as far as I can remember, America threaten its own ally over resources, or what he perceives as its potential resources, right? Makes more sense when you think of the U.S. as a Republicans of the world. Neoliberals use us as cover for their own financial schemes. True! Can't have elections if the country's on fire, I guess. That's the plan. I mean, maybe. Maybe. In a world of rising rivalry, no great power allows vital terrain to drift into adversarial hands out of courtesy. No one is saying that this is happening, right? Like, there's no, this is fantasy, okay? This is the manufacturing of consent here, of saying, hey, if we don't do this, then China's going to do this. But there's no evidence that China's doing this at all. There's no, like, deal behind closed doors of China and Greenland saying, hey, can we use your resources? Hey, can we have access to your passage? That's not happening, okay? This is fabricated. This is happening in the author's mind, okay? This is not the real world, okay? Sovereignty, this is literally like fascist justification. This is exactly fascist logic here. Sovereignty is sacred until security is threatened. Whose security is threatened, okay? No, there's no, this is fabrication, okay? This is fantasy. This is fascist imperialistic fantasy, okay? That's what's happening here. Sovereignty is sacred until security is threatened, then it becomes negotiable. No, it's not, actually. This is not negotiable. We do not have a right to invade Greenland, okay? When they don't want to be a part of the United States. And this fear-mongering that it only exists in the author's head about China or Russia does not, it just doesn't exist. It's the security of the millionaire's net worth. True. The CIA has been destabilizing countries and forcing regime change for decades with no oversight. Yeah, but there's always been some kind of like nod, you know? There's always been some kind of like, oh yeah, we absolutely want to fund this coup in South America. Yeah, like there's always been some kind of like understanding of like, yeah, I mean, we don't want to like do this outright. We kind of want to let the CIA do what the CIA does, What happens between the CIA and South America is between them and God. But they still have it's some kind of like nod and a wink, right? It doesn't just happen unilaterally. And it's also not like specifically at the direction of the president without anything else. This has been one of the more explicitly, not that the United States has a great track record of democracy, but this has been one of the most explicitly and outward authoritarian regimes that the United States has had. They literally, and that's saying a lot given our track record of democracy, ? Billionaires are betting against Greenland sovereignty. That's not a good thing. That is not a good thing at all. Louisiana Purchase, 1803 acquisition. At least that was a purchase. We're not purchasing anything. We're saying we either you give it to us the easy way or military is on the table. This is not like the Louisiana Purchase at all, even though we could argue that some of that might have been shenanigans, but whatever. It's milliardaires, not millionaires, but anyhow, I guess it could be worse, like zetajoules being a trillion joules, where the American scale says it's sextillion joules. Yeah, I mean, that was me mispronouncing it, I apologize. There's talk about buying Greenland. Yeah, but they don't want to buy, they don't want to sell. Like, that's the thing. They don't want to sell. This isn't like, this isn't a conversation that they're having. They don't want to sell. They want to keep their autonomy. So there's only one option here. This isn't cynicism, but the hard ledger of history. No, this is absurdity. It's what this is. The U.S. bought Louisiana not out of generosity, but to deny France control of the Mississippi. It backed Panama's break from Colombia to secure a canal it deemed vital. Yeah, okay. It purchased Alaska to keep Russia away from its doorstep. Sure, bud. Britain took Gibraltar for the same reason. Then what happened there? Shade Dragon. Trump suggested Greenland as dowry for his son and Denmark's princess. Well, he thinks he's royalty. He does. Position beats principle when survival is involved. States talk reverently about borders right up until the borders threaten them. When security tightens, ideals are revised. Yeah, but there's no one's threatening the United States at all. This isn't happening. This whole premise is based on nonsense. European nations insist Greenland is not for sale while quietly relying on American troops, money, and missiles to keep the peace that permits such comfortable posturing. It's a bit like lecturing the fire brigade on property rights while borrowing their hoses. Principles are easy to defend when someone else pays the insurance. Yeah, you know what? True. Maybe the European Union should kick out all United States military bases, and build up their own forces. Because clearly the United States is the playground bully. This author here is saying that you rely on the mob's protection, essentially. Jesus, jump scare. Why am I getting a Trump jump scare? Holy crap. Oh, it's a video. The deeper issue is not so basically he's saying that because we do all of this, it might as well be ours because we're the ones paying the bills, as so to speak. Louisiana was dumped by Napoleon after Haiti got independence because it was expected to not be really either profitable or defensible. So the author here is just completely ignorant on several levels. On several levels. Under a little known Cold War agreement, the 1951, the United States already enjoys sweeping military access in Greenland. Right now, the United States has one base in a very remote corner of the island. Good, and they should be taken out. They should be kicked out. They should be kicked out immediately. The deeper issue is not Trump's rhetoric. It is, but America's reluctance to admit what it is. The U.S. remains a global power in a competitive world. It cannot afford strategic blind spots disguised as virtue. Greenland is not a vanity project or a colonial hangover. It is. It's a strategic anchor, a surveillance platform. That's great. A logistical hub, a denial asset, all wrapped into one. To lose influence there would cause to immediate, but no one's losing influence there. Okay, the Americans enjoyed, broad access to Greenland. But it would mark a significant retreat, the kind rivaled notice long before voters do. This is why the moment feels different. The language is sharper. No, the moment feels different because we have a fascist dictator, okay, who wants to make this a reality. That's why this moment feels different. Yet European leaders are doing everything possible to keep America in Europe. Yeah, weak sauce. Force remains the last resort, and rightly so. No, it is the only resort. Greenland is not for sale. They've already said that. It is expensive, corrosive, and unpredictable. Buying Greenland would cost money and pride, but far less than conflict. Realism doesn't require hostility. The United States has often secured vital positions without resorting to force. Yeah, okay. It gained long-term access to Iceland during World War II because the island mattered more than diplomatic niceties. It remained strategic basing in Okinawa during negotiations despite local resistance, but because geography demanded it. Doesn't make it right. Analysts say the Cold War agreement allows the president to increase American military presence almost at will. The New York Times. Well, the New York Times can be wrong. I mean, I know that they had. I know that they had broad access to Greenland. Imagine you have top secret information and understand what extinction of human race fits in the picture. I have no idea what that means. Greenland deserves the same treatment now. Serious talks that reflect its importance offer fair payment to Denmark, respect the local self-rule, and protect U.S. interests without turning Arctic into unnecessary flashpoint. Trump has his sights set on Greenland because the map leaves little room for alternatives. No, there's no way out of it other than invading Greenland. There's no way out of it other than invading Greenland. That's how it's going to have to be. Like, that's what this author is dishonestly hiding from this whole thing. There's two things here. He's pretending like there is a way to do this without military force, despite Greenland and Denmark saying that it is not for sale. Okay, and for two, we're pretending like this is do or die. That if we don't do this, then Russia and China are going to move in. There's no evidence of that. That's not happening, okay? And he's lying because we know that the United States enjoys, as part of NATO, broad access to Greenland, if we really wanted to. And if we were so worried about, Russia and China, then why not ask Greenland if we can park more gear there? Donald Trump has information that he doesn't have anything. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is insanity. You good? Unrelated but related. Trump calls for the U.S. military spending to rise more than 50% to $1.5 trillion. That's fantastic. No healthcare, by the way. We'd have no money for healthcare, but we need to raise the military budget to $1.5 trillion in 2027, next year, for what he called these very troubled and dangerous times. Just to be clear, the very troubled and dangerous times are the troubled and dangerous times that he's creating. That's him. He's creating this. That would be about more than 50% higher than this year's $901 billion budget, which was approved by Congress. Yeah, this December. Fantastic. This will allow us to build the dream military that we've been entitled to. This is fascist rhetoric. This is a conversation that includes all possibilities. But some possibilities, like, what are you talking about? You're going to have to be more specific. You're going to have to be more specific because it sounds like gobbledygook. Trump doesn't understand how scaling works on maps. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that Trump doesn't understand. Russia is already the largest country by land on Earth and a very substantial margin. They aren't desperate for more land. If you see a source saying so, they're relaying propaganda. Well, I mean, they do want Ukraine, but the point being is, they don't want Greenland. There's no threat to the United States by Russia from Greenland. There's no like, at what point does anyone feel like there's going to be a massive threat by Russia or China? That's not a thing. There are Democrats who would vote for that nonsense. Yeah. 100%. Like, it's just not a thing. Like, Russia is not a threat to the United States at this present time. I heard the reason why Trump is sending the ice goons to places is because he wants a war to happen with the protesters so he can call martial law and cancel the election. I mean, that's been a thought that has been around. I do tend to think that that's exactly what he wants. He wants to escalate things, and he wants a reaction. And he's definitely pushing for a reaction as an excuse. That definitely has been floating around in discourse, and I think there's some merit to that. I think there's some merit to that. It's why they're so violent. It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. This will allow to build us the dream military that we have long been entitled to, fascist rhetoric, and more importantly, it will keep us safe and secure regardless of foe. Which, who is he talking about? In separate posts, the president would crack down on payouts to bosses and shareholders of U.S. defense contractors unless the firms speed up deliveries of armaments and build new manufacturing plants. Yeah. I mean, like, if you want to see how, like, the crossover between government and corporate power during the fascism starts happening, it looks like this. It looks like this. If you want to see the union, the warping of corporate and government under fascism, it looks like this. It looks like the government, the state, cracking down on defense contractors because they're not producing arms quick enough or whatever. So in any case, I think that's pretty much all we need to know from this article. That he's calling for. Doesn't matter if he gets it or not. I mean, there are the military budget always has room to increase. In the great U.S. of A. No healthcare, no housing, no education. But hey, we will have a $1 trillion budget. That's fine. This is why I think he's serious about Greenland. Also, Trump flipped off a Ford worker today. This tracks. Kyle Kulinski has been going over wackiness that he officialized Twitter. That's been doing as well as Musk's recent activity too. Eesh. I respect Kyle Kulinski. So apparently, after the murder of Green, they want to prosecute her wife. They want to prosecute her wife, and now 6 prosecutors have quit as of this time. There was less, but this is the more updated version. 6 prosecutors have quit over this here. In Minnesota, resigned on Tuesday today over the Justice Department's push to investigate the widow of a woman killed by ICE, murdered by ICE, and the department's reluctance to investigate the shooter. In fact, they've been seen evacuating all his stuff. This is good stuff, good news, that they are resigning, because there's no. This is disgusting. The fact that the Justice Department wants to prosecute the widow of the woman they murdered, they had their goons murder, is absurd, because they want to investigate her ties to whatever political activism, or whatnot. Yes, her name is Renee Good. They want to investigate Renee. Before we get out of here, I want to briefly talk about this. Mamdani's outrage after New York City Council employee was detained by ICE. So what happened here, really quickly before we get out of here, because this is a developing story, and this is intimidation. Okay, this is intimidation. So there was a council employee that was detained by ICE because they showed up to a routine court appearance. Okay, they're doing the things the right way. And they were arrested by ICE. What happened? They were arrested by ICE by doing a routine court appearance. That's what happened. And ICE and the DHS and the dog killer is saying that the person was some kind of terrorist and criminal that needed to be apprehended. But in reality, no, they were doing things the right way. And they were showing up to a court appearance, and that's where they were detained by ICE. Of course, we'll find out more information as more stuff gets out there. But yeah, this is intimidation, and it's not. This is intimidation, and it's not going to stop. The stuff that's happening in Minneapolis is not going to stop. They're just straight up going door to door in Minneapolis. This is very scary stuff. If you see ICE, please film if you can. Film if you can, and don't be afraid. Film if you can, of course, without breaking any laws. But yeah, film and upload. Make sure that you have if you have equipment that can possibly upload stuff to the cloud quickly. So if they do take your phone away, do stuff like that. Just be safe, protect each other, and have common sense and solidarity, because these are tough times, folks. These are very tough times. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have today. Thank you for being here. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. Huge shout out once again to Alex for that wonderful interview, and Hank, appreciate that. Thank you all for being here. We are here every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Please do all the stuff. Movie night extravaganza is coming up. So stay tuned, folks. We are here Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays with live and syndicated content. So do all the things. Thank you all for being here. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. See ya.
Tonight, we're discussing an early entry from the South Korean director, Bong Joon-ho. The 2003 crime thriller, Memories of Murder. On previous episodes, we've talked about Bong Joon-ho's more internationally acclaimed work, including Parasite and Snowpiercer, very early on in the show. Although Parasite was based in South Korea with a Korean cast, the film was rooted in the global phenomenon of income inequality, which allowed it to be a rare international film that pushed so far past the so-called Asian market or other international markets that ended up being the first foreign language film to win Best Picture. Throughout his career, Bong Joon-ho has been careful not only to do films with Korean casts, and in movies like Snowpiercer, Okja, and Mickey 17 last year has directed in English with very international casts. Memories of Murder is Bong Joon-ho's second film after his feature directorial debut, Barking Dogs Never Bite, in 2000. Unlike the more recent films, this is probably the most specifically culturally Korean of his films. Memories of Murder is not sci-fi or a horror film or a monster film. It's not abstract at all, in fact. It's the true story of a series of murders that occurred in Hwasong, which until 2019 went unsolved. The Hwasong murder was South Korea's first modern serial killer, although not technically South Korea's first serial killer. The first one was a spree killer in the 1970s. A series of 10 murders and 9 rapes later increased to 15 murders and over 30 rapes as the murderer Lee Chun-jae confessed to 4 murders that happened in different towns between 1986 and 1991. He was already serving 20 to life in prison for an unrelated rape and murder in 1994 of his sister-in-law after his wife left him. That's when police, who had not previously had Lee Chun-jae on their suspect list for the other murders, had a DNA match for bodily fluids found on one of the victims. Memories of Murder stars one of Bong Joon-ho's favorite collaborators, Song Kang-ho, who would be in most of Bong's movies from here on out, as well as Kim Sang-seong as a detective from Seoul, Kim Ro-ha, Song Jae-ho, and Park Do-sik and Park Hae-il, who would later on both go on to be in The Host.
그리고 갈대밭에 숨어서 여자가 지나가길 기다려. 피까지 흠뻑 맞으면서. 그래도 너한텐 그 모든 게 즐겁지. 짜릿하고 즐겁지. 그래서 어제는 여자 몸에 이런 걸 쑤셨어.
Memories of Murder is a very unique police procedural, especially because of the special facts of the case, including the brutal graphic nature of the killings and the fact that it was unsolved. Means that it lacked the ability to have a satisfying Hollywood-style ending where anyone faces justice.
She has to die. No fucking Hollywood ending. Thank you, Say.
It's also very unlike anything that director Bong has made. His movies are very abstract and very conceptual, usually, whereas this film is grounded in the firmest reality. Bong's own politics as a left-leaning artist who often goes after power in his films meant that there was not going to be any flinching away from the brutal reality of policing in South Korea. Our protagonists, if you can call them that, in the Hwasong Police Department brutally beat the suspects and torture them, even as journalists continually report on their actions. These murders happened during the time period where South Korea was transitioning from a brutal dictatorship into a flourishing democracy. In 1979, the longtime dictator Park Chung-hee was assassinated in a military coup and replaced by an army general who was forced by pro-democracy protests into transition by 1988 into having democratic elections. The murders in Hwasong began on October 1986 and ended in 1991, with a break in 1989 to 1990 when Lee Chun-jae was actually on trial for burglary. I'm actually really not sure how they didn't catch this guy. So during a time of great upheaval in South Korea, at least in the urban centers of Korea, this more rural part of Korea, although it is pretty close to Seoul, now with high-speed rail you can get between the two in 17 minutes, although regular trains still take an hour or two, was experiencing a series of murders. At the same time, the more advanced police departments and military were specifically doing crowd control. This gets referenced in Memories of Murder when the police are trying to get more people to keep everyone off the streets on a rainy night. When the next killing in the pattern should happen, there's nobody to call for backup outside of their tiny precinct. And the free press is just starting to come around, so our police officers are not used to having journalists report on their brutal torture methods. One of the saddest parts of the film is somewhat fictionalized. The initial suspect in the real Hwasong murders is a mentally disabled local man who likes to follow women around. He's not the murderer, but he gets repeatedly beaten by police and eventually confesses that he saw the murder. But before he can really give a definitive account of what he saw, he's hit by a fast-moving train and killed. There is a real disabled man, Yun Sung Yao, suspected of these murders, who was basically strung up in the legal justice system from a coerced and tortured confession, and languished not on the train tracks, but in a South Korean prison until 2019, when the real murderer was caught, believed to have committed a 15th copycat killing, the rape and murder of a 13-year-old girl. His extreme physical disability, he suffered from polio as a child, and his status as a vulnerable outsider, an orphan who came to live with family after his parents died, made him an extremely easy target for police, who beat him repeatedly, kept him awake for 3 days with no food until he confessed. He was freed in 2020, although the police, he said, only gave him a 60% apology, saying an event like his beating and torture could have taken place, but they don't specifically remember. In a weird twist, the actual murderer, Lee Chun-jae, testified at his trial, admitting to being the one who killed the 13-year-old girl. Lee and Yun knew each other. Yun was best friends with his brother and neighbors with their family. The film begins and ends with shots of children, and Bong Joon-ho had a final shot where the detective breaks the fourth wall and looks directly at the camera in order to meet the gaze of the unknown murderer, who he assumed might be watching the film. Lee Chun-jae later admitted to watching the film, fulfilling Bong Joon-ho's ambition with that final shot. Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I am obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Sean McGrath is the co-host of Unkind Rewind, as an actor, writer, video creator, and one of the minds behind cinequote.net. I, of course, am your host and the guy who's remembering all those murders from the 80s and 90s, Forrest Miller. It's pretty amazing they didn't catch the guy until 2019. His semen was everywhere.
Wow. There we go, folks.
That seems to be always your intro, Forrest.
It's kind of evergreen, really.
Every movie he's ever talked about, he always begins with "the semen was everywhere."
It was a dark and stormy night, and the semen was everywhere.
Exactly, the famous intro. Sean, welcome.
Hi, hi everybody.
Welcome to the show. Your partner in Unkind Rewind's been on a few times, but this is your first time being here. So welcome.
I'm off the leash.
You are.
I can say anything. And Kristina, you are probably overdue for a visit on the Unkind Rewind.
Yeah, the problem is I just can't pick a movie to save my life.
Yeah, it is.
He's an obsessive rewatcher is the problem.
Yes.
It's probably the hardest part about that podcast. It's narrowing it down from the hundreds to 1 or 5, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, it is really a difficult thing to kind of mine your childhood.
Yeah, I really had to go deep. And then I'm happy that I came up with this thing, but I pulled that out of I don't know, just come on. I need one more movie.
I think The Sting is the oldest movie we've ever done on that show.
It's also the oldest movie, oldest English language movie on Netflix, apparently. People keep telling me that.
Oh man, that's so sad.
Right?
That is
There's
very
all-
sad.
There's other ones. I think like Bicycle Thieves is on there, like like Italian movies, but
Mm-hmm.
it's out of English language, like Hollywood movies. Apparently, that's the oldest one and has been for like a few years.
God damn, Netflix, get with the program. Well, once they buy Warner Brothers,
I was gonna say, don't worry.
Don't worry.
They'll sort it right out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and of course I was on for Pump Up the Volume, which was great at the time. I don't think you could even stream it easily, and they've actually done a re-release for it. That was great. That was
Gonna have to go meet somebody in a parking lot to get a copy of Pump Up the
Yeah,
Volume.
exactly. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
flea
but
market
it'll
vibe.
be remixed with another movie, or it's like when you buy CDs from the guy at the parking lot of Walmart, and you're like,
Oh yeah,
this is
and
not
if
what I
you
ordered.
and if you look at the artwork, it's like mixed with another movie or something. You're like, what? I don't remember that scene.
I like the idea of going to Walmart where they already have that giant discount bin of movies, but you're like, you know what?
Yeah,
I'm not gonna go
$5.
in the $5 bin. I'm gonna go to the parking lot. That's where the movies
Exactly.
are.
That's where the real deals are. You say this is where the
That's
real
also,
deal is.
You got movies and you get your pet vaccinated because they always have like the trucks that come around sometimes. At least in my local Walmart, they have a vaccination truck that like vaccinate your dog.
Well, rabies is making a comeback because people think that their
Because of these
dogs
mobile
are gonna be-
vaccinations.
Yeah, they're a lot of people are afraid that their pets are gonna have autism. I'm not kidding.
You know what's bad when Pump Up the Volume is going to share a disc with another movie, and at the checkout, or like the spindles, like the really cheap movies that are on a spindle at checkout.
Yeah, it's like 3 Chuck Norris movies on one disc. Yeah, it's like okay.
It's Pump Up the Volume and God damn it, turn down the volume. I'm trying
Exactly.
to sleep.
That's remember that one? That's the famous movie.
Dance. Sorry.
All right, enough of that. So moving on, this movie. No, we're done. We're done with this. This topic is over. I'm officially decreed it.
I have a surprise.
Okay, all right,
I have a surprise for you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
what's
over
that?
at Cinequote, we just published a pack of 10 former movie night extravaganza movies.
Ooh.
Wow.
So maybe people that
As of right now, you can play 10 former episodes, pick mostly at random.
All right.
And then at the end of each game, it will link directly to your YouTube episode.
Nice.
Fantastic. So so people that engage with the show, whether it's live or in podcasted format or streaming later, whatever, they can check that out on your award-winning asterisks. I'm not sure if you guys have actually won any awards.
Yeah, we won something in
internet game.
Latvia, but we couldn't pick it up.
Okay. It's like a non-extradition award.
Yeah.
Why? Because it was really heavy, or just kidding.
We couldn't get there. Yeah, there was a junta.
Yeah. Is that the you get it from like I don't know, like Argentina or like 1960s Brazil or something? This,
Right.
Yeah, it's made its way to Latvia.
It was really like Battle of Algiers, but more award oriented than anything else.
Yeah, one day.
Thank you. Battle of Algiers, everybody. All right. So, Memories of Murder. This is interesting because for me, I saw the host pretty early on, then Snowpiercer, and then Parasite. I went back to Memories of Murder, and this was one of the ones that I would say for me in 2020, where I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm going to be watching some movies, can't do anything else. This was I believe it was a Criterion watch. And I was, oh my God, this is like amazing. How come I've never heard of this movie? And I was really glad to see you pick it because I think it's the kind of thing where we think of director Bong as kind of doing like one thing that we like him to do for, but this is pretty far afield from even Parasite or especially in anything else like Snowpiercer. And it's very grounded. Right, it's a very grounded story. So I was curious, Sean, because you were the one that picked this. Because what we try to do to bring people on for the first time is we let them pick the movie themselves. That doesn't always happen, especially
or we never
ever let them pick it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Especially Letterhack, we never let him pick.
We'll never let him pick. Never.
Goes along with the ride. We're too far into the bit. We can't change it.
Hey, he got to do Big Lebowski though.
But he didn't pick it though. We were nice. We were like, I bet he would like this.
And Conan, the list that you supplied me was gorgeous. There were so many bangers on that list. It's a powerhouse of a list. I mean, it was almost overwhelming. And as I kind of scrolled through it over the course of a couple weeks, because that's how long it took me to get through those. There's so many good movies on it. I was like, whoa, Memories of Murder just spoke to me, just yelled. It was almost like that movie was capitalized on the list, and it wasn't.
Sure. Yeah.
If you put it in bold and italics, Conan,
Exactly.
like,
That's because I put in 72-point type, right? Yeah. No, well, I think that's. So there's a couple things that I think this show does well. And one thing that I really like that we do is when we pull something that people should know out and kind of give it the deep dive, because there's a lot of shows that like do the new releases and they do the big movies, and we do all those things as well. But this is one that was one where I was like, oh hell yeah, that's great. Memories of Murder, let's go, baby.
I think you guys do a really good job of walking that tightrope between your Barbies and your picnic at Hanging Rocks, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that Memories, spoiler, is going to be more on the latter than the former when it comes to that. And I don't know.
But then you have like Parasite, his later work, right? And Mickey 17, like those are big international movies.
Yeah,
like
very
it's interesting to
mainstream
go. It's interesting to go back in somebody's filmography and like grab something that people haven't seen or might not have seen, right? Like I think a lot of people have seen Memories of Murder, but like not as many as seen his like English language movies or Parasite. And it's like it's fascinating to go back in somebody's filmography to like the early days.
And I haven't. You mentioned it in the intro. I haven't gone back to see Barking Dogs Never Bite, whatever that one is.
Me neither. I've still never seen that one. Just like I've never seen for Director Park. I've never seen JSA. What is it? Justice Society of America or something. Like it's the military one. This first one. I still have not seen that one. I've seen all the rest of them. Some of them used to be really hard, but
was this the first time watch for anybody? Memories of Murder, or had everybody here seen it?
I had seen it, but I think what was it, like 2022? I think it was the first time I saw it, and it was while we were getting ready. I'm trying to remember what we were trying to get ready for. I can't even remember at this point.
Well, you did Parasite and you did Snowpiercer, but neither was before neither.
No, it was It wasn't that. I can't. It might have been when we did the Handmaiden, and then I was like, it might have been like,
and you did like the South Korean cinema deep dive.
Yeah,
okay.
It might have been
that.
Yeah. But I remember watching it and being like, yeah, this is bleak as fuck.
Also, lots of kicking. There's a lot of kicking in this film.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's the flying spin kicks. There's entire compilations that people have made of each kick. Like they've made they have a flying kick compilation or whatever that they made for this movie.
They got like sound effects like with ice slipping on ice or whatever, like
the Looney Tunes sound effects.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about kind of that. Like this movie feels very cyclical. Like it feels like we have these moments, like South Korea seems to be doing a little bit better than we are, but we have these moments where it's like we have these incredibly authoritarian crackdowns and moments of like police brutality that this movie feels like it speaks way more. Although we don't have a police captain that like holds the person back and says, hey, stop hitting somebody. Like I think a lot of times American cops are just left to their own devices on that. But it's like we go through these cyclical periods of like law enforcement brutality, right? That at least in America, and this movie feels like it very much speaks to that, because without having like a morality to it, really. Like obviously it's bad that they beat up a mentally retarded guy to the point where he's
they're like brutalizing him. Yeah. it's like almost played for dark comedy because it's so insane, and the fact they like take a break to watch some shows too, which relatable.
There's so much going on in this movie in the background.
Yes,
like I'm
glad you
the
said
texturizing of it, because they never really spell out the fact. You kind of hear about it in the background. You hear about it on TV. You hear about it when they want backup. There's nobody to do backup because they have a protest going on, and it's like the giant democracy protests are happening, and the other police that would normally join in cracking down, or in this case, it's when it's raining and they're trying to get people off the streets and they can't get anybody off the streets because of the democracy protests, because all the other police that would normally come in as backup are cracking skulls in like the town square in Seoul, which is just 30 minutes or 30 miles from where this takes place, which is also very funny that Song Kang-ho's character has this inferiority complex vis-a-vis the capital of Seoul, and then you actually look at where the two places are now with high-speed rail, you can get between the two places in 15 minutes. They're not far away from each other at all.
Yeah,
was that the case? Did that exist at the time the movie being made though? Or
no,
yeah, I
it
was
didn't.
gonna say,
but it's still like it's a 45-minute drive. It's not like
it's right, but it's all in perspective too. It's like, look, how far away is Jersey City from New York? Really?
Or like it's basically like Long Island, like Nassau County to New York City, right? Like they are two very different places. I mean, there's like farms.
Yeah.
There's like farms in Long Island, and there's certainly not in New York City. So it's kind of the same thing in that way. Like like you're in a
well, and that's played up big time in this movie. Yeah, you're right. Like it's it's something where it's a plot point really, and it's also interesting for someone like for people like us that come from a Western experience to just see how things operate in other countries, right? In that same way that Anatomy of a Fall was like, wow, French courts are crazy. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
And how much are we getting and not getting, not being French? And spoiler, I'm not Korean. It's something I've had to deal with and come to terms with these last years. But how much would say the political atmosphere of what Forrest was talking about would be apparent if I'm watching this movie now and I've been there or I lived through those years, and what is Bong trying to say with all that? There's so much happening in the background, even when it's like main characters. It's not just extras filling the frame.
Well, it's like a movie like even like Top Gun or something, where the Reagan era of it all is kind of overpowering in parts of it, and it's like if you live through that period, it's a different experience, I think, than if you're in another country and you're like, planes go zoom. I love it. Like
the planes did indeed go zoom. That's correct.
Not that there.
Can
I think
confirm.
there's a global moment, that a lot of things are happening in the world during this time period, but especially in South Korea, where first in 1979, I believe, Dictator Park, who's like the famous dictator that was got literally murked by like one of his security guys, and then the security guy took over for the next like 8 years and was basically running like a military dictatorship. And then people finally said, all right, we've had enough of this fucking dictatorship stuff going on for like decades here. A lot of it with American assistance, to be honest, because the Korean War, and we kind of created South Korea, helped create South Korea vis-a-vis like North Korea, right? Like so there's like all of that happening, and there's this transition to democracy. They never really say it, but you can tell the entire time with journalists suddenly coming around and the TV going like, hey, the cops have tortured somebody who came out, and like that's not something I think that the cops would have even thought about a few years before that.
Yeah, more than likely they wouldn't. That's the context is everything, right? Sorry, I was more checking out how I could almost be this guy if I move over this way.
Yeah, you kind of do fit.
Yeah, the tie even works a little bit.
Yeah,
there's such a chip on the shoulder of these characters, especially Park, our main guy.
I can't believe it's Roger Rabbit. Sorry, I can't believe it's Roger Rabbit with the subtitle "Too much semen everywhere" right now. I just need to...
I think that may have been cut. I can't quite remember if they cut that in the final.
I apologize for our audio listeners who have no idea what I'm talking about, but yeah, Sean, please continue.
For the audio listeners of
well, Forrest was talking about how our kind of protagonist has this chip on his shoulder about this big city detective coming to help him out. And is introduced, basically his introduction to that character is jump kicking him down a hill.
It's an amazing introduction.
It's an amazing.
That's how I want to introduce myself just going forward in life, really.
I'm so glad that you brought up the kicking in this movie, because this is the kickiest movie I think I've seen outside of like, say, any type of martial arts.
Outside of like Kickboxer. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
everybody kicks, everybody gets kicked in this movie. And there's such a level of just kind of corporal punishment that permeates all levels of this movie. Cops get beat up by civilians. Cops get beat up by their superior officers. Cops get beat up by their partners. suspects are constantly getting beat up in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
And even like in the kind of the karaoke party, how close to blows the two lead detectives come in this movie, and then how quickly they're back sitting across from each other enjoying a drink.
Yeah.
It's the level of violence to how quickly it's diffused, I think, is some type of cultural touchstone that I wish I knew more about in Korea.
It does seem like there's probably some background behind it that we don't have that context for, right?
Yeah.
Because it is pervasive, and it seems to change on on a dime practically.
There are moments though where you see like snippets of like really fast snippets of cops cracking skulls in like the town square, and you see that and how fast that escalates, and like how that's kind of at least at some points that's their job. It's just like, hey, people are out, let's beat them up. Like
yeah,
it's like there's so much that you that isn't really like talked about in this, but it's like shown, like there's so many just quick montage cuts, or like on TV you'll see different things. Like it's pretty insane. And no one ever is like, hey, this is what's happening in Korea at this time. It's Bong Joon-ho. A lot of this movie I was fascinated by. I watched an interview here. I'll put up the interview, like this part of the interview, but he was talking about how he's like kind of meditating on the 80s in Korea just in general. Like his like he said, obviously when he grew up. So yeah.
So this film was based on real events in Korea, late 80s, early 90s. Yeah. Was that a time that, was it something that was very disturbing to you at the time, or just why did you decide to make a film about that?
연쇄살인이라는 어떤 스릴러 장르이기 전에 1980년대에 관한 얘기죠. 너무나 혼란스러웠던, 방금 장면 보셨다시피 혼란 그 자체였던 그 시대를 어떻게 보면 다루고 있는 건데.
So before the film is this one genre of serial killers, thrillers. It's basically about the chaos of the 80s. As you saw in that clip, it was really about that time that was just chaos in itself.
크라임 씬 자체가 전혀 관리가 안 되잖아요. 요즘에 한국 경찰은 전혀 저렇지 않죠. CSI 이상으로 완벽하게 통제하고 전문적인 프로파일러들도 있고 모든 과학 수사를 하고 하지만 저 때는 엄청나게 모든 것들이 혼란스럽고 무능했던 것들이 뒤엉켜 있었던 시절이었어요. 그것이 제가 또 고등학교를 다닌 시절이고 그때 벌어졌던 사건이죠. 범인을 잡는 데 실패했던. 그러니까 우리가 왜 실패했나. 그 실패했던 시대의 우리의 모습을 돌이켜보는 그런 80년대라는 그 키워드가 되게 중요했던 영화였어요.
So at the time, they couldn't manage the crime scenes at all. Of course, the modern Korean police force, they're completely different. They're able to completely control the crime scenes. They have professional profilers and have a lot of forensic tools in their hands. But during the 80s, there was a lot of chaos and people were incompetent. And that was when I was in high school, and that's when all those serial killings actually happened. And so this film was sort of a reflection on why they failed to catch the actual killer, and a reflection of how Korean society functioned in the 80s. The keyword, the 80s, was a very important aspect of this film.
The 80s.
One of the hardest working women in translation, right there.
I know. It's gonna say he's like
Yeah.
talk for like. Man, I was like, is she taking notes of all this? That's like. I was suddenly thinking of how stressful it must be to be a translator. I'm like, that sounds terrible.
Well,
I think
she's
she was
like
with him, right? She's been with him for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like her.
Because you could go back to like even like Snowpiercer, when Bong like does speak English. He just, I think when he has a lot of thoughts, like when they kind of come pouring out of him, he prefers not to. But you will see interviews where he does speak like pretty fluent English. Like he knows a lot. But he has that lady come with. I don't know when it's like I don't know when she first started being his translator, but it's been quite a while.
Yeah.
Well, she seems very comfortable with his cadence and what he's trying to say. So like that implies a longer relationship than just like, hey, what are you doing? Can you translate for us here? Yeah.
She gets to walk on stage when he wins an Academy Award. So that's nice.
True.
Yeah, she was there.
Remember when he made him kiss?
Yeah.
That's great. That
Was
was
the
very
first time
relatable.
that Oscars have kissed?
I forgot
on
about that
telecast?
till right now.
I think so. Yeah, it was banned. The Hays Code banned that actually. So
I think mainland China didn't show that part. Mainland China, I believe, cut the movie that Ang Lee won for when he won his Best Director for Brokeback Mountain. They didn't reveal what movie he had won for.
I still like
those Oscars because isn't the director of Crash in like a lot of trouble right now, from what I've heard?
Paul Haggis? Is he
Yeah.
direct? I don't know. Probably. I'm gonna.
It's still insane that mainland China made a Tibetan guy get swapped out for Tilda Swinton.
I thought you were going to say it's insane how Crash solved racism single-handedly, which is.
I thought you were
that
going to go
insane.
like with Doctor Strange with that one because
I'm saying
There were
yeah, I'm
so
saying
many
in
different
Doctor
ways
Strange
Forrest could have
they
gone
made Tilda Swinton because they didn't want a Tibetan guy on
It's just because Scarlett Johansson wasn't available. That's the only reason.
or Emma Stone.
But it's also interesting with the Tilda Swinton thing. Like,
Thank you.
she's been in pretty much all of Bong Joon-ho's pretty much all of Bong Joon-ho's.
she's culturally Asian,
international.
We'll say.
International. Like she's a muse for Bong Joon-ho, and he said it like a bunch.
Absolutely.
Let's see, super chat. The period of student riots and flying drop kicks against the police.
Exactly. Who can forget? That's what they call it. It's the official era. Yeah.
Fuck the police coming straight from the underground.
I mean, I think like when the dark ages of physical media are fully complete, you will get Memories of Murder on the same disc with Kickboxer or Bloodsport.
Like someone is like, there's a lot of kicking in both these films. Let's put
Yeah.
them on the same one.
We did like a word bubble, and these two movies came up the most.
In the 4K version of like SLP or EP mode on a VCR. Thank you. That is, by the way, that's the nichest reference I have made on this show in a long time. But that's where it's like, hey, we want to fit 3 movies in one VHS tape.
Gotta go
you know?
EP. Gotta go.
Yeah.
I want,
and you could,
This'll
but
ne-
boy, it didn't look good.
Yeah.
This will never happen, and I think if they did it, it would bring unfathomable evil into the world. But I would like to see a this sucks. I'd like to see a DVD commentary of the actual guy, like Lee. He's like in his 60s now. That the actual guy who did the murders, and I would want to hear a commentary where he's talking about like.
No, they got this all wrong. I didn't do it that way.
Yeah. Well, actually, here when I strangled her with the brassiere, it was a gray brassiere, and in the movie, it's a white brassiere.
I think I think just
I
taking a second.
I don't know if it
though,
was. Yeah.
Forrest, like you mentioned in the intro, like when I first saw this movie, this was a case that hadn't been solved. Probably saw it 10 years ago. The insanity of a movie having a kind of ribbon wrapped around it in this way is, I can't think of a good example in American film or something like that where, oh yeah, they eventually did figure it out. And this cold case that this movie has examined is now stored away and considered case closed. It just blows my mind when that came up in the last few years.
But I also don't know how like they didn't catch this guy. Like in a way, like obviously there's a lot of chaos, but like hearing because the guy said it himself. Lee Chun Jae is the guy. He said himself, I don't know how the fuck they didn't catch me. Like
I mean, look at your subtitle there. It says it all.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, it's not just there was blood everywhere of his and his victims. There was semen everywhere. He raped 30 women, and none of the times he like didn't. He always just came and just left the semen there. Like that was.
Did they not have DNA
go-to
testing
thing.
back then, or like?
Well, they had DNA tests. I mean, it's in the movie. They had DNA testing. They didn't actually have to send it as far as America. They actually just had to send it to Japan, which is a closer boat trip than having to go all the way to America to do it. But
how jacked up is that? Too, by the way, to have to send it over to your oppressors. But anyway.
I mean, yeah, exactly. It's such an indignity to be like, we're just such a podunk police force that we can't properly handle DNA.
Yeah.
So we have to send it to mom and dad to take a look at, and then have them, send it like first class mail, right? Like, let's just wait for the mail.
Like
system.
Cologuard or something, right? Exactly.
Yeah,
But I mean,
our new sponsor. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh boy.
America is also like a long time oppressor of the Korean people. Like they kind of took over. They would in the same way that like
Yes,
we took over
not
for the
quite as much as the Japanese, as outlined in the classic movie The Handmaiden, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I talked about this when we did The Handmaiden. They actually they learned their torture techniques. The American military learned torture techniques and learned how to do bacterial warfare. So they would on the Korean people, and then of course denied that we ever did that. But they did the exact same thing where you'd put smallpox on a chicken and then take the chicken feathers and just rain them down on a village to give
work for the Native Americans. Why not?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why we had to relearn that from the Japanese. By the way, we already knew how to do that. I guess
we've lost so much.
It's like you drop blankets. Maybe you drop blankets down. And like, oh, we're not trusting these blankets, but chicken feathers.
Hey, we know you can't get us with the blankets. We know that one.
But yeah, so there were 10 known victims, and then 4 other ones that were not in Hwasong, like the town. But like a lot of these, right? The first one, there was a negative semen reaction to Lee Chun-jae. Evidence found strangled by hand. Semen blood type was not able to be determined. Then again in 1986, blood type couldn't be determined. So all the way until basically
strangled by hand. We are talking about the victim here, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so until 1990, so 4 years later, a middle school girl was murdered while she was walking home, and they finally figured out the blood type was B. And then that's like the big evidence they had. And then they have because like in the movie they show this, one woman survived and gave a description of the person, and it's what they used for the kid to like basically his haircut and everything in the movie, not knowing who the kid was going to turn out to be, but they dressed him up and he looks just dead accurate to this guy, but now he doesn't look like that because he's like 60. But like at the time,
at the time, he's very young at the time of these killings. The real guy, right, Forrest? Like he's early 20s.
And he's in his early 20s. He had been in the South Korean military during this time where it was a military dictatorship. So they basically had free reign to do whatever the fuck they wanted. And he was very, I don't know. There's a lot of these weird things. Like this isn't like a justification or whatever, but like his thing is that he was like, he said he was very bored. And he was sitting there and there was nothing to occupy him. And he had been a military person. He had been brutalizing people in the military, raping women in the military. Like he had all of those things. And then he was expected to go into this town and get like a factory job. And so he got a factory job, but then also was like, okay, I'm like, life is terrible. I'm bored. And I'm also a psychopath. Like, yeah, like in the clinical sense, right? Like
right.
He's just a deeply like mentally ill, fucked up individual. And he just started like raping and murdering. But the thing that I understand it, I guess. But the thing that's weird is that he got taken down in that village for burglary for a year. He was in prison for a year. He finally got off. And during that time, there were no murders. They released him, and then the murders started up again a couple weeks later. And it's just like, dude, you don't think that maybe the guy that you just released from prison that burgled like an old woman's house and tried to strangle the old woman might be the other guy that's like, I think he tried to strangle his landlady or something. And they're like, oh no, this must be a different guy. It must be like his neighbor, right? His neighbor is the guy that was mentally, he actually isn't mentally disabled. He's physically disabled, but in the movie he's mentally disabled. He lived next door to that guy. They grew up together. They're like the brother of Lee Chun-jae was best friends with I think his brother. Like they had like these familial ties because they're both kind of outsiders in this village. And it's like nobody thought to ask that kid.
That's why I think it's so. Just amazing that Bong Joon-ho didn't make this movie after everything that what you just talked about has come out, because this movie is such an example of police negligence and incompetence. And it's really strange for a drama to kind of, obviously we watch like, something like The Other Guys, and you can see like how bad cops are when it's a comedy.
Yeah.
But I can't think of an example where our protagonists are so inept at kind of what they're doing from the very first scene of like trashing this crime scene and letting a tractor go through in another scene. And
you get the more
immediately
sophisticated, like this more sophisticated soul detective, right? That volunteers for this case, who ends up being pretty much, I mean, a little bit better, but like also pretty
Still
fucking
bad.
incompetent. Yeah.
Well, and so this goes back to the larger point of it being a police procedural, but showing that the procedures are inherently flawed, and that's just not a thing that I'm used to seeing, certainly, and I think we're not used to seeing as Western audience because it, generally speaking, isn't allowed. If it is, it's played for laughs, like you mentioned. By the way,
they called
Adam McKay coming up
Zodiac.
next episode.
wasn't Zodiac never caught? Actually, because the only thing they had for the longest time to go on was like a drawing of someone that looked exactly like this guy that they should have.
Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is Zodiac. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying in this case, Lee Chun-jae looked exactly like the drawing, and it's like I don't know. It just makes me want to like scream a little bit. But they called him the South Korean Zodiac killer because they only had a drawing to go on for the longest time, and the drawing looked a lot like it was the same kind of I guess court style.
But and again, I know we're gonna go through the plot, so I don't want to jump ahead.
Yeah.
But near the very end, which he's like interrogating the little girl, like what do he look like? I don't know, just kind of plain,
Yeah.
I which is. First of all, the least helpful thing you could say, little girl. Thank you.
But it's like, yeah.
See,
secondly, not wrong. If you look at the pictures, like, oh, okay, I guess he's kind of like.
Wait, let me. I'll pull it up.
Guess.
Yeah.
I mean,
but you'll see why.
While you're pulling that up, this is another super chat. Chaebols are first in line suppressors backed by the U.S. By the people who don't know what those are. Those are conglomerates, industrial conglomerates, usually run by a family.
No other choice.
Yep, exactly.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Which if we don't cover for Oscar season, we would definitely cover it some because I love that movie. But
It's really fantastic, that movie.
I really like it.
But yeah, like you could see why this
looks like a
person
guy.
would be known
So
as.
this is the real guy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it's like
But he looks like the actor who was also in The Host, but was not as like they really dressed him up to be like a little fancy boy in this, and in The Host he's really he's kind of a lot more grimy and like he's the brother or whatever. But in this case, like you see the actor that they see the haircut they gave him, the style they gave him, the way they dressed him up. He looks a lot like Lee Chun-jae. And I was trying to figure out like how they based it before seeing that there was this sketch that like it's like, all right.
Did
now
he
I know
have
where
the
that came
sketch
from.
to go?
Yeah,
off
yeah,
of?
yeah.
Maybe they did casting based on the sketch. Just
Yeah,
so
he
style him like that.
Yeah, but it's an actor that he works with a lot in South Korea, but they stylized him to look a lot like.
Yeah. I've seen him in like a bunch of things. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying like when they cast him. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was. I'm pretty sure this was the first movie that
Paul
they
McCartney
worked
got
together.
lucky. Nice one.
I think that there's an interesting like tidbit here too, where when they're talking to the disfigured young kid who they think is a suspect, and when they kind of deduce that he wasn't a suspect but in fact a witness, he says that this guy is handsome, right?
Mhm.
That's his like go-to descriptive word for who the killer was. Yet to somebody with a disfigurement and maybe a mental issue, almost anybody could be
That's going to
considered
be
handsome.
anybody. Exactly. Yeah.
Whereas when we meet
But he
this,
says it a bunch of times. He's like, I'm just like he although he is he's mentally challenged, he knows he's not a great looking guy. And the police rub it in every single time because they think that the motive, obviously, like the motive that they paint onto him, because they're just trying to get it, like
whereas
we're out of here.
when we get that that kind of end scene with the little girl, and she says he's so ordinary, there was nothing special about him. She doesn't say he was handsome because he wasn't, right? He was just plain as you could get.
Yeah.
This guy's so haunting. He scared the hell out of me.
Plain Jane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and then like he's in The Host, and he's completely like you could say it's the same guy and the same face. He's the brother in The Host.
But it's like a totally different dude, right? Because of
Well, but
because
also
of the
the
acting.
mentally disabled. The mentally disabled guy is also in The Host and is not mentally disabled, and it's like it's crazy to like I don't know. It's like when Ben Stiller takes out his Simple Jack teeth, kind
of.
You never go full retard.
How we get to cover that movie is just. Anyway,
I covered it one time with
Yeah, you sure did. Yeah.
And this table that I'm on right now fell in the middle of it, and I had to catch my laptop with one hand and keep streaming with the other. Yeah. So in October 1986, 2 women are found raped and murdered in a ditch near a field. Local detective Park Duman, I think it's I don't know, maybe Park Duman, not having dealt with such a, I'm going to call him Detective Park, not having dealt with such a serious case before, is overwhelmed. Key evidence is improperly collected. That's an understatement of the year.
Who did the detective write this? Like, who? Come on, what are we doing here?
Police's investigative methods are suspect. Understatement of the year again. The forensic technology is near non-existent. Still crazy though that they're literally they're 40 minutes outside of the capital city. You know, like the one place that like they would have better gear, but the gear is all being used to just beat down protesters at this point. Like, it doesn't not relatable at all to this moment.
Yeah, what are you talking about? I've been asleep for the past week.
What do you mean?
Green. Yeah, exactly.
We love
I just woke up from a coma.
Who's the president?
Yeah, exactly. What?
I always thought it'd be really funny.
The reality show star.
Wake up from like 2014, and he wakes up, and you have to like break the news to him.
Oh man, yeah.
Park claims he has a way of. I'm so happy that handsome black guy is the president. Oh man, I got something bad to tell you.
Wait.
He is a person of color, I guess. He's orange. Park claims he has a way of determining suspects by eye contact. Not very good at it. His shaman eyes are
the shaman eyes. Yeah, the Kim Carnes
I
song.
love that line is great. Like I love the line shaman eyes, but I don't know if he's the eye of a shaman, that shaman is blind. That shaman needs contacts.
And he keeps leaning into it like over and over again too, which is so funny. We're just like, all right, we get it. That's your thing.
It's all he has, right? Like that's what I mean. I like the first couple of times I was just like, oh, it didn't hit me as starkly. Like that's all he has. Like there's nothing else. He's like, oh, don't worry, I can look at the guy. Maybe I'll figure it out. He learns from his girlfriend that a scarred, mentally handicapped boy, Baek Kwang Ho, resides in the town. I'm gonna like murder all these names, but whatever. Baek Kwang Ho resides in the town and decides to question him first. He finds him and uses his eye contact method, instinctively thinking Baek is responsible because he's the first guy that
all right, can we really call it a method? Is it a method? I mean, what defines a method? Like, can you please tell me?
Is it Jared Leto method? Like, what are we talking about here? You know,
honestly, Jared Leto's method might be more logical, frankly. But okay,
I think
I'm gonna send you a dead rat and a used condom cone.
No, the closest method we have is Timothée Chalamet putting contacts in his eyes to fuck him up and then putting glasses on top of those contacts for Marty Supreme. That's basically the level that Detective Park is working with here. Yeah. Park is a partner. Cho beat confessions out of Baek and secretly recorded him talking about one of the murders. I couldn't stop thinking about the Mr. Show bit where it's the good cop, bad cop, and our good friend Saul Goodman he comes out and he's like, I think it's first it's David Cross. He comes into the room and he's like, my partner is a real asshole, and he's sometimes he has a real temper, and then fucking Bob Odenkirk comes out and he's like, okay, I get it, you're an asshole. He's like, he said that about me. He said that about me. Like,
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But yeah, so his partner is off the chain a little bit. The entire movie.
There's no chains in sight with that guy. There's exactly. Yeah,
there's very few scenes where they kind of work any kind of good cop, bad cop dynamic.
Yeah.
So much of this
that
movie,
first one.
Yeah. So much of this movie is just these men operating from their id, just base instincts. So quick they are to kind of like strike and hit and whack people upside the head. And then they just jump to, oh, it's time to eat. So let's sit here with this suspect and watch television and eat noodles. that so much of this movie's humor comes from edits like that.
No, it's so good, and again, that's part of the being a police procedural of the style that we haven't seen, or at least that I certainly have never seen depicted in a movie in that way, which is just sort of like, wow, this is both hilarious and damning at the same time. Where it's like not since Police Academy. ...
What was the name of like the fictitious TV show within, well, obviously it's very fictitious, it's in Simpsons, but like when Homer Simpson became a character, was it like Super Cops? It was this really dumb cop, and he had the character name of Homer Simpson, and so Homer's then watching a cartoon or like a TV show where it's a
I know what
cop.
episode you're talking about, but I'm trying to
And he keeps like dropping his gun and it's going off. I mean, it's a really, really inept cop. And I think that's when Homer wants to change his name to Max Power.
Yeah.
Max Power.
Which is my favorite, one of my favorite Simpsons meme pages is Max Power. And
and that's because the name Homer Simpson has been so
Police Cops.
tainted. Police Cops. Thank you so much.
Cops.
Yeah.
That'll be in the flea market buy of it'll be Memories of Murder and 3 seasons of Police Cops.
I mean, it really does. There he is. Yeah. Wow.
The Three Stooges, directed by Takashi Kitano.
It's like this character.
Would watch, by the way. Would watch. Just FYI.
Yeah. It's like this character is like thrust in the role of Clarice Starling, right? It's like as if Jodie Foster was just constantly dropping her gun and having it discharge and like stepping on pools of blood. I mean, Clarice Starling does almost everything right in that movie, and is able.
And they
to
still
kind of,
indicted her.
Yeah, and is able to kind of go head to head with a criminal mastermind, and yet to have Park Do-man, our protagonist, continuously be so bad at his job and not know it.
Yeah, I feel like
it's such a unique take to this to a movie.
Park Do-man, I feel like is the name of if I was gonna make it like a guy that had like done the other guy's thing and like discharged, like done an office pop or something, and gotten his gun taken away and has gotten demoted to being like a dog catcher or something. It'd be Park Do-man. That would be my.
There he goes. On meter duty.
By the way,
again.
I forgot to say this earlier in the thing, but it's kind of it's not like in the synopsis that they're talking about. There are so many moments in this where the background people, either just kind of characters that come up, either I think a bunch of the suspects that they have pictures of, as well as like the like government officials. Like there's a lot of people, some of the villagers, like they're all crew members. Pretty much
they're people that worked on the movie. Right. Yeah.
But Bong Joon-ho basically wanted all of his crew members because he wanted everyone to get as hands-on as possible, including himself. He's in a part of it too. I can't remember what part. He's like in the background in the scene. He wanted everyone to get into like the acting part of it so that they could, because this is only his second movie. Like he's still finding his style pretty much. So so everybody pretty much that was on the crew is in the scene or two, and they're all like pissed about it. There's a making of documentary that's really, really amazing. Here I can pull it up because I took this clip of it, but it is the making of documentary, and they're talking about like throughout this they're talking about making the cast act.
뒤통수 나왔었어요. 뒷모습이지만 이제 꽤 크게 나온 거죠. 재밌었던 거는 이제 사진 기자인데 이제 내가 머리가 좀 커가지고 그 촬영 감독님이 사진 기자라 하면 이제 사진기가 제대로 보여가지고 프레시도 터지니까 보여야 되는데 내가 머리가 커가지고 그게 잘 안 보여가지고 막 농담처럼 이제 그거 이거 뭐 어떻게 좀 해봐라 그랬었던 기억이 이제 재밌었던 기억이고.
오케이. 자 이번에는요 주먹머리 한번 자 주먹 자.
저는 프리프로덕션 때 문준호 감독님이 그 박보이하고 맞선 본 남자로 출연을 하지 않겠냐고 했었는데 처음에는 제가 안 하면 안 될까라고 고사를 했었거든요. 분장팀에서 머리를 깎지 말라고 일부러 막 답답한데도 머리 좀 묶어. 굉장히 민망하죠. 괜히 출연했다고 후회가 들어요. 시골 아가씨답지 않게 세련되고 두 번 하지 못할 것 같아요.
역시 최고의 압권은 그 한성근 조감독이 선본 남자 설정으로 해서 양복에 넥타이 메고 딱 하는 게 있어요. 그게
He's
정말
so young here, by the way.
It's crazy, yeah.
내면 연기가 어떤 거다 이런 거 한번 봐주시고 연기는 저 정도는 돼야지 그래도 나올 수 있다. 다른 모든 배우들한테 한 번쯤 경종을 줄 수 있는 그런 의미에서 제가 나왔으니까 자 한번 냉정하게 제 연기를 한번 봐주세요. 누구에게도 자신 있습니다. 있어야 되고. 자 그럼.
기타리스트는 우리 촬영부의 그 친구가 이제 머리가 좀 장발이라서 그 당시 분위기하고 좀 맞는다고 해가지고 픽업이 돼가지고 출연을 하게 됐죠.
꽃피는 봄이 오면 꽃피는 봄이 오면 내가 들어본다.
보면서도 굉장히 즐겁잖아요. 우리 그 친구 보고는 500만 배우야라고 항상 얘기하는.
제가 출연한 장면은요, 그 방송국 장면이었어요. 여경이 그 엽서를 보낸 그 사람을
It's on
찾으러
YouTube.
엽서를 확보하러 방송국에
The documentary
들어와서
with subtitles.
그 경찰서에 그 전화를 하는 장면이었고요. 그때 제가 DJ 부스 안에 있었고 그 작가로 저희 연출부에 정영아 씨가 있었고 그리고 PB 역할을 그 상경 씨의 매니저인 국세현 씨가 했었어요.
동 감독이 미리 얘기를 며칠 전부터 얘기를 했었어요. 나는 못한다. 뭐 그랬었는데 막상 또 닥치고 보니까 또 해야 될 것 같고 그래가지고 의상팀한테 넥타이 갖다 달라 그래가지고 넥타이를 잡아 협기 매트신지 메고.
I mean, maybe
Family
it's a
affair.
testament. It's a testament, I think, to Bong Joon-ho that I didn't pick up on any of that.
No, none of them seem like somebody's
Yeah.
cousin or something. You know,
No.
somebody's nephew.
Once I knew about it, I tried to go back and see as many of them as I can. The one that really stuck out is the photographer with the giant head. The guy's head is so big; it's like bigger than the camera. And
I mean,
he
if it's
never
big-
turns.
Big head.
Yeah.
If it's
I saw
bigger than the
Blacker
lead actor's
doesn't have
head,
that problem.
that's a problem. I mean, the lead actor in this movie's head is phenomenally sized.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Song Kang-ho.
Song's got a
It's
head.
crazy. This is the first collaboration that they did, but he was discovered by when we talked about past lives. Her father.
Oh,
had
Celine Song's
discovered-
father. Yeah,
Celine
that's right.
Song's
Yeah.
father had
That's right.
discovered Song Kang-ho for this like gangster movie where he started he was like this nobody kind of background tough guy, which is funny that like this role is obviously like he's that but a cop pretty much.
Yeah.
Not very tough, but he's like, you know, they spend the whole movie like punching each other. Yeah, so Seo Tae-yoon, a detective from Seoul, volunteers to assist them. However, he and Park's methods clash and they get into a fight during a party. Well, before that even, I don't know why they didn't even write this in. The first thing that happens is he's decided to walk from Seoul to this rural part of Hwasong, which is like, you know, already 40 minutes. And then this seems like it's on a rural, like, because like Hwasong is like a city. So this is like on the rural outskirts even of that. And he's walked the whole way and he's trying to, which you never want to do when there's like a serial killer going around. You're like, hey, lady,
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to get her attention to get directions, and she's running, and they end up
Here's some
falling
random
down
guy
the
you've
hill.
never seen before. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, great.
And then she thinks she's basically thinks she's gonna get raped by this random guy, and then pulling over his car. Park sees that and then immediately starts hitting him. He's not very good at fighting, which is probably why Park gets in a lot more shots than this guy does throughout the movie, I think.
It's like the equivalent of trying
yeah.
to whip out your driver's license as fast as possible when you get pulled over.
Yeah.
Like, just don't reach.
And that's
into
the
your
first that's the first flying kick.
Driver's license.
I was gonna say that is ground zero for a drop kick. the Dropkick Zone.
I mean, yeah, I love how many drop kicks there are in this movie. The fact that you just said
Hardcore.
that this is
Hardcore.
this is their first collaboration,
yeah,
kind of blows my mind, because you see the comfort in the performance in a lot of ways, and how good Song is this early in his career, and how good Bong Joon-ho is in his second movie.
It's very assured.
I cannot overstate just how mind-blowing that is to me, that this is this guy's second movie. I think that this movie is really, really, really good, and it's probably better than that. Right? Like, this movie is so good, and I don't even have the vocabulary to kind of explain a lot of the reasons why it's so adept and well-paced and structured, and doesn't feel too long for being 2 hours 12 minutes, and is kind of a long story to tell, and a gritty, gruesome story to tell. And yet on this viewing, so many times I just was like emphatically sighing of, oh my God, this is good. This, like,
so Nyung Han Song is the father of Celine Song.
Right, and he's the one that did number 3, which is the one.
Yeah.
Like one of, it's like his fourth movie, I think, and like that's where he was sort of.
But
like,
his first
"Oh,
movie,
this guy."
I think his first movie that he had more than a background role. Like,
Yeah, it wasn't just a backup player. Yeah.
You're saying Suspect number 3?
I think the movie, as translated, is called number 3. I haven't seen it. I've
Okay.
got it watch listed, but
Okay.
because he also was in, it's a smaller part. He's not a principal, but he's in Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance by Director Park, as well as Joint Security Area, aka JSA, which is.
So number 3 was only, number 3 was only 6 years, 1997.
It's
So it would've been 6 years
97,
before.
right? And then
This
Memories
is
of Murder is
2003.
2003. Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance is 2002, and JSA is 2000. I think there's a couple others in between there that I haven't seen. Thank you. Those are South Korean movies I have seen. I'm going to Neutron. Give me
I
the
saw
audience.
you guys had done The Wailing, right?
Yeah. We did a while back. I think Conan was on tour when we did it.
I was on tour when you did it, but yeah.
Have you guys ever gone back to do Chaser?
No.
The movie that Na Hong Jin did before Wailing?
No.
Talk about a movie that blew my mind. I saw it at the Portland International Film Festival. Shout out Piff. It is like a spiritual cousin, Chaser. It's a spiritual cousin, I think, in many ways to Memories of Murder, except it takes place over one day.
I liked The Wailing. I thought that was a great movie.
The Wailing is really great. This is like when we talk, I've often talked about like the directors coming out of South Korea as being these somewhat of these connected to the directors that came out of Mexico maybe like 10 years before that. We had that big like unveiling of Del Toro, Coran, and I'm forgetting the last one, Inarritu. And when we talk about South Korea, we always talk about Bong Joon-ho and Chan-wook Park. I think the third guy on the totem pole is Na Hong Jin.
Okay.
And I wish that he would do more stuff. And I'm so jealous of you three and anybody listening to this right now who hasn't seen Chaser, of just how amazing it is. It is so good.
It's officially on the watch list. I'm very excited.
There was something so like surreal about The Wailing. I haven't seen. I don't think I've seen his other movies, but like there's something
That's what
so
shows up on
mystical.
Tubi after you watch Memories of Murder, by the way, which I was like, okay.
Really?
Which I can't believe I rewatched this on Tubi. I was like, oh, I fired up Criterion Channel. I was like, where is it? And I'm like, oh, it's on Tubi.
Leave the Tubi. Tubi gets a lot of shit, but you know what?
Tubi sounds like it would be like a villager in this movie. Like,
He's a suspect that gets roughed up by the cops. Yeah.
I mean, there's obviously with The Wailing, we have so much more supernatural bent to it than we do with this movie. But there are some really great scares in this movie, especially for women who have to walk alone by themselves at night.
Yeah, which is scary no matter which country you live in. Yeah.
The head that pops up out of the grass.
Yeah.
I knew it was coming, and it still got me.
There's also like, I think there's a fascinating like weird, like global thing to that kind of feeling. I mean, obviously, no, women aren't safe in walking home at night in most, like the vast majority of countries, but there's something about like the serial killer as this like deeply, like, you know, mentally psychotic and disturbed and you know, a shadowy figure, right? Like it's crazy that these people, but like it's crazy that like these, you know, serial killers doing the same kind of spree killing, the same kind of like psychotic, you know, episode of like having this double life where it's like they have to, you know, be normal in the world at some point. Some of them don't do a very good job of it, but like be normal in the world as well as being like this deeply shadowy, like evil, malevolent, you know, brutal figure at the same time. And it's like some of them never get caught, and that's like even more terrible. Like, you know, like they never caught Jack the Ripper.
Wait. First of all, we all know Jack the Ripper was Laszlo.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, Laszlo.
From I almost said. What we do in the chat is I almost said It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. By the way, I'm ready for that crossover.
It's Laszlo.
That'd be a great crossover. Jackie Daytona gets hired at the bar. Look, you want me to write this? I'll do it. Let's go.
Frank, it's Laszlo. I think it's Laszlo. And Charlie. All right, Jack. I'm Jack the Ripper, Charlie.
Anyway, moving
Frank gets suspected of being Jack the Ripper.
Right. Exactly. Somehow managed to pull that off.
I remember a survey a long time ago that overwhelmingly women said that the first thing that they would do if they were a man, or like in the body of a man tomorrow, would be walk around at night with headphones. And that's such a terribly sad and yet realistic response. Men, of course, when asked the same question, said that they would fondle their boobs.
I mean, this can't be right.
I'm gonna have to dig up the source material on this. I don't think it was a like Family Feud, we asked 100 people type of question.
Right. Joey.
I do remember the stark reality of women saying that, like, just feeling like I'm able to walk around at night with headphones. And I live in New York City. I walk around with headphones at night all the time. Yeah. And, you know, unfortunately, I can admit that, like, I don't even think about it.
Yeah.
And the sad state of affairs that this movie exposes is just like how much of a how vulnerable women walking around at night when there's a psycho out there can be.
But at the same time, right? Like there's this deeply reactionary urge to blame the other, right? Like whether it's a mentally handicapped guy or, you know, in a lot of cases it's been like a queer person or something, like someone who seems like they don't fit in this community, like within that like time frame. And this movie does a really good job of like, this guy seems like he's like in any other context he's the harmless kind of village, not like village idiot, but he's like the harmless, like kind of every kind of town has like a mentally,
I'd say he's the village idiot.
disabled.
I don't think that that's too much of a stretch to call him that for this movie.
Yeah, but I feel mean doing that. But like, and the real guy is not mentally disabled. He just had a really bad limp, and they're like, "Oh, this guy's got a limp. That he's the guy. He's limping." And it's like, I don't think that's how that works. They're like, oh no, like, and then they beat him. They beat him so like for 3 days straight. And then he was like, okay, I killed somebody. He didn't even say he did he was like, I killed somebody. They're like, well, you guys got it. They didn't give him any food. They beat his limp. Like, and then they're like, oh, we're the good guys in this situation. Like, we're going to catch this murderer. And it's like, you guys put a guy in jail for like 20 years for having a limp, essentially. You know,
there's so much of that, like the vilification of the other. And you know, you look at like the Salem witch trials and people who are persecuted for looking different, and even like, God, I hate to bring this up, but like the state of fear that some albinos live in Africa, or some countries where albino is akin to
a devil.
A devil.
Yeah.
That's happening today. That's happening this year. and certainly Bong Joon-ho touches on it in his movie set in the 80s. But yeah, it is sad. And like the second victim, of course, is hung up.
He touches on it, but we don't get the justice that seems like he wants for the victims, which is good. The justice, by hoping to publicize this and eventually solve it, like the justice is absent for this mentally disabled person who, while this movie is being filmed and while everyone's kind of acting these situations out, they're like, oh, we're not going to show that he's the guy, the actual guy, just got thrown into a cell and nobody really heard from him for the next 20 years because they had him just locked in a prison cell on flimsy evidence until his neighbor was finally like, oh, I did all the murders. Oh, and the 13-year-old girl that you guys blamed on my neighbor? Yeah, I did that one too. I did all of them. And then he did actually face justice because it was like 6 months after the statute of limitations. So he's in jail for the rest of prison for the rest of his life, sort of voluntarily, because he's not going out for parole, because he's like, dude, if I was paroled, like they would just go, oh, that's the guy that murdered all those women, and it's not like I would have a good life. Like I'd rather live in prison, which is like, maybe you shouldn't have killed all those women. But he's like, yeah, I'm not going to go up for a parole, any kind of parole thing, because it's like, I'm just going to be the guy that murdered all those women. It's like, yeah, you did that. Like he's like, so I'm going to stay in prison for the rest of my life, and that'll be my life. And it's like, I don't know, man. He confessed to 30 rapes and like 15 murders, including his sister-in-law, who was 18. And then he helped the dad look for the sister-in-law after he knew where she was. He fucking killed her and put her in a ditch. And
very common murder trope in real life.
Yeah, I mean, maybe because this case has been solved somewhat recently, we're not hearing about this guy. But where does that rank? Because I feel like I should know about this guy, right? Regardless of having seen this movie. Like, how come we're not hearing about this guy when we talk about the, Gacy and Ed Gein and
the crazy thing is he's not even the most prolific serial killer in South Korea. Actually, the most prolific serial killer was the same year this movie came out. Killed far more people.
Jeez. Really?
Yeah.
Okay. This is.
But maybe in 20 years, I'll make a movie about that. And
if talking about
kind
this
of
movie,
American export.
If you didn't think talking about this movie could take any more dark turns, thank you for.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Got worse.
Because I was trying to figure out. Well, first I was trying to figure out if this was the first serial killer in South Korea, and kind of this is the first modern one.
Yeah.
But before that, there was a guy who went on a gigantic fucking spree, but his spree was killing rich older couples and elderly couples and prostitutes at the same. I guess he was an all class kind of murderer, but he was basically robbing houses during the dictatorship and
murderer.
Yeah, and it's I don't know. So that guy, I guess, was technically the first spree killer, serial killer, whatever. But this was the first modern one, and it was the first one, obviously, after South Korea actually did become a democracy. I mean, not that, but so much of this movie takes place around that, right? I mean, even just watching the cops and the cops realizing there's now a press that will report on beatings and will ask you questions about it. And they're completely unprepared for the reality of hey, did you torture those people? Because of the dictatorship, you could just go, yeah, and if you talk about it, I'll fucking torture you too, bro. That's not something that happens to journalists, I think, in a democratic society. I mean, sometimes, but
Forrest, as
not
you mentioned
these
earlier,
guys, not these kinds of cops.
The village idiot who was exonerated got what did you say, a 60%?
This guy was not. This guy doesn't have any kind of mental
problem.
Well,
the guy
he has a limp. He had polio.
He has a limp. Okay, so the guy
he had polio. He was a polio victim.
We call him
Limpy. He was a polio victim who was also an orphan. His mom and his dad had died right before this, and so he moved to Hosong a little bit for that to live with family and his brother. And because he had this limp, he was a mechanic with a limp, so he was still managing to work on cars and equipment and stuff, but not he was really struggling, and that's the person that they found, not the guy next door that
I mean, in hindsight, you look at this case and you think, not only the correlation between the real case and how could they not have figured this out, and the movie, where how could they have not figured this out? How do we not have these guys find a suspect that they can really latch onto by the end of this movie, I think is one of the reasons that like perhaps it's not as well known as a lot of Bong Joon-ho's movies, is because there is that innate unsatisfaction to it that you really kind of have to be a movie nerd to appreciate.
You're right. It doesn't resolve, right? It doesn't
By the
have
way,
like any kind of. Yeah.
I like don't give El Ducey inspiration from the Ree family. This was after Sigmund Rhee. Like he was out of power, replaced by Dictator Park. We have Cop Park, we have Dictator Park, we have Director Park.
We got Park amplifiers. What do you need? We got them. We got them all. All right.
But this was after that, and it was Park was like the 70s dictator pretty much, and then was assassinated by his own security. Like it was just a coup, and he got really drunk with his security team. And there's a famous picture of him slain pretty much. He's like on the ground and he's like very bloody. He got really drunk with his security team, and they're like, well, he's drunk and we can fucking kill him and we can take power. And it's like, never get drunk with your like, I don't know, like interior
solid
minister.
plan with no drawbacks. Yeah, exactly.
I think they all got, funny enough for this movie, if I remember the story correctly, from like Blowback, they talked about it. If I remember the story correctly, they all got into like a massive brawl, and that's kind of they were already planning to assassinate or like take power from this guy, but part of it was it's a huge screaming match with each other, all the generals and him in this room while they were fucking drinking, and like that amped them up enough to be like, yeah, we're gonna kill the dictator.
The whole movie in and of itself.
And then they had to go tell like the Americans who were like their allies, like, hey, by the way, we killed the dictator that you guys like, but
yeah,
we're the new dictators. Like, I don't think nobody really gave a fuck, but except people in South Korea who went, hey, this guy is not as powerful as Dictator Park. This guy's not as powerful as Syngman Rhee. We can kind of just protest until they give us the ability to vote, and it worked. Park and Cho continue their tactic and brutally beat the man. So finds the survivor of the killer after tracing rumors around the local school with the help of Kwan. Oh wait, all right. I think I missed a paragraph. At the latest crime scene, Park, Cho, and So all arrive to investigate in different ways. But then a local man arrives, pulls out undergarments, and masturbates in the woman's red lingerie.
Yeah.
Cho accidentally, and the line is so great. He says, "He's masturbating a crime." Cho accidentally steps on a twig, prompting the man to run. They chase him into a crowd. So attempts to find a way to get
wanking
everyone's
a crime
attention.
is the actual quote, by the way, and it's my subtitle, just so you know.
Yeah.
Sorry, let the record show. Snap correction. ...
Is wanking a crime? They say no, but like in a public place, it is. Like here, it is. Like
it's so fucking weird that like you can't masturbate in a porno theater. I'm like,
yeah. Well, that was a big part of it. Was they wanted to sweep up, like the people they considered degenerate, especially like gay men and gay women.
Pee Wee Herman himself. Fucking pisses me
Yeah.
Do you think that that scene that Forrest is talking about, where we encounter what we think at that time is our number one suspect, is this one of the greatest twig snaps in movie history?
Yeah.
So great. It's so and it's
the feeling like it is the most empathetic face he gives immediately after that twig snap. It is just, I know I fucked up, but I can't react to it.
Yeah.
I felt like I had done that in that moment, like while watching this movie.
And homie's like
also,
mid-stroke too. That's the other thing to note. He's like,
It's holding the flashlight with his mouth.
It's crazy. It's crazy, but it's something you don't want to see. Like you hope the camera switches off and you don't have to watch this guy continue to wank because you're watching it from above. It's like the great like above angle when he's holding the flashlight and just jerking it into this red lingerie.
Ceiling kitty watching you. Yeah.
Out of nowhere, right? Like it's like
considerate framing, we call that.
But it's like, but you're like, I don't want this. I don't want the person to step on that branch and then everyone starts running after each other. Like I don't, but I also don't want to keep watching this guy wank it. So it's like, I don't know.
It was really well timed. And then we go into one of my favorite like foot chases in all of at least like the last 20
which I think is in our intro, our this month's
Mhm.
yeah. I love it
Such
because
a good foot
you
chase.
the foot chase ends, you think, and the three of them circle
Yeah.
back,
You
and
The
then
dog's barking.
and
thought
then
it
there's
ended.
an alley, and one of them, the most brutal one that for the rest of the movie, they do good cop bad cop one time, and then they keep trying to get this guy back on his leash for the rest of the movie. But that guy sees him in the thing and runs after him, and it's like that one they start hitting each other while they're running again. It's like that. It's kind of like that classic Arnold Schwarzenegger chase in that fucking Christmas movie that he made, Jingle All the Way or whatever the fucking he's trying to get the toy for his kid, and he's
and Chris
it's
Parnell
that
and
level of
my-
slapstick.
and my friend Patrick Ridgewood in that scene together.
I was wondering
It's a
when Jingle on the
Christmas
Way was going to come out.
What's
like,
gonna get
talking about
invoked in
memories of
this South Korean criminal procedural movie? Yeah.
It had to be.
I am
sooner or
Detective. I am Detective Park, and I am here.
Sorry, we can. Oh my God! So yeah, if they, I was gonna mention if they could have remade this, if there had been interest in doing so, what would that remake look like? And era appropriate would have, unfortunately, Arnie was way too busy getting ready to become governor of California. But yeah, that would be the American remake, which is like, okay. So is it
All right,
Sylvester Stallone? Is it Arnold Schwarzenegger? If it's like late 80s, like what would be,
It would be funny to keep
Jason Statham.
It would be very funny to keep this movie exactly the way it is, but the detective from Soul is Arnold Schwarzenegger, and there's no explanation. But so
and
it's
his
like
partner's Jason Statham. Oh, it's Memories of Murder then.
No, but it's
Great.
just Arnold Schwarzenegger, and they have that conversation where it's like, is it this hard in Seoul to catch people?
Yeah.
When they start, but you have to think like, is Seoul like an Austrian city? Like, is that?
Yeah. Or you can just replace them all with Muppets. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a Muppet be except for the retarded guy.
Yeah,
Sorry,
he's the only human.
Yeah, he's the only non-Muppet.
Which includes the guy wanking too. That's Muppets as well. Which I don't know if makes it worse or better. Actually, meet the Feebles suddenly. So anyway,
I would feel a lot better watching that. Watching the guy wanking. I think if it was a Muppet.
I think the one of the many brilliant
is wanking the crime
parts about this movie, including that line, is that every time we meet a suspect as the audience, we think it's our guy, and it never is.
Yeah.
But each time that we're encountering this, like the feeble-minded guy, the masturbator, the pretty guy with the soft hands, right? Each and every time that we're encountering, because he's the one that wrote the postcards. To the station, the radio station.
See, the thing is, I never thought it was the feeble-minded guy because it just seems he's too gentle.
Yeah.
Like
I'm saying very early.
But the audience reaction, like where the movie's taking you, right? You're built to be taking this journey along with the detectives. Like, well, of course it's this guy now. Well, now it's definitely this guy, right?
Right.
Because
each and every time our shaman eyes fail.
Shaman eyes.
Wait, so I was gonna say, they chase him into a crowd. Park identifies the man first after seeing him bend over and partially exposing the red lingerie underneath his pants. Another one of those great waking it moments, kind of where it's like the stepping on a twig, like he bends over for a second, and it's like they're trying to check the guy for his red lingerie. Despite having already identified him, he acts as if he's using his eye contact method once more and has Cho apprehend him, which I love that. I love that he refuses to give up on his shaman eye method the entire movie.
No. Exactly.
I mean, it's one of the only highlights for him as a detective is spotting that. Each and every time we see our main guy here fumble the ball or lose the thread, and yet in a mine or refinery of 200 guys, he's able to spot the red panties.
Well, he's got panty radar, bro.
He's got those. He's got panty eyes.
I love thinking about like the Larry David eye thing that he does in Curb Your Enthusiasm. Where it's like dun 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 dun. But it's Detective Park doing that. And he's like dun 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 dun. Park and Cho continue their tactic and brutally beat the man again.
Yes, they do.
Again. Sobai is a survivor of the killer after tracing rumors around the local school with the help of Quan. By the way, a great recurring bit of this is, so is like slightly better than they are, and keeps going in after they've beaten somebody to a pulp and gotten a confession. Every single time he's like, not the guy, and walks out, and they get so mad because they're like, all right, let him go. And it's like after the guy's literally confessed and they've beaten him for like days. There's the one where they, I think it's this guy, the panties guy, where they have him hang upside down on like a torture. Yeah, and they've been hitting him with a bat. You also have the scene where he's kicking the mentally disabled guy, who like he plays himself so sympathetically. I don't know, like that actor is really good in this role. But like he puts on the boot and he puts on the thing so it doesn't leave marks. Like he puts on the thing around the boot, which comes back later as like a sad moment when
yeah, that is a very
we'll
like somewhat of
that was his torture boot.
Well, yeah, it's somewhat of a karmic move.
Yeah,
for the guy who's
fuck that guy
to kick suspects to like suddenly lose his kicker.
Yeah,
they're all violent, like brutal, like just deeply just despotic individuals. But like, there's always that one that pushes it like farther than the rest of them.
Well, and even when they're not being abusive, these cops scare
like 95% of the time.
Yeah, but even when they're not being abusive and they don't want to like abuse one of these suspects, they end up getting him fucking killed.
Mm-hmm.
They chase him and they scare him onto railroad tracks.
I mean,
it's just brutal, and like I had almost forgotten that scene.
Yeah.
Like, oh, right.
And how it affects the cut from like
my
his
brain
bloody
went,
hand.
Mm-hmm.
My brain went like danger, but couldn't remember if it was that he fell or if the train hit. Like I couldn't remember what the thing was. Yeah, my brain was just like, oh, something like this is the part of the movie that I really was like the first time I watched it.
Not only is it so tragic because he's innocent and he didn't need to be there and he was chased there, but also because he's the closest thing they have to solving this case at that point. He is the eyewitness.
I think narratively and dramatically, it works really well. I do feel bad that like the guy that was just sitting in a cage for 25 years, like kind of just got that part of his story got written out. Like,
yeah, it's not narratively. It's important to the story, but it's not important to this story, to the movie. It would kind of drag it down.
Yeah, I agree. I think like Bong Joon-ho is still at the end of the day has to make a compelling narrative and a tight movie and not find justice and let this movie be some type of, vindication for a person who was wrongfully,
It's a different movie. I mean, I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just saying it's like, I mean, how long do you want this movie to be?
You could take that character and you could remake, you could do the Hurricane Part 2 or something
sure,
like that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Well, the real guy also isn't, it's just limpy. Like you just had a little bit of a limp.
Is he still with us? Is Limpy still with us?
Yeah,
he's Limpy in the room with us right now.
He's kind of a celebrity because of this whole story and because he was so badly and wrongly treated. One of the things that happened,
especially.
Yeah, well, one of the things that happened, the police wouldn't admit that they tortured him. They said it might, something like that may have occurred. That was his thing. So he called
mistakes were made. Yeah, sure.
But he also he got like got a lot of media attention for publicly saying that he forgave pretty much everybody and just he wanted to just move on with his life. Got released during COVID too. Like it's like got released into the world of like South Korea during COVID, which I imagine is not, because I don't think they gave him like a giant settlement and they were like, all right, you're gonna live a life of luxury now.
There you go.
Yeah. So Park and Cho continue their tactic and brutally beat the man. Sovai's a survivor of the killer after tracing rumors around the local school with the help of Quan. Upon learning from the survivor that the killer's hands were noticeably soft, I hope they say that about me one day, So manages to clear the man as his hands are very rough from all that wanking.
I don't know how I know this, but as a podcaster, he had very soft hands.
I like Tombstone. Is that guy not? Maybe that guy should have used maybe a little lotion or like a little Jergens or something.
Call the masturbator. See what he uses. Thank you.
But if he did, he would be in prison, right? He would be in prison for
I know,
murder.
yeah. Well, there you go.
Maybe it's good that he had a rough hands that he was dry jacking with. Infuriated that they lost their suspect, Park scuffles with So Quan alerts them the same song the murderer has requested is playing. Another great dramatic moment.
This is the first time we're talking about it. We talked about this a lot before the show, right? But like, yeah, this song. So it happens when the song is playing and it's raining. Those are the two times that.
Does that happen in
deeply
striking
annoying
distance? I feel like in striking distance, there's also a song that maybe it's like Little Miss Ride. Hey there, Little Riding Hood. Whatever that song is, also feels to be a tie into a murder. Shout out to the 1994.
I think a bunch of
striking distance.
I think a lot. Like I think they've done that in like a bunch of shows too. I feel like it's a good dramatic tool. This song is Sad Letter by UJ Ha, and it's annoying. I've decided that like it's my third least wanted. If I get strangled to death, you know the top one, right? The top one I would not want anyone to play.
Was Barbie Girl by Aqua?
No, is
it's Dr. Jones by Aqua.
Is never gonna give you up, you know. I don't want to die being rickrolled. So that was my first one.
Forrest, do you have
okay. You'll get strangled to death.
Yeah, let's hear number 2.
Together forever.
Number 2 is just I don't want like Kenny G smooth jazz playing at all. You know, I just feel like that would be boring. No one would remember it. No one would remember my untimely demise. The third one is Sad Letter.
How about the theme from The Third Man? How about that? Would that be a good one?
I'd love to get strangled to the theme from The Third Man.
Yeah, Forrest, do you have a top pick?
The hands close. The hands close around my
10 list.
The hands close around my neck, and the zither is just.
How jaunty!
But yeah, Sad Letter. Is it's just an annoying song, and I don't like it. But apparently people love it in South Korea, even murderers.
Would you ask Forrest? Would you ask the murderer to stop?
Can you change this, please?
Or imagine, like
who let the dogs out?
Put the gun down. Reverse Michael Jackson gif.
That the sketchy kid that we're about to find in this movie, right? He keeps sending postcards with with like the date or with the request to play the song to the to the state like radio station, which is just as disorganized apparently as the police station, maybe more so. I don't know how they play anything. I don't know how they take any requests. Well, of course it's
disorganized. They have a bunch of film crew running it.
True. No, so they get in there and I would give the guy a separate postcard and I would hand it to him and I would say, please stop playing the song.
Yeah.
Please pick another song. You've killed 15 people. If I'm gonna be the 16th person, please another song. Please give me I'd even go like the Batman theme. I'd even no Batman and then pow ping just anything but the
Conan,
Sad Letter.
Would you give him the rights to one of your songs to get strangled to?
Absolutely. What are friends for? Yeah,
I would. All right. So here it is. I'd love.
Commuter, Dark Passengers. What are you looking for?
Yeah, I was gonna say. The hands go around my neck. Go. Woo, 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 the commuter.
That's my boy.
Thank you.
Also, I think it would be funny to get killed, to get strangled while the Muppet Show. What
about Phenomena?
No, that has to. All right, that has to go to number 4. Phenomena goes to number 4 on the list of I don't want.
Okay. For the rest, tune into the after party where we doubtlessly get up to antics just like this. Can we please continue the plot summary so we can move on? Thank you.
Yeah. So they realize it's raining and arrive too late to find another woman murdered. Bad cops. These cops suck. Parkinson and Cho decide to all work together. Yeah, finally, they decide to work together. We're more
halfway
than halfway
through the movie.
Is this when the captain says that you guys were fighting when someone was being killed?
Yes.
Isn't it where the captain gives them the dressing down?
Well, it didn't work earlier where the captain said, "I'll fucking kill you if you guys fight again." They kept planning.
Yeah.
The captain doesn't notice until like he's talking to the guy for like 5 minutes and then he goes, "They're fighting," and runs in, but he's drunk a lot, so I like the captain just goes, he's drunk as fuck, and he's just into the trash can. But they're so busy fighting that they can't even hand him the trash can.
Sorry, I got my priorities.
This movie is so great for a movie as like just brutal as it is. So Parker still listened to Beck's earlier confession to a previous murder. So points out that he talks as if someone else did it, and they realize he knew details of the murder because he witnessed it. The other thing is, there was the assumption that they planned out like the confession when they're all in the woods and they're torturing the mentally disabled guy, but they did not plan it out. He just tells them the story of details that he would not know, but also like in a way that makes it sound like someone else did it. Then the panties went over her face, and because everybody gets strangled with panties and then a girdle. Yeah. Or as they said in Parasite, so metaphorical. They go to Beck's father's restaurant, only discover a drunken Cho there. Yeah, they said they were gonna work together, and then he's drunk at the place. They're not at the meat place, the place where they have the meat, burnt meat sometimes. As people make fun of Cho on the TV. imagine you go to the place and then you're like watching TV and they start making fun of you.
They start getting goofed on. Yeah.
By teenagers and the guy on TV.
Yeah. And these civilians have no qualms about starting fist fights with cops.
No.
Yeah. God, I wish I lived in this town. No, it doesn't seem to be like many consequences. I mean, everybody's so busy getting beaten up no matter what. Like, there's not like specific consequences for that. Baker arrives partway through the brawl and joins the fray. Yeah, the mentally disabled guy joins the fray too, swinging a wooden board at Cho's leg and accidentally piercing it with a rusty nail. Park and so Chase Beck and questioned him, but he gets frightened and runs into the path of an oncoming train where he's hit and killed. Wait for it. Hang on. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna say it again. Parker Joe chased Beck and questioned him, but he gets frightened and runs into the path of an oncoming train.
That's what we were waiting for. Okay.
I don't think it had the courtesy to give a whistle.
Bravo, Forrest. You really timed that one.
I don't think that was. I don't think it was the steam engine from Stand By Me that hit him. It looked like a commuter train.
Mm-hmm. Boop boop boop. The commuter. see, it could.
You're building a strong case. Yeah. Train.
Is that the theme song from Train Dreams?
I'm right here. I don't know why they get in a cave. Yeah, come on. I'm right here.
But yeah, that segues into kind of the last like chasing of the suspect, right? Because we're following him. We're doing our surveillance now, right? We're in surveillance mode after this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing like stakeout suddenly. And what happens during
stakeouts
in all these movies? Somebody falls asleep.
When the rusty nail pierced his leg.
When it happened, yeah, it did suck. I didn't think it was going to lead to an amputation. But
I mean, look, I can't say much about it because I think last summer, not this summer, but the summer before that, I stepped right on a rusty nail in my room that was like, I had a board that had fallen off the thing. I like accidentally stumbled over it, and then I went right on the rusty nail. Realized I hadn't had a tetanus shot in 10 years, and I could have been this guy. So they should have taken him right to the hospital, as the doctor said, though. Park learned that Cho's leg will have to be amputated because the rusty nail caused tetanus.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't think we have to worry about that anymore. I think that's a vaccine we don't have to worry about anymore, guys.
He could become Sergeant. If you get tetanus, you become Sergeant Lockjaw.
There we go.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Acknowledged.
Leaving.
Take a shot.
You like rusty nails? I love them.
Don't be riding one.
I'm gonna get this material workshopped out before we do the movie. Don't worry.
You find out Stephen J. Lockjaw has been the Hassan murderer the entire time.
What a development.
Wow, least surprising thing ever. I still think it was the retarded guy. Leaving Park feeling guilty about what he had gotten his partner and best friend into. They discover a trace of semen on one of the bodies. Just a smidge of semen. Because of a lack of forensic technology, this is like one of the worst time periods to be a cop because forensic technology exists, but you don't have
just
it.
don't have access to it. Yeah.
It's
because you're in South
My
Korea.
cold case exists, you know.
Right.
You're in the country that America nuked, and not in the country that they essentially genocided the part of it. So it's like, we gave a lot of forensic technology maybe to Japan, but I don't know. I respected they cut Japan out of the story, and they're just like, we sent it to America.
Yeah.
We don't need to open up that Pandora's box.
But because of a lack
I don't
of
think that
forensic
Pandora's
technology-
box ever closed. But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
So because of lack of forensic technology, every like 6 months it opens again. The sample has to be sent to the United States to confirm if suspect Young Gyu is the killer with
Soft
DNA
hands.
evidence.
Cream of some
Soft
young
hand.
guy. Right.
Creamy hands, certainly.
Kind of looks like Rock Lee from Naruto a little bit. So tries to follow Young Gyu, but dozes off and misses his chance. Bad cops, even the good one. That night, Park's girlfriend walks through the forest, watched by an unknown figure in the shadows, but a younger girl passes by. I mean, classic Leonardo DiCaprio style move, where you see the younger girl and you're like, I don't. My attention is you look 225 for me to murder, and I'm going after this one.
This
She's
is
captured and
old.
killed instead.
This is old Band-Aid back you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
The young student that Seo had
We
put,
like, is this inappropriate for you to be doing this? Yeah, I like that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so sad that the
yeah.
coin flip that basically we see him make the murderer in that moment.
How much money have you lost in the coin toss?
Well, one of these lost their lives. That's a lot. They've lost everything.
Yeah. Well, they do the thing where it's the two girls. It's not in this synopsis, but there's the two girls that are using the buddy system, and the one day the other girl doesn't walk her home from school, the guy's waiting for her.
It just looks like, I mean, I don't know how the village is set up, but could there be a more like Disneyed evil path? This is the sleepy hollowest of all forest paths.
It's like
in
Mr.
Korea.
Toad's Wild Ride to the right and Space Mountain to the left. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it has
yeah.
almost like a fairy, like like in a Disney movie they have like the hollowed crossing or whatever, where it's like the fairies are like, that's where the guy's masturbating. And then they have the scariest path going through what in America would be a cornfield, but here is a rice paddy.
See, instead of Disney, there'd be Six Flags probably in reality. But anyway, moving on.
And then there's a cockatoo going to wake everybody up.
Exactly.
Where is that?
I need to get.
Did I
need to
load
get
that
it
up?
as
I
a.
don't remember if I thought I did. Oh no, I couldn't. Yeah, I didn't. Anyway, move on, please.
So Bill tries to find a younger girl passes by, Leonardo DiCaprio, blah blah blah. Next morning, her body is discovered. So I keep wanting to say SEO, like the optimization YouTube thing. Sees a Band-Aid on her waist to recognize her. It's the same schoolgirl that he befriended while investigating the murders. Enraged at the loss, so his frustrations finally flow over and he snaps. Yeah, finally. I feel like
I asked my
really just happened
Korean friend who
quite
said
a few
that his name
times.
was Suh.
So okay.
So.
Okay. I've been saying it all wrong.
You got
sorry.
We'll
start the show over.
Anybody who started with anybody whose name is Suh, well, this one's for you.
Dude. He attacks Young-gu until he's interrupted by Park bringing documents from America regarding the semen sample. Thank God. I really want to know how that turned out. However,
Regarding the
Paper
semen
State-
sample, lesser known sequel to Regarding Henry, by the way.
That is a tough.
I like.
I will
I like
say
the.
though
I like
that's
the.
a tough way to wake up.
Yeah.
Is to like have your door kicked
The
in.
best way
Cops
to
in
wake
here.
up is semen in your cup. I like the idea of having like an urgent, the government says like urgent kind of things, right? Where it's like a government documents enclosed semen sample. He attacks Young-gu until he's interrupted by Park bringing documents from America regarding the semen sample. However, the papers state the sample does not match Young-gu's DNA. I want to touch on the fact that like one of these semen samples of the guy that actually did it came back negative.
That's awful.
It was just like a false test, I think, in like the 90s or something like that. So there is precedent to like maybe he definitely still did it. You know what I mean? Suh shouts, sorry about that, buddy. Suh shouts that the documents are lying and that the documents are lying. Even though he said he kept saying throughout the movie, documents never lie. But now the documents are lying. That he knows Hyung-gyu is the murderer. Documents started lying as soon as Trump took off. Park uses his eye contact method on the suspect. Yeah, buddy, that's really
the
gonna
canonically established magical procedure, right? Yep.
I mean, look,
his eyes see Oppenheimer.
It is a narrative convention, but it is still just kind of perfectly timed that we see the kind of transference of good cop and bad cop here, where So from Seoul, the big city cop who's been right about almost everything and has been able to kind of rein in his, aggression, is now the one that wants to shoot a guy handcuffed who has kind of been exonerated. And it has to be our buddy. Yeah, who has the softest hands champion of Seoul.
You can't shoot him. He has soft hands.
He couldn't fight back if he wanted to. His hands are too soft.
Just getting absolutely pistol whipped in the rain.
Yeah.
And now we have our guy who is like the worst cop of all time, who is so bad that in the first 10 minutes has to be instructed by a criminal how to use the typewriter. Like, what a cool little touch that was.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Where he's like, you have to hit that button, dude.
Yeah.
Now
how do I open PDF?
Yeah. How do I where's Clippy? Now has to be the adult in the room to keep this fellow cop from shooting a handcuffed innocent man. I mean,
a handcuffed innocent, I mean, if I had to guess the age, 19, 20 year old.
He's the K-poppiest of anybody in this movie.
And yet looks like he looks exactly like the sketch. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just feel like it's crazy, the K-pop look, because it is. But the K-pop look, even it looks just like the guy, the sketch, his haircut.
I think I mean, I'll go on a limb here. I'll say that the actor they have playing this guy feels demonstrably better looking than the sketch we have of the real guy. I think that they went and they got a pretty boy.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. Well, but it's more about the style, I think, of the hair and stuff.
Oh yeah.
The real guy, for some reason, now that he's older, looks like Asian Glenn Greenwald to me. Is just he does.
Wow.
But see,
oh wow. Okay, that's what we went with. Sure.
Look,
all right, let's go with that. Okay.
I mean, I'll show you. I'll show you.
No, please don't. Can we? No.
Tell me this isn't Asian Glenn Greenwald. Okay. Literally, I like the last paragraph. Suh attempts to shoot the suspect, but Park stops him and lets Hyung-gyu go. In the end, the crimes remain unsolved. While visiting the crime scene years later, in 2003, as Iraq is getting invaded, Park Do-man, now a businessman, learns from a little girl the scene had recently been visited by an unknown man with a normal face. That's got to be the best kind of serial killer. I'm so happy I look so normal. No one ever. I don't know. He looked fucking normal. He's not he looks like the opposite of Steve Buscemi.
Yeah, it's not John. It's not John Merrick, the Elephant Man, showing up to revisit past crimes.
I was thinking of
the Elephant Man.
I was thinking of Fargo, where every time they described Steve Buscemi, I don't know, kind of funny looking.
There's a funny looking guy.
Yeah.
Hey,
the little girl had asked the man why he was looking at the ditch. It was told, "Get in the ditch." No, it was told that he was reminiscing about something he had done there a long time ago. Murdered another little girl. The film ends as Park. Imagine if it's not that guy and it was just a guy that a long time ago
just some guy.
His cigarettes in the ditch.
His drugs or something.
Yeah. The film ends as Park, realizing this, looks straight at the camera, seemingly using the eye technique method to spot the killer among the audience.
Yeah.
Audacious
ending. Audacious ending, and fascinating.
And apparently seen by the actual fucking
in
murder.
One instance, it was actually true.
Yeah,
it was.
I still have a hard time wrapping my head around that.
That's crazy.
I want to know what the guy's reaction is. That doesn't
Well,
look
from what
like
I
me
heard,
at all.
well, from what I heard, the real killer's reaction to this movie was not one of guilt or shame. It was one of I mean, I saw it. It was fine.
Yeah, good movie.
and that's again
that is pretty funny. Like you're watching the movie about like your crimes and how like you're evil, your massacre through the village, and you're like, yeah, pretty good movie.
Oh, lol, that was me.
Yeah, and then you went home.
You're
and you
probably
made a
wondering
TV
how I ended up here.
Yeah.
You went home and you made a TV dinner and you went to sleep. Like
Yeah,
this
exactly.
wasn't a guy that saw this movie and then called the cops and was like, you know what? I got the shaman eyes. I felt guilt. It's time to fess up.
Gave me the shaman eyes.
He calls up Homer Simpson, police cop, and he turns himself in.
Exactly. Very affecting ending. I again, all the more so because of how the way the story actually in real life worked out. I think it's astounding ending. Also astounding, of course, is Letterboxd social media site for film lovers talk out with and to each other about the films that they love, maybe the films that they didn't love, maybe the films that they did a shorthand review, just referencing how many dropkicks are in their movie. Answer, quite a few.
So
Quite
many.
a few. So many dropkicks. And of course, it's not the Siskel's and Eberts of the world. Everyone gets to chime in and opine about the movies that they love. It's a bottom-up democracy. For the purpose of this bit, this is best expressed succinctly. That's right, where they're collected weekly by yours truly for presentation for Forrest in the panel. And that's what this is. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Memories of Murder. Let's go. How did 3 detectives get outpaced by a man stroking his Johnson in the woods? 0 out of 10. Unrealistic.
What part's unrealistic? The he's stroking it in the woods? I feel like that's a pretty realistic part of the movie. Who wouldn't be stroking it?
I mean, your heart rate is already pretty high. You know, it's like you've warmed up. These guys haven't even stretched, so I could see how they would outrun him.
He did outpace him though. That guy can move.
Yeah, he did.
Come on, Robo Penis. Let's go.
I mean, think how free to have like red women's panties on and not like restrictive boxers.
That's true. Yeah, it's more free.
He was able to.
He goes full Inspector Gadget, and a helicopter comes out of his dick and just starts going. He takes off. We'll never catch him. He has a helicopter dick.
Wow. Okay. If I were the detectives, I would simply not let it rain.
Do they have that
rain.
power? Do they have? Is that a power they have?
That's a
We
really
need
good
Madame
point.
You know who we need? Michelle Yeoh in this movie, because you know what? Madame Morrible. I'm flipping around. Wicked Witch.
Yeah,
she controls the weather. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
Where's
she can make it
Storm?
not rain.
Get Halle Berry in here. Where's Storm? So, sort of right out.
Well, maybe if they never played that song, it would never rain, right? Like
That might be easier than the that would be easier.
Here comes the rain again. Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm happy to have that song and not the other one stuck in my head. Then because
Rain on
park
me.
is melting in the
What if it was
dark.
that reminds me
Rain.
Yakety Sax for getting strangulated too.
Oh Lord.
I would put that on the chase scene. I would put Yakety Sax.
Right. Before the strangler gets to you.
What if it was? What if instead of that song, right? Every time it's like the radio, it's like a song plays every time he requests it, and it's we were at the beach. Everybody had matching towels. Somebody went under a dock, and there they saw a rock. And you have to be like, the song's playing again. A girl is getting murdered.
Right.
It's the rock lobster murderer.
Well, in this movie, it's the rock ball gag that he
Oh,
makes these
sure.
women wear.
Yeah, there you go. I like to think that dude just enters every room by drop kicking someone.
There
He does. Yeah. That's the only exercise he gets the whole day.
It's only joke. Don't take it away.
Well,
from him.
that's not fair. He also sometimes beats people, but not as much as his partner does.
Yeah, a little bit.
They keep holding the partner back, and it's like I don't know, like it's not
silly
working.
beating. Memories of drop kicking.
Yes.
There we go.
The drop kick Murphys.
I think the zeitgeist on this movie is out, and it's drop kicking heavy.
There's a lot of
look,
kicking discourse.
Instead of pistol whipping and shooting, if American cops just drop kicked people, I feel like they'd have a little bit higher of like people would be like, well, I don't think that they should have brutalized anybody, but that drop kick was pretty cool, right?
I feel like we should reach out to people from Korea and be like, did you think in Memories of Murder there was a high amount of drop kicking? And they'd all say, what do you mean?
Do you think there was a high amount of drop kicking? Not particularly, not compared to my daily
normal
not compared
everyday
to my
amount.
daily life.
That's kind of low for me. Song Can Go, cock gaze in a bathhouse is truly something I didn't expect to see today.
I forgot that scene.
That's amazing.
And it's the same technique that Paulie Walnuts uses to try to find out in The Sopranos if Big Pussy is indeed an informant. He takes him, and then Big Pussy doesn't want to take off his robe, and he says, "Pussy, why don't you want to take off your robe?" And he's like, "I swear."
That's true. That is what happened in that show. Yeah.
But there's some great moments. I mean, I don't know. Have you guys been to a Korean spa?
No.
I've been to Japanese spas.
I've been to the Korean spa both in the city, and then I really like this one in New Jersey. And it's like, I don't know, like everyone's in kind of these really tight quarters when they're changing and stuff. And like part of you is like, I could imagine like a guy just looking down and then being like, okay, and then.
I mean, I've been at the locker room of a 24-hour fitness where everyone's saggy old man balls are just out getting aired for extended periods of time while they have a conversation. Where it's like, oh, what are we doing here? Can we like not?
Korean spas take that to the next level because before you go out there, a lot of times there's like pools in the changing room. Usually, like that you could just sit in and like adjust your body to the temperature. But everyone's like, I'm just gonna go balls out.
That's where they.
Pussy, why don't you want to take off your robe?
My man's drop kicked him over a table in the middle of an interrogation. How can you not like this movie? It's true. That's real.
Secret agent, man.
Yeah. The funniest movie about police brutality ever made.
It's this, and then it's the new Naked Gun. I feel like.
Yeah. It's got it.
He's like,
it's on the board.
He's like, he's one of the people that you beat up and shot. You're gonna have to be more specific. The white one. Okay, that narrows it down.
How is your brother, Tommy?
Yeah. Super good. Usually you hit a bong, but this time bong hits you.
By the way, I keep thinking about Liam Neeson reading the thing going, man's laughter must have been quite the joke.
Can't believe an actual comedy film won the best comedy at the Critics' Choice Awards. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's almost
That's a
unheard of.
first. Mhm.
And any job you should be able to drop kick someone once a year.
St. Patrick's Day.
I would really love if these were picked randomly by you guys. And
Oh,
it
no,
just
they're
happens to
definitely
be
not.
90%
It's
drop kick.
not.
Oh,
It is
let me
absolutely
assure
not,
you.
man.
We're also
This is
really getting to the
hard work.
We're also really getting to the marrow of how people envision the word drop kick. Is it one or two words? Is it hyphenated?
Yeah, and I have to say, not to put
Murphy's.
Open up the bathrobe too much on this. These are the choicest ones. There's many more that were not worthy of a brand. Let's put it that way.
Okay, fair enough.
It's my own self-imposed hell doing this.
I absolutely trust you and curating this.
By the way,
some of them are much harder than others, and not the ones you might think. But anyway,
it goes right perfectly with the movie Dropkick Murphys. I'm a sailor peg, and I lost my leg.
All right, yeah.
I got
tetanus in the country. I lost my leg. I'm shipping up to Boston. Oh.
BGH said, "Fuck jump scares. We doing jump kicks." We did indeed, and we celebrated.
Chicken is great.
Yeah.
Those are the Letterboxd one-liners for Memories of Murder. Please follow the show at our Movie Night Extra Letterboxd HQ account, where you can get summaries of all of the great episodes that we do of this show, as well as attendant short-form content, lists, theme months, all that great stuff that we do on here in Letterboxd format. Too much semen everywhere. Forrest Miller, I'd always Flacco.
Semen everywhere, but not a drop to drink.
I really hope you keep that for every other movie.
It's happened on for Adam McKay and for Josh Olson. What kind of show are we doing here?
Today we're covering Sophie's Choice, and as always, Forrest with too much semen everywhere.
Every semen
Only a
everywhere
choice.
all at once. Every semen everywhere all at once. You know?
Yeah, I get it.
Bukkake.
Yeah, I got it. I told you I got it. So you can follow him on Letterboxd For movies just like this, as well as other stuff that we do for the show, as well as many other things, he's logging.
I only
around the show
log
otherwise.
movies. I only log movies with semen. In them.
Moving on. But is wanking a crime? No, I guess we're not. At Conan Neutron, that's me. You can find me on Letterboxd.
They say no to him, but like kind of. Like
It depends on where you do it. Is it wanking with intent? That's its distribution with intent.
I hope that penis isn't loaded.
I mean, one would imagine there's intent, but not criminal.
No, like, if you get caught by a cop, like Jack, at least in America, in a country with freedom, if you get caught in a forest clearing just wanking it by cops, I feel like they're taking you in at least.
They have to tell you. It's the law. You have to tell me.
Let's finish this bit.
At Conan Neutron, highbrow, midbrow, populist fare. Follow me along for the Criterion Challenge, of course. Closing the loops, all that good stuff. At Conan Neutron. Memory from Cats. Kristina is at Kristina. You can follow her on Letterboxd as well. I don't remember the last time I saw you log something, but you were a pretty good terror for a while. And it is award season. It's award season.
And also this week,
that's
28 years later, Bone Temple, baby.
What's gonna happen? The Bone Zone.
Take him down to the Bone Temple.
Wait, hold on a second. I had this is so Christina's Letterboxd. Let's see, do we still have it? Hold on, I don't think we have it.
Uh-oh.
Damn it. Okay, I was gonna find a lock.
Her letterbox is wanking's no crime.
Adam.
Yeah.
Exactly. Did we delete that one? Maybe we deleted that one. Well, whatever. I'll just throw this one up here because it's evergreen.
Yeah. And we know. I mean, we covered.
Oh, here we go. This is Christina awakening to log.
Wank, magic, wank.
That is a hand
wank,
double.
magic wank.
I'll never forget when watching Celebrate Big Brother in 2016.
You remind me of a wank.
Angie Bowie tells what's her face that David died, and she thought it was David Guess, not her ex-husband David Bowie. And my buddy John Park just comes out of the shower like, "Wrong, David."
Sean McGrath at Hey Mick G. Hey McG on Letterboxd. Of course, you can follow Sean as well for his great show, Unkind Rewinds, co-creator of Cinequote. Let's hit it with the plugs for the love of fuck. Thank you.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end, because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short-form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Yes, indeed. Pal Jenkins from the Blackheart Procession, currently in patron-only queue, goes to general feed tomorrow. Great discussion. Blackheart Procession is back. As do I. Yes, it was a lovely conversation. I'm there playing the Modest Mouse Cruise thing, the Frosty Floats or whatever it is. And so he's he makes knives. The man's a knife expert. And like we talked about knives for at least 10 minutes, and it was very interesting. So it was a good episode. Highly recommended. Patreon.com/Protonic Reversal, $1 a month advance access. Of course, ProtonicReversal.com for the archives, always free. No ads, no sponsors, no kidding. That's in the general feed tomorrow, so get it wherever you get your podcast. William Goldsmith of Sunny Day Real Estate and briefly the Foo Fighters for the Color and the Shape era is going to be back on the show this week on Thursday. So tune in for that. Thursday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 6 Mountain, 5 Pacific. Conan Neutron, The Secret Friends. I am so close to being able to announce these dates that I'm just going to go ahead and announce them because it's going to be on Monday. We're going out with Red Cross in spring. We're playing with them in Long Beach, San Diego, Phoenix, Austin, Houston, New Orleans, Jacksonville, Tampa, Orlando, Atlanta, Nashville, and Los Angeles. And we're doing 3 dates with Mike Watt and the Missing Men before that. So if you're not in those places, don't worry. There'll be a lot of other stuff in summer coming up, but we're doing a pretty comprehensive southern run that also includes, for them, Little Steven's Underground Garage Cruise. We are not playing that, but we're going to be on it. So I'm going on a cruise. I've never been on a cruise in my life, but I'm going on a cruise with Little Stevie Van Zandt. And can you not now, please? And like Social Distortion and the Buzzcocks and so on and so on. So yeah, that's pretty fascinating.
So, you know what Steven Van Zandt's going to say to you? What? Conan, why don't you want to take off your robe?
There, you tied it back. Great. So that's going to be announced. So pretend like you're surprised when you hear about it on Monday. Let's put it that way. There we go. Very convincing. We got a few days to work on it. So.
When I thought it was out, they pulled me back in.
Anyway, very excited for that. Should be good. There's some other stuff coming up with Secret Friends as well. Going to be another big touring year. NeutronFriends.bandcamp.com. Way of the Neutron, still new record. Find out all the various things. Caterwaul announcement in 3 weeks. Stay tuned for that. Caterwaul.org. We're finally going to be, yes, the tour. The tour dates.
I say you guys the actual champagne ad. It sounds like AI. Like it sounds like they cut together like an AI version of it. We're supposed to. Paul Masson. It's like I could hear.
We Paul Masson knows a place where tour dates are announced at a later date. Yeah. So cool. Yeah. That's. Oh, and I don't know when this is gonna air, but I'm going back on Unkind Rewind on Sunday to talk about Life Force. Which is Toby Hooper's follow-up to Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which is insane. If you haven't seen this movie, it is. Look, just tune in the episode. We'll talk all about it. That's mum's the word. Because Sean, you haven't seen it yet, have you?
No, this is gonna be a new experience,
dude. I am. That's thrilling to me. This. I'm not gonna say anything more.
This is bonus. We've only done this one other time where we've had a guest know the movie that we're gonna do. And
Excalibur, right?
With Excalibur, with Chad Burns, and now we are doing it again with Life Force. And I don't know what I'm getting into here, man.
It's gonna be great. Yeah. I'll leave it at that.
This is the face of somebody who doesn't know what's coming.
Conan, you're laughing Kristina at this point on Unkind Rewind. You can't. Kristina can't think of one movie she hasn't watched.
Kristina has to get her voice back and then come on the show.
Yeah, she should. Yeah. I've been saying it for a while. Speaking of Kristina, tell me what's going on in your world, Kristina. What do you got plug-wise?
Well, I went over Golden Live React to Golden Globes. That was fun while showing off my own Golden Globes, you know. And
my word, wow. Okay. Is that premium content?
You guys wouldn't think it. Wow. Literally, everyone kept making jokes. The entire stream. And I didn't seem to mind. That's why I was
got a pair of Golden Globes right here.
Exactly. Did my show today. Went over the fact that South Carolina is once again trying to push an abortion ban, which, believe it or not, guys, I'm probably, knock on wood for me, I'm leaving this god awful forsaken fucking state and moving back to Jersey. Cannot wait.
There you go.
Better.
Well, have you considered
pull up the Sopranos theme right now? Do it. Let's do it.
Have you considered poor Lindsey Graham? Poor Lindsey Graham has to keep talking about women's vaginas, which he finds pretty gross.
I know.
He's not.
And of course, tomorrow, Forrest and I got our show. Right.
Yeah.
Forrest,
you
gotta add that as a promo because you also host another show.
Yeah. Apparently, so do I. Hey, Sean, I went on as a guest, then ended up co-hosting the MFer.
Yeah.
In my,
It's fine. We were talking about award stuff. It's not a big deal.
In my defense,
you're a consummate special
in my
guest,
defense,
so.
I was drunk at 1 p.m. and fell asleep.
You were drinking even before that. You started drinking after the show.
No, but he's talking about the third time he was
I
drinking.
know.
In my defense, drop kick.
Ma'am, please.
Drop kick.
Exactly. I would love. By the way, I'm not saying we need more gifts to take this show off track anymore. But if we had gifts of any one of the many drop kicks in this one, I would be fine.
Yeah, I'll look it up between our Golden Globes. Show them off and after party and this God damn it! I had another thing I wanted to say, but now I can't.
It's been really erudite. We're gonna tie the whole show together.
Yeah. Also, we're gonna have fucking.
You really tied the show together, man.
Do you know the famous clip of the guy getting his head crushed from 5 questions on the early Daily Show with Craig Kilborn, where he would ask, and I think it was from the story of Ricky O, where a guy's head was just crushed.
Oh yeah, I just finally saw Ricky O last month, and I was like, oh, that's what that's from.
That's from. I think you guys need to do Song Kang Ho drop kicking a guy down a hill as the lead into Movie Night Extravaganza.
That's it. It's so good.
Wow.
Movie kick extravaganza. All kicking movies. Challenge
soccer. We're the drop kick extravaganzas, you know?
All right, so Absurdity Space is what, tomorrow, right? Yeah, that's
6 p.m.
Absurdity Space
Tune in.
is at 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Are you sure?
Time.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Not 6:30?
Yeah. 6. Well, if I get drunk, who knows?
Yeah.
Coming in.
Absurdity Space can be anytime you want to be if you drink enough. Yeah. Great.
Well, I mean, my whole life is an absurdity space. That's why I named the podcast that. By the way, we're having Adam McKay on. We're taking off next week. I need a nice week break. I feel like we've been churning out content in the content mines, and you know, and then
we're coming back with 2 big guests. Big guests.
We're coming back with on that instead of doing it Tuesday, we're doing it Friday, and in a strange thing where most people are still going to be at work, but it doesn't matter. You can watch it later at 1 p.m. Eastern, noon Central Time. 11 a.m.
Ireland.
Yeah, he
11 Mountain, 10
a.m. Mountain Time.
Pacific.
Yeah, I always forget. I always forget.
6
Well, Mountain Time is like, all right, we're on the east. That makes sense. The central part of there's like mountains. There's mountains everywhere, bro. Why do you guys get them? I mean, it's because it's the Rockies, but like
Mountain Time is the like certificate of participation of time zones.
Mountain Time is what a guy that has a distillery that makes like Mountain Dew, like moonshine style. Yeah, he's like, I'm on Mount. It's Sam Elliott. He's said, I don't come early. I don't come late. I come on Mountain Time.
I'm on Catskill Mountain Time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm right over here, bro.
So Adam McKay coming on. We're talking about my favorite Fellini movie, Knights of Cabiria. With him, it's gonna be great. It's been a while since he's been on, so this is gonna be is gonna be him coming on again. So great.
To actually talk about a movie.
A little small guest, Adam McKay, and then another tiny guest. Josh Olson is coming on that Tuesday.
Writer of History of Violence, co-host of the Movies That Made Me podcast with Joe Dante. We're going to be doing our first Michael Mann. We have never done a Michael Mann movie on this show.
That's fucking crazy.
Thief. We're doing Thief, which is great.
Wow.
I need some rest because podcasting is the hardest job in the world. Some say. Some people say podcasting hardest job in the world.
This is why Hassan Piker needs to come on the show because he would agree.
Many people have said this. Especially on right now in this
like it goes podcasting, being a Sherpa in like the Himalayas and
ditch digging,
one of those things. Being a first responder a little bit down here.
Yeah, it's hard.
I'm a second responder. I respond after a few seconds. I see what the lay of the land is.
Yeah.
All right, Sean, what you got?
If you like movies, you probably are going to be pretty good at Cinequote. So the app is out. It's on iOS. It's on the Google Play Store.
On it.
Yes. I will find a time to get Memories of Murder on Cinequote, but it's a new movie every day. It's like Wordle, but for movie quotes. It's pretty self-explanatory once you get on there.
And the link to it is in the show notes. It's there. And the link to your website where we could see an Intel commercial, a Jameson commercial.
Oh, sure. Yep. I am a semi-retired actor, so you can see all the stuff at heyshawnmcgrath.com. Also tune in and listen to former guest of this show, Josh Dugan, and I talk about old movies from people's childhood on the Unkind Rewind podcast. I've had a blast being here with you guys. This was my first ever Blu-ray that was gifted to me by my friend Jason. And I was able to crack it open for this. So I did physical media for this evening's movie.
Physical media.
Physical media.
Physical media. The kids won't know what that means, but hopefully the four of us do.
Yeah, well, the kids today, they're about iPad.
They're all ticking and they're talking.
Exactly.
Not.
They're about streaming and twerking. That's it.
Not anymore. What's his fuck owns TikTok now?
Oh yeah.
All right.
What happens?
Anyway, if this pick is talking, don't come a knocking.
Sean, do you have any final thoughts for Memories of Murder, please?
I loved it. I'm so thankful that this was available for the picking. I mean, we didn't even get talking in terms of all the little tiny things about like how great it is to add like digital mites on a corpse's face. Just how unsettling that was, or to go from like poking
I think we're playing with digital mites in Alabama anyway. Sorry.
Poking a dead thigh to like meat on a grill, and just how much like fun they were having with the edits. I can't believe that this is a guy's second ever feature film.
Pretty mind-blowing. Frankly, yeah.
I haven't seen the Barking Dogs Don't Bite or whatever. I haven't seen but that was apparently like not a popular film, and even in South Korea it was like kind of just flopped onto the scene, and then everyone was like, oh, this is the one, and then The Host, which like I don't know, that movie's fucking amazing anyway.
The Host
but like
is great.
I can't imagine being like South Korea, but being South Korea in like 2006 and like seeing there's crazy stuff going on in the filmmaking industry during this time period, right? Like starting in the 90s and then like the mid 90s and then going into like the 2000s. Imagine being a South Korean person and going to the movie theater and seeing The Host. Like that shit would probably that would be probably the thing that you like tell your grandkid.
And when you have all kind of decompressed from Korea, I am so jealous that you have not seen Chaser and how amazing that movie is.
Got on the watch list.
It is.
I'm stoked to check it.
Tour de force, and I don't even think I'm overselling it.
All right, Kristina, final thoughts.
Believe it or not, this was a first watch for me, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. It has everything: kicking, semen, things you love in a movie, and
probably some other things. I don't know.
And shitty cops.
We didn't even mention the peach. Pieces of a peach.
Yeah.
I thought Kristina was going to go kicking, semen, more kicking, more semen.
Oh, wait, Memories of a Murder, part 2, more kicking, more semen.
No.
I like
this title. Yeah.
At some point they're like, oh, we figured it out. He has type B blood. Okay, well, who is it? We figured out that it's type B blood. That's all we've come to. I also both this movie and Parasite, weird uses of peaches. It's kind of amazing.
Now since
I wonder if that's like a name.
You know what, Conan?
True.
Maybe he should have directed Call Me by Your Name. Maybe it would have been a better movie.
I might have enjoyed it more.
Can I just offer one
Call Me
director
by Your Name.
edit to this, like a director cut, where he gets the report from the States and he's looking through it and it says testing positive for kicking, and he looks up slowly at Park and he realizes this whole time.
I thought you were gonna say
that's good. It's good.
Just as they're like about to make love, Timothée Chalamet in Call Me by Your Name drop kicks Armie Hammer.
I mean,
speaking of peaches,
would have raised it a full star for me.
Yeah.
Who cared the teaches the peaches? Fuck the pain away. Fuck the pain away. Conan, Neutron, host of PROTONIC Reversal, and co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza. Let's hear those final thoughts.
Yeah, it's a movie about failure, ethical gray areas, and kicking. And, there's that quote in America, they catch criminals using their brains. Here we rely on our feet. Boy, do they. So, an absolutely stunning crime procedural. It changes moods from high humor to deep despair to nail-biting thriller. I think Song Kang-ho here is great in the role of the lead detectives. He's got absolute trust in his own eyes. Amazing. Meanwhile, suspects are bullied, tortured, kicked, and intimidated in the name of finding the truth about a rapist and murderer.
Which they don't.
They absolutely don't. Another detective comes in from the big city who is more concerned with, say, evidence. And the whole thing happens during a time of great political unrest. So it's wild that the whole thing is based on a true story. And the craziest thing is the crime has been solved, and in real life, the killer saw the movie. And I just can't get over that aspect of it.
Instead, it's like, wait, is this fucking play about us?
Oh, this seems. Have I seen this one before? This seems kind of familiar.
Well, it's like mafia people always love mob movies because people just like seeing themselves on screen. Because everyone talks about that. So he's like, wow, I can't believe it. My rapes and murders look so much better in 4K.
It's like if David Berkowitz saw Summer of Sam,
right,
and then
exactly.
and then turned himself in or something.
My mom was almost a victim of him.
Whoa.
Yeah,
He's currently incarcerated 2 towns over in the Walk Hill Correctional Facility that my one of my best high school friends' dad works at, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we've talked to David Berkowitz a couple of times because he's an inmate."
He's the reason why serial killers can't profit off of their crimes and shit.
Anyway, great movie. If you are watching this in like real time or close to when this episode drops, I guess go to the People's Platform to watch it. I don't know where it will be in the future.
Or come to my apartment.
Or come over to Sean McGrath. I hear he has a physical copy of it.
Or take
I'm in. Let's do it.
Great.
Take a black light and just follow the trail of semen. It'll lead you to
woof. Okay. Also, live listeners, tune in for the after party. We're going to go over the Golden Globes.
John, you sticking around for the our golden?
Yep, I saw him.
Our Golden Peaches after party. Well, we will see you. We will see you over there, peaches and pears.
We got a week and a half to tighten up before McKay comes back and realizes he made a terrible mistake.
I want to
Jesus Christ.
I want to cutely call all of our listeners peaches and pears. We'll see you over there. Don't follow the semen trail. I am going to my room.